Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is Friday the 13th, Friday, June 13th of 2025. And it is the season finale of season 2. The re-persecution of Karen Reed. Did anybody sleep? Did anybody sleep last night? I wanted to sleep. I thought I was going to sleep. I tried to sleep. I think I finally fell asleep around 2, and then I woke up without an alarm at 5:30, and I just couldn't fall back asleep. So here we are. It's like, I don't know how I feel about today. I don't know. How are you feeling? I'm very bittersweet in a lot of ways. I don't know if it's going to be over today. I don't know if we're going to have to live with this through the weekend and go into next week. I remember last year, I felt so confident that the jury was going to come back quickly. And we sat here for something like 4 full days until, a mistrial was finally granted after several notes from the jury. And I can see that StreamYard is already having issues. I heard Emily Baker talking about some major issues yesterday with StreamYard, and also the Glare talking about it. Did I wrap yesterday before all of that started? Because I don't know exactly what happened. But I can see right now that it's giving me issues already. It's closing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Wow. I saw that too. Aussie Steve says, I've been watching Anti-Deb outside the courthouse today. Bloody hilarious. Free Karen Reed. He's there. He's outside the courthouse. The team has already walked into the courthouse, so we know that they are there. Everyone's there, ready. Part of the O'Keefe family also walked in. We saw the Mr. and Mrs. Reed walk in. All present and accounted for so far. What's going on here? All right, I think I'm on real time, but without the fan, it's hard to tell. Great. Wouldn't it be insane if today was the day that, everything started to we're going to break the internet today. I think the Karen Reed trial today is going to break the internet. I want to refresh my browser before we get started because I don't want this to crash. So just hang tight for 2 minutes. I'm going to be right back. It's like I'm swiping myself out, but I'm not. So just let me refresh the browser and hopefully this will work. Hang on. Yeah, it's telling me I have a weak signal, but I'm hooked up to Ethernet, so that makes 0 sense. Hopefully, it's gonna last. I don't know what happened yesterday with everybody's StreamYard, but most streamers use StreamYard because there's really no alternative that gives you the capability to have, I don't know, 10 people stream with you at the same time and also share the screen. There's really no good alternative. And so free Karen Reed, what do you think is going to happen today? I don't know. Well, the first thing that's going to happen is I'm wearing my pink today. Are you? The judge still needs to decide, I think, a couple of things that we went over. Yeah, OBS. I have no idea how to use that, Katie, and I'm not going to learn. But OBS is you can't invite people to come on stream with you because Kurt uses that sometimes and he can't invite people to come. And I like to have guests. I like to invite people to come. Who knows how long this verdict watch is going to be, and who knows what special guests we might have. I really don't have a lot of words right now. I really don't. I'll count on you guys. Court TV is in court. I've got it up. Why is everything not going to work today? I just have a feeling it's going to be the day. It's going to be a day. They've got some weird. Well, that's channel 10. I don't want channel 10. I want Court TV because they've got the best audio. Their fan's not up yet. Oh, there's a motion to ensure transparency in the alternate juror selection process. Hold on, I didn't see that. I don't know. Hang on. Let's just put this up for a second. Let's get this up here. So they may have a couple of things to do. She actually told the jury to come in at 8:45 and said they should be ready to go by 9, but she's got some things she needs to discuss with them, with the attorneys, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let me see if that motion hit my inbox so I can at least tell you what they asked for, but there needs to be complete transparency in the bingo ball alternate juror drawing. And that should be just a given. You shouldn't have to make a motion like that. But here we are in the upside down, inside out Hunger Games of Narnia that is Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Hang tight for a second. While we look for it. Usually I have 600 things in my inbox, and I don't know. Everything's going to crap the bed today, I have a feeling. The defense will close first. The prosecution will close last. Jury instructions, short lunch, the judge said. And then she said she's going to ask the jury to see if they could stay until 5:30. So, I hear a lot of misinformation going on that the jury's going to go home for the weekend before they deliberate. That's not the way I understood it yesterday from watching the actual court feed. And it's about that for now. Good morning. It's 10:30 p.m. in Australia, but Liz Loves the Law is here. Oh, thanks, Matt. Somebody said it was on Twitter, but I'm not going to scroll through Twitter while I'm sitting here. It's not apparently scanned into the court docket yet. So whoever got it from Twitter is either has special connections, perhaps some special connections happening. 10:30 p.m. in Australia, but there's no way I can sleep. Thanks for the incredible coverage over the past year. Let's get a not guilty today. Listen, don't count your chickens, number one. Number two, also don't count on them coming back today with a verdict if they do get the case, because we thought that last year too. We thought it was going to be quick and easy and out. And remember, all 12 have to agree. It's not a majority rules. This is criminal court. All 12 jurors have to agree. And court TV stream even crashed. Yes, somebody saw Yuri Buchanan go into the courthouse. Yes. And I wonder if any of the McCabe's or Alberts are going to show up and be on the O'Keefe side. They came in last year. Colin Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, they were all staring down the jury. And during the closing arguments, Alan Jackson was pointing fingers at Colin Albert and Brian Albert. So that's crazy. They're only going to have an hour and 15 minutes each for closings. She decided to give them an extra 15 minutes in her kind and generous mood, which is absolutely ridiculous for 30 full days of testimony to give attorneys only 75 minutes for closings. That's not enough time. Hopefully Alan Jackson has it timed and down, and he practiced it in front of the mirror, and he's got it down. He's got his tight 75 minutes ready to go. We're going to see some of the finest lawyering you've ever seen today. This is the moment that every great trial lawyer dreams about for their entire career. And Alan Jackson's had a lot of high-profile cases. This is going to go down as one of the most important trials of the century. That's my prediction. And look, we're already a quarter of this way into the century. Because Karen Reed could be any one of us. It's not a celebrity trial, right? Not a celebrity trial. And today's the day. Closing time. Thanks, Big Huss. We all love you too. Alfred Wynn, during Welcher's testimony, all I could hear was Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Sorry for the vocal fry, Alfred Wynn Jr. I tried. Thank you for your 20. Stephanie Flynn Haas, long for jury to give a not guilty verdict. I'm thinking within 4 hours. Oh, girl, we thought that last year too. And we sat here for days. We were here for days. So just in case, we have to think of some entertainment, some things to keep us entertained during our verdict watch, because Auntie Deb came on the show last year during verdict watch, and that was the first time we ever met. And he did a whole routine. He dressed up like some of the characters in the trial, and that was fun, wasn't it? Let freedom ring, says Stormy Bell, not guilty. Free Karen Reed, God be with Karen, says Marianne. Prayers up for everyone this morning. Janet, I've enjoyed you watching this trial with me as well, and thank you for thanking me. Commander Ed, good morning. Still on Hawaii time. Not happy to be back in Massachusetts for Karen Reed. Oh, look at Welcha. Look at Welcha coming in with like 20 memberships gifted, distributed randomly by YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are so kind and generous. I don't know how you keep on giving. As Natalie Merchant used to sing and still probably sings. Thank you. Thank you, Welcha. Let's go, Liz Toppling. Wait for it. Wait for us. We have the emoji. Wait for us. Wait for us. I was in David Yannetti's opening last year. That was one of the best openings ever, too. Good morning, Stephen. Can we add the message by Grandmaster Flash to the playlist? Broken glass everywhere. Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer. I love her. You're always on time and ready to go. No matter what time I set the stream for, I'm always rushing to get ready. I feel like I spend my life just rushing and rushing to get to the next place. But thank you for thinking I'm on time. Usually I'm a couple of minutes late just because I'm never ready. But thank you, Jennifer, for your super chat. Joyce, I was thinking the same thing. Let's hope this is the series finale, not a season finale. We don't want a season 3. You're right. I don't like to count my chickens, you know? Aw, Matt coming in here with the motion. Matt, I don't know who you are, but all of a sudden, you're just like giving me the deets. You're fantastic. It's already been denied on the docket. They will. They will pick the balls today. The balls of the alternates. Let me pull it up. Thank you, Matt. Coming in hot. So I just downloaded it. I even cleared out my cookies yesterday. I cleaned out cleaned up my storage on my laptop, thinking, maybe it was my issue, but no, I think it's a StreamYard issue. They sold the company and they doubled the price, and I think now they really just don't care because they realized that all the streamers have really no alternative. Let me read this to myself real quick because I know you guys get freaked out if I take the screen down and then people are telling me that court started. I want it to be right here for you. All right, defendant's motion to ensure transparency in alternate juror selection process. Docket number 720. There are 720 filings in this case. Karen Reed respectfully moves this honorable court to adopt a fair and transparent process for the designation of alternate jurors in this matter. To that end, Ms. Reed submits the following motion and a proposed procedure for the court's consideration. In support of this motion, Ms. Reed states as follows. Number one, the right to a fair and impartial jury protected by the 6th and 14th Amendment. 2, the selection and seating of jurors, including alternates, is integral to safeguarding a defendant's constitutional right to due process and the right to trial by jury. Ambiguity in the alternate juror selection process could undermine the integrity of the entire trial. Well, the integrity of this entire trial has been slim and none, and Slim got on the bus. Let me trust me. I have the fan up on the other my other screen, and as soon as they come on, I will break from this. But I just want to show you what I'm looking at here because it's already been denied. See, denied. That was quick. All right, they're doing a mic check. Mic check, check 1, check 2. They asked the court to set forth an order. Let's take that down.
Jurors on their way?
Your Honor, we need to be heard, unfortunately.
Okay, come over to sidebar, please. The jurors are on their way.
Brennan needs to be heard, unfortunately. Do you really think it's unfortunate for him? What emergency could he possibly have right now? Okay, let's see who's in the gallery. I spy. Ooh, let's see, running up there. I don't know if I see any McCabe's over there on the O'Keefe side of the aisle. I know. I was trying to, Lucas, Randy, and Sally, I was trying to prevent my head from popping off and going to Connecticut this morning. And I'm really trying hard. I'm going to try so hard, you guys. I'm really, really, really trying to. There's no amount of e.l.f. translucent powder that is going to fix the bags under my eyes today. It's like they are so not carry-on bags today. This is like the luggage that you got to pay extra to check. Accordingly, the defendant respectfully requests that this court order an issue setting forth the method by which alternate jurors will be identified. The defendant further moves the court allow the defendant to have input prior to the selection of the foreperson. Oh, that's interesting. All right, here's the proposed procedure. Again, I'm reading from docket number 720 that was filed this morning. The defendants made a motion to ensure transparency in the alternate juror selection process. And who knows if I had a little input into this, like subliminally with my mind meld of how much I've been screaming about this and how we put the side by side of the Turk selection of the bingo balls next to in the same courtroom. That Turk was tried in the same courtroom with the way that Clerk Jim did it and the way Clerk Margaret did it, night and day. Here's what they proposed in their motion. 1, that each numbered ball be shown individually and then placed one by one into the wooden drum with the process visible to the court. Counsel and Ms. Reed. Number 2, that the drawing of alternates from the drum be conducted in open court on the record and in the presence of court. Counsel and Ms. Reed. 3, that the number on each ball selected be clearly announced, shown to all parties, and then placed on a designated stand or display area in full view of the court. Counsel and Ms. Reed. That optimally, Ms. Reed herself be permitted to draw the alternate juror balls from the drum as a further safeguard of neutrality and to reinforce confidence in the fairness of the process. This would ensure the selection process is fair reviewable, and consistent with defendants' constitutional rights. Please let us do that. And she denied that swiftly this morning with her scribble scrabble on the bottom of that motion. Are you surprised? I mean, that should just be like, oh, yeah, sure. Of course it should be transparent. No big whoop. Maybe we won't let her select the bingo balls, the defendant herself, Karen Reed. But, it should be transparent, shouldn't it? And then in the footnote, they say, Ms. Reed notes that the first 3 steps of this proposed procedure are largely consistent with the method used to select and announce alternate jurors in the trial of Commonwealth v. Turk, held on April 8th, 2025 in Norfolk Superior Court. The 4th step, requesting that she be permitted to draw the alternate juror balls herself as a potential safeguard. XOXO. Alan Jackson, Elizabeth Little, David Yannetti, Bobby Alessi. Wow. I feel like I'm being heard in a weird way out here on the internet, screaming into the ether, specifically referencing the Turk case with my side-by-side. I did not know that was in there. Jim is the court clerk. He's been coughing throughout this entire trial. He's taken everything that I have to not DoorDash some fisherman's friend cough drops over to him at the courthouse. Yeah, why does the judge not want more transparency? Ask yourselves that. This has been hidden from the world for long enough. I've been trying to give it as much exposure as possible. And look, we have just right now, before court even starts, over 18,000 people in the house. Please hit the like button. It helps the stream. It helps the word get out. It helps the video get pushed out to more people. But we watched what happened last year, and I did the video side by side. Were you guys here for that? If you watched the Turk trial with me? Okay, think about that. As Aidan Carney said, if jurors 5, 10, and 11 are eliminated, the fix is definitely in. 5, 10, 11. Those are the ones that I guess he thinks are pro Karen Reed due to their facial expressions. Donna says, Attorney Little, no relation, brought a drive to the judge who went back to chambers. Oh. She's not even hiding her bias anymore. Says, see you buffs are. And Sco Buffs. And we wait. Short break while jury enters and the judge goes back to chambers for her timeout and looks at whatever is contained on that drive. Drive like a flash drive? Yeah, I think a drive or a hard drive, soft drive. Hard drive, soft drive, flash drive, whatever drive. Bits and bytes, bits and pieces. Will it be a series finale if, God forbid, she's convicted? I don't know. Massachusetts has been known to try people 3 and 4 times. Hi, Gina. Good morning, afternoon, and evening. Prayers for Karen. The crowd is amazing. Thanks for an amazing job, Melanie. There's a lot of people outside. I saw Jimmy out there. And people were coming up to him and touching him. And he wasn't liking it. I don't like people touching me either. People shouldn't be touching people they don't know. I don't know. Am I overreacting? Just don't touch me. Unless I ask you to. How about that? Oh, Welch, I got my shirt yesterday. Oh, yay. My granddaughter, Kinley, wants one. Do you have them in a child's tent? I don't think we do child sizes, but if there's enough requests for it, I can just put it up. It's easy. It's a third-party vendor. I have nothing to do with it other than designing and putting up the designs, and then I can pick the product. So if there's enough personal space is a right. Thank you, Life on Makeup. And by the way, can you help me today? Look at this. What's going on here? No way. There was someone in the crowd who had a Melanie Little shirt on, says Kenzo215. Nice. I went to Cancun with Attorney Melanie Little. Somebody sent me that slogan. Eliza Little, no relation. Alan Jackson, no vacation. If you know, you know. The lore, the rumor, the Twitiots started a rumor that I was in Cancun with Alan Jackson in, I think, January, February of 2024. That would have been, right? Because on a pre-trial show, I said, oh, look at Alan Jackson's bracelet. It looks like something I got in Cancun when I went to see Dave Matthews. And so they started this whole rumor that I was in Cancun with Alan Jackson And then Grant Smith Ellis chased after him a couple of times. It's all over. It's on video. Alan Jack said, "Did you do a fun in Cancun with Melanie Little?" And he shoved the mic in his face. So I made merch. I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. And you guys like it. So good. And the hat that I had on yesterday, Leighton would like one of those. Oh, the hat that I had on yesterday is, that's a Grateful Dead hat. That had dancing bears on it, the yellow one. That's a tour hat from a Dead and Company show, I'm pretty sure. So I don't sell those. They're copyrighted, trademarked, all the good stuff. I don't even think I can make things with dancing bears on them because they're very, very strict about their licensing, the Grateful Dead is. They make a lot of money off of it. They do collabs occasionally with high-end brands. Not that they get everything they want. Oh, who are you kidding, Welcha? Your kid gets everything she wants, I'm sure. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, they have to learn that not everything is easy. Yes, I saw the AI video of me, and yeah, we got to play it. I put it up on my Instagram because we want to get that creator on TikTok to 10,000 subscribers so that she can monetize. I'm not sure if it's a she or he actually. So he or she can monetize because that AI stuff that this creator does, KarenRetrial.ai on TikTok. Please go subscribe. Let's get them to 10,000 subscribers because it's so expensive. And I don't understand how TikTok monetizes, but I think, you have to have 10,000 subs. Somebody said, T-shirt, just don't touch me. That's hilarious. I wish I could give you credit for it. But who goes first today? Hi, Penny Lane. Penny Lane, the defense goes first and the prosecution goes second. And it's not a dumb question because every state is different. In Florida, we watch a lot of Florida trials because it seems that everything crazy happens in Florida. In Florida, the prosecution or the evil stepsisters close first, and then the defense closes, and then the evil stepsisters got a rebuttal. And I'm speaking specifically of the Ashley Benefield case, but I think that also happened in the Sarah Boone case and other cases that we watch in Florida. And so, well, if you don't do TikTok, then it's not going to help. But those of you who do TikTok, please do. Please do. All right. I mean, I think we should play it because we're going to be sitting here burning some time. And it's only like 1 minute long. So let me just pull it up for you. I don't think there's any music in it that will get me dinged, right? That is one thing YouTube is really strict about. In addition to their graphic, they hate the graphic photos, and I totally got dinged, as did probably many other creators the day that Hank Brennan saw it. Well, it's on the camera person. Showed the dead body in the exemplar case that Welcher talked about, the pedestrian case, and they showed the dead body, and it was just in such poor form. And they will demonetize you for ad revenue and say it's not friendly to advertisers if they deem it to be too graphic, which is total BS because, by the way, they still show ads on your stuff. So okay, you're saying that it's unfriendly to advertisers, so you don't give the creators the revenue, but you will actually show ads anyway. That's not, how fair is that? That's not fair at all. Just play this to myself for a second. It's totally awesome. Oh, the Canton Leaf Blower Society has decided to convene right outside my window. Because of course. Because of course. All right.
Going on and on.
Hold on, refresh. It's in the water in Norfolk County, and it goes far deeper than the Karen Reed case, and that's what I think.
Is there some big cover-up story? No. She was going on and on and on like she does.
You were listening on and on and on like you do.
Again, I'll point out to you that judges in Massachusetts are appointed. They are not elected.
Canton Police Department recuse themselves
Andrew
from the
Booker.
investigation.
And this tracks with every fucking thing else that's going on with this
Lara.
case.
Together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead. We were trying to figure out what had happened to him.
Colin wasn't at the house.
How awesome is this?
People are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
Woo, Sam.
Those deletions weren't coincidental. They were done by her.
Do with that little nugget what you will. Something's in the water in Norfolk County.
Play it again.
And
Good time.
it goes far deeper than the Karen Reed case, and that's what I think.
Is there some big cover-up story? No. She was going on and on and on like she does.
You were listening on and on and on like you do.
Again, I'll point out to you that judges in Massachusetts are appointed. They are not elected.
Canton Police Department recused themselves from the investigation.
And this tracks with every fucking thing else that's going on with this case.
Together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead.
I love this so much.
We were trying to figure out what had happened to him.
Colin wasn't at the house. So people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
Woo, Sam.
Those deletions weren't coincidental.
Maybe Alan.
They were done by her.
Do with that little nugget what you will. I love it. I love it. Shout out. TikTok, KarenRetrial.ai. She was getting close to 10,000. She was like in the 8,000s. So if you're on TikTok, please go give her a sub, because that would be so kind and generous of you. And we like to support creators here. And that's what we do. It's not a competition. This has been a team effort to free Karen Reed. You know what? I'll just put it on the banner. Hang on. Is there a link? Is there a link? The link is in my Instagram story. Let me find it for you real quick. Hang on. And I'll link it in the chat for a few minutes. So apparently all the attorneys are looking at a video on their laptop. I don't know if it's something that the defense wants to play in their closing. I don't know if it's something Hank Brennan wants to play in his closing, but I think what it is probably something the defense wants to play in their closing, because, you know, it's Hank Brennan who had the problem and said, unfortunately, we need to see you right now. So, you know, I'm sure it's him. He's the one with the problem. Can't find the TikTok right now, the TikTok link, because it's not opening for some reason on my computer. Another very funny, a good creator on TikTok is Boston Funny, which always has like really cool music set to some videos. Like there's Rolling Stones music and there's all kinds of cool stuff. If I could find the link, I'll link it when we get there. When I find it. It's one of those days. It is 13 Flags' birthday today. Happy birthday. And I would love to get Karen's freedom as my gift, please. I need nothing else. Love you, Mel. Thanks for being here with us. Thank you for your super chat. Happy birthday to 13 Flags. And wouldn't it be great if Karen Reed was found not guilty before Father's Day, and then she was really free for Independence Day? Norman Corey, good morning. Thanks for thank you for thanking me. Free Karen Reed, and maybe we can move a step forward just to get some sort of justice for Officer Don O'Keefe. Let's hope. Let's hope. I truly believe the feds are watching. I truly believe there's so much more going on the scenes, on behind the scenes, than we know. And wait for it. Just wait for it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, son. Let me get it. All right, I'm gonna pin it in the chat right now. This is KarenRetrial.ai on TikTok. So if you have TikTok, please just go give her a follow. Thank you. And then later, please also Gonna pin it for now. Go follow Paris Ray and the Crush on Spotify. They hit 500 subscribers yesterday. It made Paris cry. We can get them way past 500 subscribers on Spotify. All you need to do is go on Spotify, search up Paris Ray and the Crush, and just hit that follow button. I think it's a follow button, right? Because don't you think they deserve more than 500 on Spotify? Defense is asking to play the TikTok video for the closing, says Salty Sue. What TikTok video? There's so many TikTok videos, not the baby AI one. Good morning, Terry Wright. Glad to be here watching with you in the snark tank. I'm nervous. I hope the jury gets it. Sending prayers and good vibes to Boston. Free Karen Reed. Yeah, the judge did have a little conversation, a little comment about, we have to prepare for extra security. And I could see why. Because no matter which way the jury goes, somebody's going to be unhappy. Wags, we are witnessing history, praying for justice. If I can't be in debt, I'm watching with Melanie and Cupcakes is the next best place. Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Wags. Well, thank you, Jennifer, for your compliment. Shout out to all the boots on the ground that are outside the courthouse right now who are watching. We love you. We are so happy that you can be there when we can't. And Free Karen Reed, what's the mood there? If you're outside at the buffer zone right now, send us some thoughts and tell us what's going on out there outside the courthouse. Here's Ed Wallace. Good morning. Praying for the jury to understand the medical and scientific findings. Trust the science. Science doesn't lie. People do. If Officer John O'Keefe wasn't hit, you must have quit. Praise be. Praise be, Ed. Praise be. Go follow Judy, Ron, and Ed too on YouTube. They have joined the fight. They have joined the fight. And they ain't got no quit either. And they're mad as hell, and they're not going to take it anymore either. 2 retired NYPD first responders to the tragedy from September 11th, 2001, and also 2 of my very dear friends and 2 of the very amazing retired law enforcement with honor and integrity, unlike Michael Proctor. Here, let's put Michael Proctor up in the corner for a couple of minutes just to remember why we're here. If she doesn't take a plea, it's all over. If she does, it's a whole new episode. Oh, good. Karen Reed AI is up to 9,003 followers, almost there. Okay. You guys you're getting it done. Nola Mama coming in, giving us the statistics. We have a resident statistician, Zoe. She keeps track of objections, like for fun. She keeps track of the magic 8 ball predictions that we have here because we have a magic 8 ball. Because really, the magic 8 ball is probably better at predicting what the judge is going to do than anybody calling the odds in Vegas. We also have Dexter for obvious reasons. Sometimes he's up in the corner because if you know, you know. Let's just put it that way. And Chaka from Land of the Lost, because we are in the Land of the Lost. We're in the Land of the Lost most of the time. This is from the Chaka Possessed episode. And those Gen Xers out there know exactly what I'm talking about when I say Land of the Lost. And then, of course, for those of you who laughed with me about hold on, now I have to remember what he called it. What did he call the coma score again? The Glasgow coma score. He called it the something coma score, and it's a Pokemon. It's a Pokemon. So we also know that Hank Brennan is a Pokemon fan because of that terrific blunder, just one of many. Like right now, I go on YouTube on my phone and I'm trying to click on my own video that's live right now. It says it aired 12 hours ago and that it has no views, but it is actually live right now. So YouTube may crash and there will be like a major meltdown by every single creator streamer out there. So I don't know what's up. I don't know if they're trying to sabotage us. I don't know. All I know is that the court's on a little break. Everyone's watching something on their laptops. Hank Brennan started already needing his binky this morning. It's the Guzma coma score. Thank you. Guzma is, I don't know, the head of the skull gang or something in Pokemon. You guys pointed out to me. And so we made a little picture. I made a little quick picture of him. And sometimes Guzma comes up because of it. It just points to the idiocy that is Hank Brennan. Here we go. Oh, is Duty Ron here too? Hi, Duty Ron.
You are unmuted.
The Guzma goes for.
Julie, can you set this up?
Thank you.
Plug it in here. I need to see that flash drive.
Now
Set it here. I need my mouse too.
Hello, my name is Hank Brennan. We'll see what Hank Brennan's paralegal spelled wrong on his closing
All
argument.
right, so why don't I see
Maybe it'll
counsel
be
over here
funny.
at sidebar? I've got my computer up.
Oh, they got to look at whatever it is that Hank Brennan is balking about this morning. Something that I'm sure the defense wants to show in their closing that he does not want allowed because he does not want the world to see the corruption that is happening in Norfolk County. Imagine how embarrassed he is and has egg all over his face because of the bumbling way that he has presented, especially the cross-examination of the last few witnesses. I mean, he's really shown his true colors. There's no doubt about that. Is there any doubt left in your mind about the kind of attorney that Hank Brennan is? Nope. All right, that's all. Arg. All right, there we go. John Sr. is there. That is Mr. and Mrs. Reed. For those of you who do not know, Karen's parents are some of the kindest people I've ever met. I've had the pleasure of meeting them a few times, and they are amazingly supportive of their daughter. They're there every single day. There may have been one day that they weren't there. Oh, thanks, Spank Hank. Yeah, I was on Hot Mics with Billy Bush. That was a lot of fun. Billy Bush is up on this case, boy. He knows all about it. He knows all the details. And he interviewed me. He reached out to me. And it was a lot of fun. I thought we had a great dynamic. Got another shout out from a big creator yesterday that I honestly was not familiar with, but my sister said, House and Habit shouted you out. And I'm like, who? So I don't know, she's got like 1.4 million subscribers on Instagram. So I'm like, that's nice. They're talking about where to watch the Karen retrial. Taylor says, say this is the last day with you all. I've loved everything, every second of this time. Melanie, you've got a lifetime fan here. So much love for you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Taylor. Appreciate you. Why is the defense going first? Kurt wants to know, did they choose to? No, that's the way they do it in Massachusetts, Kurt. That's the way they do it in Massachusetts. A lot of things that are so different from the way most other jurisdictions are run. I practice in New York with Mark BEDEROW, and our credulity has been strained by many things that have gone on in Massachusetts. Some of them, the judge had judicial discretion to rule on, and some of them are just the way it is in Massachusetts. During season 1, she used to say to Mr. Jackson all the time, that's the way we do things here in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson. For example, the reason why this trial is in such a tiny courtroom is because the large courtroom that they were going to use, that they used for jury selection, it's a very large historic courtroom. Sacco and Vanzetti were tried there in that courtroom, I believe, in the 1920s. That's how old this courthouse is. It's like something like almost 200 years old. In that courtroom, the courtroom is set up in such a way that half of the jury would be looking at the back of the witness's head. And the defense made a motion and said, listen, under the Constitution of the United States of America as such, our client has the right to face her accusers, and the jury should be able to see the witnesses. And that is, a basic element of a fair trial. And the judge said, we've been trying cases in this courtroom for 100 years, Mr. Jackson. It's never come up before. And he said, well, I don't care how you've been doing it for 100 years. That's not the way it should be. And so I think as punishment, she moved them to this tiny courtroom. There's only 10 seats for each side. So there's 10 seats to the left of your screen for Karen Reed family and friends. Then there's like a little velvet rope here next to Mr. Reed. And if you see like to the other side of that velvet rope, closer to the bottom of your screen, attorneys that are in the building can come and sit there. This man in the back row that you can kind of see half of his head, he's Caleb Schillinger. He's the Commonwealth appellate attorney. He's also an ADA. He argued in the appellate arguments regarding the double jeopardy issue. And he's there every single day with a stone cold face on. And the woman that just sat down next to him is Hank Brennan's paralegal. My friend Nurse Kim calls her the petty paralegal with the pencil skirt. I say she hates Hank Brennan. I don't know. Kim seems to think otherwise. I think she hates him because she's misspelled so many things. So many things in his papers that we have last, including his name. And that's why his little name badge is up here in the corner. One of the motions that she wrote, I'm assuming, said, my name is Hank Brennan, and we just can't let it go because we're petty like that. We just can't let it go. We love Nurse Kim. We love Nurse Kim. Based on the fact that whatever's going on here with regard to whatever they're watching on the laptop is taking a long time, and the judge is gonna, if she apologizes to the jury again, she's got to stop doing that, because they may hold it against one side or the other. Based on the reporters that have been in the courtroom, they don't seem to like Mr. Brennan very much, but who the hell knows? So here's the velvet rope to get back to that. Then there's 10 seats across the way here for the O'Keefe family and friends. And then there are 10 high top seats. Well, not seats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats at the high top for media. And then 3 of them have to sit on some stools in the back there. The media passes were selected randomly, allegedly, weekly. So you could get a media pass for a week. YouTubers don't count as media personalities. So you have to have a special media pass that has to be specially awarded to you by I think the SJC in Massachusetts. And so it's very slim seating. No public seating at all. In order to get into the courtroom, you have to be invited by one of the families. And then you can't see, but at the bottom of your screen, the jury is right there and it is tight. And the jury is sitting like basically almost on top of the witness, but at least they can all see the witness's face, which I think is very important. This is Mr. Woke over here sitting at what is now seems to be a larger desk. We called Craig Bates, who was last year's AV squad guy, the man of the tiny desk, because he's super, super tall. And she wouldn't allow him to sit at the defense table. So she made him like bring basically like a TV tray table from the 70s, which many people tell me they still have those TV tray tables, and sit at this little tiny table with his knees like on the bottom of it and all his equipment. And he's like trying to do the magic. But, you know, money is tight. Karen Reed's attorneys are working for free. She's $5 million in debt to them. They've already said they're not going to collect any money from her. They don't expect her to pay it. So I suppose this year Craig could not be hired. And Craig came to New York. I think he's from the West Coast, and trained this intern who's a law student. I think he just graduated. So congratulations, Mr. Woke, on your graduation. Karen had something like 9 interns working for her from Boston College, I think BU also, and Harvard. And she's got a lot of people working for her pro bono. But experts are expensive. Travel is expensive. Hotels are expensive. Food is expensive. And so thanks to the generosity of people like you contributing dollars at a time to her defense fund, they've raised over $1 million, but most of it is already spent. Fortunate for Karen Reed, she was a successful professional. She worked in finance. She was also a professor at Bentley at the time of her arrest. Since that time, in order to afford her defense, she has had to sell her home, liquidate her 401ks, her savings. They have her car in custody still. She has no car. I think they took her driver's license away because of this case, so she can't even drive at all. She had to move back in with her parents. But fortunate for her, she had enough assets to be able to afford the $100,000 cash bail that was required to be posted. Otherwise, she would still be sitting in the Norfolk County Jail today, 3+ years later. Think about that. Someone not as fortunate as Karen Reed because she was successful and worked her ass off her whole life. Anybody else might have been sitting in jail this whole entire time based on a sham of a prosecution with zero evidence of a car accident. And this is frightening. It's like it's a cross between a horror movie, The Truman Show, Groundhog Day, The Handmaid's Tale, and Jury Duty, the Amazon Prime series that I love. And if you haven't watched it, highly recommend. Yeah, somebody said, I think Nathan Reed said her parents had to mortgage their house as well to help her afford this trial. She's lost everything. Will this jury give Karen her life back? It's never going to be the same. It's never going to be the same as it ever was. Which reminds me, and then I see a name, G. Byrne, B-Y-R-N-E. Isn't that ironic? Come up, Talking Has reference. We have a Spotify playlist, a mixtape for this trial. We started it during season 1 because I think in song lyrics, and every time I would think in a song lyric, I would put it on the playlist. Spotify playlist is linked below. It's, I don't know how many songs now, something like maybe 150 songs. And we keep adding to it. And we can't put any freedom songs on it until this is done and over. Azarian Fish, thanks for your 10. We find the defendant not guilty. Spanky, objection, Bev, sustained. It's a very emotional day. I suggest everyone go get some tissues. Go get your tissues ready. If this delay keeps up, I mean, we may not, who knows if the jury will even get the case today. Emotional day. Praying for not guilty on all charges. Thank you, Boston JD. Crystal Pond. Husband calls from work yesterday, says another one of the crane operators is listening to the trial, but the guy's going to Vegas this weekend. Of course, all he could say, but we could get a not guilty today. Yeah. Hey, crane operators, shout out to you guys out there doing the Lord's work. Listen, disclaimer, if I make you laugh and I don't want you falling off any, scaffolding, make sure you have your harnesses on. I don't want to have to call OSHA. The chat's called the Snark Tank for a reason. We try and keep each other laughing because if we don't laugh, we're just going to cry. It's the way some people cope with trauma, is humor. That's what we do here. But please, you guys, safety first. If 18 wheels of outrage is here and you are driving your 18-wheeler somewhere, please do not get road rage because of what is happening today. Do a little meditation at your next stop, maybe. Well, namaste. Angelique is here from South Africa. Says, let's go, cupcakes. Hit that like button. It's 14:45 this side. So happy. I only worked half a day. Thanks, Angelique. Catco, thanks. Will there be closer scrutiny of the bingo balls? Well, I read that motion to you. It was quickly denied. So I don't think so. Although I don't know what the denial of that motion means. Maybe she's going to say, well, I'm denying the motion because that's obvious. Of course we should do it that way. Catco is from Marshfield. Closing time at Rockin' McBev's sidebar. See, the usernames are on point. Thanks for your 10. Happy Free Karen Reed Day. Love being here with you all. After this is over, can we get shirts or something that say Reed Freed? Or We Freed Reed or something like that? I don't know. Let's think of something. Lallygagger is giving the closing. Repeat, perhaps? What? Who said that? Who said Lally's giving the closing? Is that a rumor? I don't like to start rumors. Let's mustache Spider-Man. Thank you. But I'm not starting any rumors. I don't think so. Thank you. It did not hit him, so it doesn't matter. Thank you for all you and your mods did, not only this trial, but last trial to get us through this sham. Best show on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate you. Michelle said that the stronger case for the defense this time. I think so. Same case. I think the evidence came out in a better way. I think they also had some new experts that were better. But I've been screaming all along. Alan Jackson is doing the closing. There he is at the podium. John did not get hit by a car. Car did not hit John O'Keefe. And if there's no car accident, there's no crime.
All rise for the court, please.
Here we go. Buckle up, buttercups. Jury's coming in. Thanks, Beetlejuice Brennan, for coming all the way in from Australia. Happy Father's Day, Cupcake Daddies from Laura Riker. Oh, Michelle Smith gifted 10 memberships too. Thank you, Michelle. At least 20 new cupcakes today. She just walked off the bench. Ay, ay, ay. Glamasu's Dedham is packed. Tons of media. Very different environment. Quiet and somber. Jess Machado is there. Been praying. Yes, apparently Karen asked all of the supporters to please support today in silence and just do the sign language sign for I love you. Thanks, Glamasu's. I figured you would be there, no? Hi, Duty Ron. Duty Ron is in the house. The science doesn't lie. People do. Thank you. Love Duty Ron and Ed Wallace. We have a lot of cross-pollination between our channels, but if you don't subscribe to Duty Ron and Ed Wallace, you absolutely 100% should. They tell it like it is. East Coast chick, super generous 50. If it wasn't for you, Melon, your amazing coverage, commentary, and wit, the list goes on. I would have seriously lost my sanity 33 days ago, which is still up for debate. LOL, keep doing you, boo, and rock on. We love you. P.S. I received my BS button. That's awesome. I'm so glad you found one. I have one. I try not to pull it out until we really need it, but sometimes we need it right away in the morning. It helps us get through. Whatever we got to do to cope is what we do. Thank you, East Coast chick. Super wicked generous of you this morning. Thank you, Kevin Camacho says, per reports, there's a lot of smiling within the defense team. Your profile pic is really small on my screen, but is it a profile pic of Alan Jackson or is that you? Striking resemblance from the little tiny thumbnail that I can see. All right, if you disparage any family members or anything, I'm not going to put up your super chats, even if you pay. But thank you, Kelly PCG, because I don't play that game. You guys know, you know that I don't. I can see that you're wound up. It's Mikey's going back to Guzmo, but I'm just not going to put it up. We try and keep it classy, and keeping it classy is part of not disparaging family members and other creators and things as such like that. Joyce, hello to my sister Rosalie in Ohio. I'm in California and we've been watching together with you. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Joyce. And hello to your sister Rosalie. And where is she? Ohio. I love my California viewers. You guys live on the best coast and you know it, and I'm jealous. Kat says, please keep Bev and Hank's Mike muted after the sidebar. I think we've heard all we need to hear from them, except Bev saying not guilty. You're free to go. Yeah. How about this? Ms. Reed, you're all set. Thanks, Kat. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, Contra Canoni. That's a good one. The cost misled, the story changed, and someone's dead. But Reed's no killer. She didn't plead. It's time for truth and time. She's freed. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Why the hell is Yuri there? WTH. Is he in the courtroom? I know he was seen going into the courtroom, but I don't know. Is he in the courtroom? Oh, New Hampshire dude gifted 10 as well. Thank you, New Hampshire dude 603. You're so kind and generous. Thanks, Matt Paulson. Shout out to Corrine, Will, and Shauna who are watching from Canton, Virginia. Is it Canton, Virginia? Mac RN's coworker Brian is lurking here today. Hi, B. We're gabbing through Teams because we're working from home during, quote, jury duty free Karen Reed. How much work do you think is getting done today? How much work is getting done by all the people at work watching the trial? I'm going to say not much. Not much. Donna's banana bread. How long after the trial ends before my ears stop bleeding from hearing Brennan's voice? I don't know. You may need to get to the ENT stat. Not my 5 vacation days. Says I'm free as a reed now. Stairway to Canton. Well done. Well done. Thanks, Kathleen Potter, for your 10. Read Sue O's tweets. Thank you, Georgia Jules. The thing is, she makes such long ass threads. They're hard to follow. Twitter is so, like, you have to, like, scroll up and back. It's like, all right, 5-minute recess, she said, and that was 6 minutes ago. And then 5 minutes ago, she said the Reed team is jubilant. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks for telling me to go there. The Reed team is jubilant. Thank you, Georgia Jules. So I'm not sure what they're jubilant about, but let's call it an early morning win. Cheryl with an S has a license plate that says free KR. New license plate ideas, anyone? If you have new ideas for Cheryl with an S, tag her. Thank you, Mike Stat, for thanking me. Stat. Harry says, smile by Nat King Cole. It's your philosophy to keep our spirits up when down. Let's do this. Free Karen Reed. It's been a labor of love and exhaustion and outrage. Thanks, Ember. Sue's tweeting some good stuff. Interesting, must read. Okay, is there more than that? Hold on, let's see if there's more. Let us see. After Jubilant? I think that's the last one that I read. I was reading like from the bottom up. All right, this goes back to 1 hour ago. Large crowd outside this morning, most in pink. Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanan is in the courthouse. When Karen Reed left court on Wednesday, the crowd greeted her with the ASL love. There has been no cheering since Tuesday. Inside the courtroom, majority of folks wearing dark colors, dressed more formally. Buchanan is standing outside the courtroom. Defendant attorney Elizabeth Little has asked the court officers if he will be standing there as the jury comes in and says they would prefer if he didn't. OMG. And the jury knows Yuri because he testified. They don't know what Brian Albert looks like or Michael Proctor, but they know what Yuri Buchanan looks like. Then she goes on to say 46 minutes ago, definitely a more somber and stressful mood. Judge is on the bench, jurors on the way, sidebar. Judge asked to speak with a court officer at the sidebar. Counsel returned to their tables. Attorney Little brings judge a drive recess as the jury's coming over. Both counsel conferring at their tables. Both teams are watching videos on their laptops. A reasonable assumption is that one of the teams is planning on using video in the close and it's being reviewed. Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan has visited with Mrs. O'Keefe and the family. Judge back on the bench, no jury yet. That was 23 minutes ago. Judge calls the sidebar. They're all watching something on her screen. From the sidebar, Karen smiles at her father. Now she is nodding affirmatively toward her father. Yannetti pats Karen's shoulder at the sidebar. Karen smiles again toward her dad. Judge is smiling while talking with Alessi and Jackson. The judge is smiling. That's probably the most shocking thing about this whole thread. While talking with Alessi and Jackson at sidebar, Yannetti is smiling. Karen smiles toward her dad again. I think they're looking at the judge's laptop still. Karen leaves the sidebar to chat with her tech person. I can see an image of an x-ray on his screen, says Sue O'Connell. Karen is alone at the defense table working on a laptop. Jackson now talking to the judge. Karen conferring with tech person. Yannetti and Little are talking separately at the sidebar. They're smiling and laughing. Wow, they're in a good mood today. Spirits are high. I've never seen so many smiles at a sidebar, says Sue O'Connell. The Commonwealth is not smiling. Judge is looking at the clocks. She directs the court officers to move the podium to face the jurors. Defense and prosecution return to desks. Judge leaves bench. 5-minute recess. Read team is jubilant, and that was 8 minutes ago. So much for the 5-minute recess. Thanks, you guys, for pointing that out to me. I'll keep it up so we can keep referring back to it. Since Sue O'Connell will be our eyes in the courtroom today. How's that? Thank you, Fairy Raven, for reminding everyone to hit the like button. It is a nice thing to do. Mary, thanks for your super sticker. BEDEROW Groupie says maybe Karen will become the new Erin Brockovich. I could see that. I wouldn't be surprised if she goes to law school after this. I don't need a badge. Says I texted my daughter this morning at closing arguments. She replied, OMG, it's our Super Bowl. Great way to describe it. It fits for me. Praying for a not guilty all day long. Thank you. I don't need a badge. And shout out to your daughter. Melissa, thanks for all you do. Happy Father's Day to my dad, Bob. Thank you so very much. Anyone going to Indian Ranch Sunday for Cole Swindell? Look for him in his new free Karen Reed shirts he's getting for a gift. Surprise, Dad. I know he's watching. Shout out to Bob. Your daughter has great taste. Thanks, Becky, for gifting a membership. Thanks, New Hampshire woman, for being here for the second time with me. Couldn't do it without all of you. You keep me sane. Brennan, it's pronounced Alessi, not Alisi. He says, watching with my emotional support cat, Luna Boots. I'll hold your hand anytime. Anytime. Thank Becky. Becky gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, Becky. Thank you, Carrie Pseudo, for your 20. Appreciate you. Integrity is everything. Has been with me for 12 months. Says shame on all the Canton residents who knew things. Yeah. Kat says, we may or may not have all called out of work down here in South Carolina with the same stomach bug to have a closing argument party for Karen. Shout out to Kat MZ and all of her coworkers who are having a closing argument party for Karen today. We're still sitting here, so we're going to be here a while, I have a feeling. Can the O'Keefes file a civil suit if she is found not guilty? How does that work? Karen can file a civil suit for a violation of her civil rights, and I'm sure that she will. The O'Keefes do currently have a civil suit pending against Karen Reed and the Waterfall NCF McCarthy's for wrongful death. And so I don't know who else they would be able to sue. At this point. Thank you, Kay. So Southern California loves me too. Oh, how I love it there. Oh, how I love the South Bay. If I could live in in the South Bay, I would. They need to sue the police, Essie says. You mean the O'Keefe family? Well, I don't know. I don't know what the O'Keefe family believes, but I think that they really, 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 really believe that Karen Reed did it. I don't think Mr. O'Keefe believes it, but I think rest of the family does. I'll halal it. Had a ham sandwich for breakfast in honor of a not guilty verdict coming today. The more time that burns here, the less likely it is that the jury will even maybe get the case today, but we can hope. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet, for thanking me. It is an amazing channel because of you guys. You guys make it amazing. Christy Nicely. Oh, what a nice name. Christy Nicely. Shout out to my girls, Karen and Courtney, who also follow you every day during this crazy season too. Thanks for all that you do to help us regular folk understand the details of this case, etc. Are you guys new? Are you guys new and just jumping in season 2? Because seems we've seen this film before and we didn't like the ending. Hoping for a different ending this time. I just don't know. I mean, it's obvious to me that John O'Keefe didn't get hit by a car. It's been obvious to me since I first started looking into this case. But I don't know that it's so obvious to other people, and I hope that after the defense's case in chief, it is. One can only hope. A girl can wish. Sound is up. Local for Boston. We support Karen. Thanks, Chloe Bits and Bites.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the Council. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth. Episode 33.
So I have started far too many mornings by saying to you folks, I apologize for the inconvenience, having you wait around so long. I appreciate your patience. I didn't want to do that today, but I had to do that today. Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses, that everything has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. I apologize. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes on them.
No notes during closings.
But the reason it used to bother me is because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that you've paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to the closing argument. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more about this in greater detail when I give you the charge. First is, you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers or I say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand, or constitutional concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And the Commonwealth bears the burden of...
Somebody's phone went off?
Right, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And because of that, in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last in closing arguments. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's closing arguments. Mr. Jackson?
Defense closing, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Praise be. Smooth as butter.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start, It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable, that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well? He got no response. And then we see this.
Excellent.
That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text.
I guess.
What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look.
They're showing the video of Higgins in the bar, fighting, if you're not watching your screen, doing the little grab ass with Brian Albert. Sumo wrestling poses. And the time is 11:47. It's just jumped to 11:48. Now he grabs somebody else around the waist.
Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him. He tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John. A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
Okay, now the videos. I wish he narrated the video while it was playing, but maybe there was technical difficulties. Shout out to Microdots if this is Richie's work.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house, about 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. "You come in here?" Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here?
Praise be.
In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert, think about this, not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony.
Right.
Not one.
Right.
That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial.
Yep.
Listen again to Dr. Scorti-Bello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy, in any fashion, any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scorti-Bello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher,
Thanks for
the
not
Commonwealth's expert.
That was the dead body picture.
John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scorti-Bello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated.
Yep.
Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue.
Cosplay.
Which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures.
Okay, bring up the holes.
Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory, why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. 12/31/38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12/31/38.
That's right.
Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12/31/38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12/31/38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffin's data, Ian Whiffin. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet, and then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffin himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation, this is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold, he was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffin told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. Yeah. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage.
He was not outside.
Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside.
Say it again. For the
Dr.
people in the
Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position.
He's got 43 minutes left. I'm timing it.
What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch. And you've got your
If you're not watching your screen, there's a slide up that says every expert agreed. Rearward fall. It's been up there for quite some time.
standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. LaPosada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm.
Remember, they were not allowed to show the picture of the inside of the garage, so he couldn't show it, but he's talking about it.
You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them.
I'm not showing the arm
These are
picture.
dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who disputes, who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. LaPosada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, was her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rinchler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scortibello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case.
Excellent.
Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene.
Nope.
No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher: it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed.
Mm-hmm.
What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house.
Thank you.
30 feet away.
Jesus.
And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope.
Nope.
He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation, quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously, to get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time, quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. 0 chance she skates. She's fucked. And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done 0 investigation. Nothing. Save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Buchnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict? And with Karen Reed's life. The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from him. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses, and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case. Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single every single witness, is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments, and the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog.
I love that. Stage whisper.
And the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer, smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer, smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men. 2 other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sallyport. Remember that? There were 2 photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the 2 photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard? The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything.
Wet paper straws, say it.
But it didn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, a quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those 2 go together. The only 2 things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash, didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor.
Bam.
What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it.
That's it. We know.
There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? He wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house.
He was in the house.
But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth has presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night.
That's right.
They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe grudgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever, not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5.
I said that.
She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door to the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door, and her answer was, oh, actually there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Reed. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that?
Yes.
What was the reason for that call?
Remember that, of
at
course.
5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history. A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was time-stamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Hoslong to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse.
15 minutes.
But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses. Lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession, it was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video, it's not on audio, it's not in a single police report, it's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video, multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered, he's bleeding, his eyelid is cut, his nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch.
Is anybody else holding their breath throughout
That's how it got cracked.
this entire closing?
And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer, she couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office, the same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure
Less than 2 minutes
that
left.
she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted.
That's it.
Flipped backward. Completely false.
Counting down the final minute, like
The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate.
showing the Blue Man Paint video.
Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress-up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it.
We might be a few minutes behind, but
And
my
my
timer
goodness.
went off.
Then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt,
She wasn't going to stop them. Okay, good.
not just to the witness, but to you, and asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr.
That was
Wolf.
my timer.
And Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with?
Under her
That's
eye.
more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you.
Fraud.
And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Reed. The truth is, Karen Reed is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Reed because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Reed, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Reed of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a minute.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying, and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world, but to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking at McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described for you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom, but the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks. More shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the Waterfall Bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe.
No, they just wanted to fight him.
In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level.
She can't be forced to testify, and the jury can't hold that against her. And quite frankly, she doesn't have to prove anything. You're the one who has the burden of proof here. He keeps forgetting that.
It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney.
Jim coughing again.
I won't do that.
Ricola.
But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
That's all you got.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few journeys in my driveway, I always start extra slow, so I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't be driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home, he didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it in the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost, and when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next.
Yeah, on purpose.
Slide 4, please.
He's triggering me. Is he triggering any of you? He triggers me every time he talks.
In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
Bella's
So
mom.
they travel to 34 Fairview under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication. We have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs.
Of course not.
What it means is an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gomez.
Right. It says that you climb stairs, but you really didn't climb stairs because Apple is, horrible technology.
And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second, the circles of their route, even the three-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a three-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. There's a three-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the three-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for two reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right,
Jackson.
they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning and the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody
Maxson.
crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. And they didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel said they were there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high-frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random. It's low-frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds, it turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. They never
It's Whiffin's data that puts him in the house, dude.
stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data.
There's no evidence.
20
There's no collision
of his life. And he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing. It could be a straight line. It could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second.
That's
we
a
don't have to.
problem.
That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, Jess Machado. And he looks at the text message and he closes it.
And if she was texting him and looking out the window, she was curtain twitching and texting him, why didn't she see him fall down dead on the lawn? Why didn't she see the collision? Because it didn't happen.
And then it happens.
She was texting him at
We
12:45 and
know
said she saw his car
from
there.
the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on.
It's over, Hank.
He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse.
You don't have the facts.
Before we talk about what happens next,
Pound the
I want
podium.
to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking
No,
about.
you don't
here.
hate to digress.
I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Canoni will do that.
Yeah, he's blaming
But
everything
I
on
want to talk to you a
Kaylee.
little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law.
Hanging everything on
It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you
Special
think about
power?
what happens
Damn right.
next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She
It's
is
like we're watching a middle school moot court competition right now. Middle school moot court. He's grasping at not just paper straws, Cheryl, wet paper straws. Paper straws are the worst. The wet ones are even worse. They only last for 3 minutes. That's about how long this argument is going to be remembered by the jury, 3 minutes. And he keeps bringing the niece into it. So if the niece, if Karen Reed is acquitted, the niece will maybe feel guilty for the rest of her life because her testimony wasn't good enough to get Karen Reed convicted, and he keeps bringing her up.
charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and if that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off. They're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break.
That happened with the frozen turkey
And when they throw that
here.
boulder off the bridge,
Remember the frozen
and it
turkey?
comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car. Did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last words, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when She collided with him. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can't probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Ms. Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe, we don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12/31/56, 12/32/04 to 12/32/12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks in the Lexus. 12/32/09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12/32/16 is his last steps. Mr. DeSorgo says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Can you play that, please?
Did Yellow Cottage Cheese make that video for you?
Each one of those pegs represents 10
His work
feet.
was better than that.
You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew.
Wow, that's all you got.
Slide 8, please.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come up and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot, and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him.
No, that was the next day when she came upon his body. She thought that. Are they going to object to this? They never did put it in context, so I don't know if they can. I forgot to set a timer on him. Did anybody set a timer on him?
And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn,
Debris field is
but she took
Debris field is Rescue Randy's girlfriend. Do not disparage Debris field. We honor her here.
evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night.
pissed.
53 phone calls. Not one to 911.
Thank you so much.
Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please.
Do not ignore me, Dan. I will not be ignored, Dan. Name that movie. I will not be ignored, Dan. You know where that comes from. I know you do. Old classic.
The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body,
Fatal
the cold
attraction.
ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe.
So is your case. Your case is
Him and his
compromised.
cell phone alone.
Investigation was
on that
compromised.
ground. 66 degrees at 12:45.
He's boring
It's
me.
plummeting.
Sorry.
Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61, it's 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party, he's not wrestling with Brian Higgins, he's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data, there'd be steps.
Healthcare
If he
data.
got into the house in 20 seconds, and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps.
We know
because
how
his
he
phone
got
is
back
working.
outside.
The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature. The
Faraday
movement.
bag.
He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house.
Just spitballing.
His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 2, please.
Oh,
Listen to this.
another angry voicemail.
I'm the only fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are?
She was trying to get a call back. She didn't want to leave the niece alone. Somebody, chat. Give me a reason. Give me one reason to stay here. There's a lie. Give me a reason why she would be saying nobody knows where you are. I have reasons why she might say that he's a pervert, but you tell me the reasons why she might say nobody knows where you are.
She knows. She knows.
Why would she
Nobody
call him
does
if she
know
killed
where
him?
he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. You can take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. "Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight?" She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up.
Doesn't have Jen
Katie,
McCabe's contact information.
that young girl at the time, and she says she's panicked. She can't understand where she's saying, "Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe." Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, "I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall." See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. "I left him at the waterfall." And Jen says, "Left him at the waterfall? He saw you in front of the house." Click. Hangs up.
Yeah, this is all as told to us by Jen McCabe, who lied to the FBI. So, okay. If she'd lie to the FBI, do you not think that she might lie to like Michael Proctor or some family friends that are investigating this case?
Hangs
She made a timeline, remember?
up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, "Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow."
Well, hearsay.
Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words?
Why do you think
Because
Carrie and
she
Jen
knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For
Yeah.
what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what
The
they're...
worst nightmare. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. Send someone. Not officer down. Not holy shit. My best friend of 10 years, John O'Keefe, is laying lifeless on my sister's lawn. No, there's a man passed out in the snow. And then there's a guy unresponsive on the lawn or something like that. A guy unresponsive and a man passed out in the snow. Yeah, that's how much she cared about this man.
never be able to forget, but because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend.
Motion to put him on a little bit
they
higher
wake up
speed, granted,
in the middle of the night,
because we're a little behind.
in a blizzard, out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call.
Farce?
She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself.
I'm glad that you think a murdered police officer is a farce. Sometimes you get what you pay for, and at $2.50 an hour, you're getting exactly what you paid for. This farce. Now he sounds like a chipmunk, and I like it.
In that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Kerry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Kerry Roberts separately at that time answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help because they have a common denominator, a common bond.
Yeah.
John O'Keefe.
Cover your ass.
And so you hear and see at 5:07 the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch has showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are. You take a look, you go to slow it down, you'll see the exact same piece is missing. Because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35? 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go?
Wait, when
don't
did
know.
that come into evidence?
But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, under my screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down. Can't understand her.
No.
Going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind, she sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows, you're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They only met once. And they go back to Meadows, they obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview, and then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking, and you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window, they can't see anything. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview, and this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find him because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving in Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn in a heap that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Okay. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to...
You just called it a farce. Murder of a Boston police officer.
Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen.
We put him on fast speed so we could just
I am not
catch
for
up a
second
little
trying to
bit.
deprive her
We'll go
of
back
the
to
unrest and the
real
trauma
time.
that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian with him. Data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd. Hasn't moved. They start shaking him. You're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says.
Guess he wasn't out there very long.
Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the outer house. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips. If we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her walker. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert house, they don't need to get glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. The debris field
There was
moves
no
after.
impact.
Shoe, hat, straw.
Does anybody believe in
Jen McCabe makes a
this?
call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence, there was a conversation, no lights go on, there's no conspiracy. You can call somebody, it can ring, it can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there was a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was whipped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. And they're living this torment because someone brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there was not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time has anybody said, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have...
Nobody ever took measurements. We have
Slide
no
14,
idea where he
please.
was. None.
You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. Remember when Delky fell, it wasn't snow, it was just the beginning with dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Hampton Police Department found the glass. Eddie took from the car, from the waterfall. And then Exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8, 10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw? I asked you to take a look at that picture, leaving the waterfall 1212, the black straw in the drink, on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back is his head. Could you play the clip on the left, please? Take the eye.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full bottle soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody, but to him it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder, this is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him, she clipped him, she didn't think he was mortally wounded, she panicked, she can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it, and now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him, I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him, that was earlier. Now, she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer.
Yeah,
are in on a conspiracy?
when they lie to the
Or is it that
feds.
these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help?
Good people don't lie to a grand jury to get a woman indicted for murder. Good people do not lie to the FBI. Good people do not change their statements to the FBI based on false memories after meeting with the Boston PD commish. Good people don't insert themselves into a case and then all of a sudden, after talking about a case for 2 years, start saying that somebody said, Karen said, I hit him after being in the back of an ambulance with really thick doors. Good people don't do any of those things. Good people don't say, tell him the guy never went in the house. Good people don't call the defendant, or good people who are good investigators do not investigate the murder of a fellow brother in blue. Good people come out and help. Thank you, Donna.
Happen to remember that she admitted what she had done.
He's got to go on Facebook.
I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece of that.
Hold on. The boogeyman Proctor. I'm sorry. You're going to now minimize what Proctor did. We need that on normal speed just for the sound clip.
Help. Happen to remember that she admitted what she had done. I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile
Bad
with
government?
no DNA on this piece of that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is, you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. Well, you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guy, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
We have a guy and it's Karen Reed. Okay.
So I must have said was, did I hit him? I always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself.
You don't have a
She
theory.
endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, the firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next to her. Ms. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of this story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Could we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61. And you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06, it drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him, the cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're gonna see the video, you've seen it, still photos, Carrie Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next reading, the temperature rises. That's not convenient, that's not a coincidence, that's fact, that's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? And not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS, her hands aren't working, she's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for a friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. But she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way.
Oh, he's using Look the Other Way from the first trial from season 1. You eventually caught up on season 1 because that was part of, wasn't that part of Alan Jackson's closing? Look the Other Way? You can't even write your own script, dude. Do you notice he's spending way much more time on the 227 search than the defense did? Keep drawing attention to it. Keep defending the Alberts and the McCabes. We see you. If you weren't convinced already, be convinced now. Maybe you're convinced now. Look the other way. He stole his line. Do you believe it? Remember Seinfeld? You stole my move. You stole my move. He stole his line. He watched Alan's closing.
227. Look the other way. Don't look at what she did.
Get his words out of your mouth.
Trooper Proctor. Look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts. Maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were...
Oh, you want to talk about Proctor now?
Emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Trying to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been.
Are you going to defend Proctor right now? He paid a penalty. He got fired. Let's all just forget about it. Let's look the other way. Dude.
Should have been responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate.
Evidence.
It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember?
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that he didn't give a shit about a murdered brother in blue to the point where he did zero investigation. Within 16 hours, he decided it was a car accident without ever going to 34 Fairview, allegedly, without ever seeing the taillight, never took a picture of the taillight. That's unfortunate. You know what's unfortunate? What is unfortunate is that there is a woman sitting probably 18 inches away from you who's looking at life in prison on bogus second-degree murder charges. That's unfortunate. You jackass. Wish I could make this Mr. T keychain work. Says, shut up, fool. That is insulting to the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to the people of Norfolk County, to the taxpayers who are footing your $1 million legal fees. It's disgusting. You should be outraged. We have an emoji for that.
Trooper McKennick was asked, it's dishonorable. It contains the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances.
Should we have pulled out the Webster's dictionary for him, being that English is his third language, and look up the definition of integrity? I have third-hand embarrassment at this point for him.
To the President of the United States, now a state trooper.
What?
He would level of clearances, military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances. To the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice.
Are you calling for criminal charges against Proctor right now? If there's a penalty more than getting fired, well, maybe that would be deserved. Oh boy, he's throwing Proctor under the bus. He's thrown Proctor under the bus. Maybe he's going to call for criminal charges against Proctor when this is all over. Or are you kidding me right now? Integrity? Listen to this again. In defense of the Alberts and McCabe's, here it is.
It's unfair. It's unfair.
Yeah, it is.
If there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted.
The inverted video?
This
Him by
distorted.
the taillight?
Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce the via the taillights, but then
I think he's really pissing the jury off now. He's like, he's really must be pissing the jury off now. Like, really, dude? Yeah, remember, we didn't bring up the taillight.
Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce the via the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in.
They found 3 taillights? I think you're right about one thing. There could be a couple of different taillights involved in those pieces. I think what he meant to say was pieces, but he's an absolute idiot.
The taillights at the beginning, I didn't introduce the via the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in.
How many taillights did it take to make the 47
those
pieces?
text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case.
You didn't need him.
Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond
We
a
didn't need
reasonable
Trooper
doubt.
Proctor.
That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you.
Huh? Yeah. You were
Now,
afraid
there's been a lot
to
of
call him.
talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam.
Yeah, you know, that's what's so funny about them going on that wellness check is that everyone knew where the children were. Carrie Roberts and Jem McCabe knew exactly where the children were. There was no reason to go there for a wellness check. There was no reason for that. And that picture that you showed everybody shows nothing.
Cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene.
He wears
He's
pajamas?
near the car. And in the Dighton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing.
Tell me what kind of pajamas you think Proctor wears.
It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507.
I'm going to fast forward him. I'm going to speed him up
If you look at this angle,
because I don't care what he says. It makes no difference to me. Sorry.
you know,
Not
plants
sorry.
already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the Retrial. January 29th, 2022, 820.
Look at it. Look at the taillight on the tow truck. Look at how red it is. And look at the taillight here. This is obviously doctored, but you can see how red the taillight is. And in fact, maybe it's white on the other side too. This is all BS nonsense. I hope the jury, I gotta find some jury reactions for you.
It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing, when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller. If you play that and watch the lights go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You gotta ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after.
Now you're gonna call a Dighton police sergeant a liar. You're gonna try and disparage a Dighton police sergeant. You go on with your bad self. Okay. Okay. Wow, just wow. And you thought it couldn't get any worse. Here it is.
Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail.
Really?
And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last...
He just proved to you what an idiot he is. Subpoenas have to be personally served. Do we have any process servers in the chat? Can anybody explain to this man procedure? Subpoenas have to be personally served. You cannot fax them or mail them to a witness and expect them to appear in court. And my head popped off. For like I don't know, maybe this is the first time it's popping up, but now it's really popped off. It's on the ferry to Connecticut. If you see it, below for my head. Let's listen to that again. Barrows wanted to be involved in this case. He wanted his 15 minutes of fame. Is that what you think? He wanted the Twitter trolls coming after him? Okay, go. Do your worst.
Hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail.
No.
And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting, we don't know why, But then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing, and I say, is this the way it looked? That's of course before the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman, there's no plant, there's no Higgins at the salad port, there's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves. There's no
he
ring
just
video when
shrugged.
she gets back.
Unfortunately, there's no ring. Now you're going to insinuate that she
And
was
so,
deleting ring video?
Now, when we're trying to look the other way,
He's the
we want to
boogeyman.
find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What
Wait,
are
did
you
he
looking
object?
for in
Is there an
dog bite?
objection?
She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's
I thought there was an objection. Hold on.
She wants to be here, profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are
Was
you
it a
looking
bless
for in
you?
dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack.
Just like
That
anybody with
is
common sense can see.
the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time
Bullshit.
she's ever done it.
Bullshit.
And what
What happened to your dog bite expert, Hank? James Crosby. Oh, that's right. You didn't call him. You got one witness to say that it's not a dog bite? No, you don't. And how dare you disparage the matron saint of the Karen Reed trial? Oh no, you went a little too far there, a little too far. The judge let Alan Jackson go over time, so after this, we're just running into lunch. So don't worry about it. This is important. He's got nothing, so he will now. The ad hominem tax will begin.
she says is these are not punctures. Punctures in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time
No,
she's ever done it.
that's a lie.
And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in
That's a lie too.
saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. Laposada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. How is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite.
Where's your
of
expert?
Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should
40
rely
years
on.
of
They
experience
contradict
doesn't
each
mean
other.
anything,
It's
but a
just
fake
gets
degree
looked the
does.
other way.
Okay. Yes, Zoe. Yes.
And so we have now,
What we have is a very thin closing
the
argument.
issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they pointed
they
out
said
Scotty
it.
Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA.
Doesn't matter.
She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the
Doesn't
clothes.
matter because
She
it
knows
didn't
nothing
happen.
about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is A car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car, have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test, that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time, in 90 days, that she doesn't have enough information to stay consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident.
Yeah, it does. It means there's no car accident.
Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them. What?
He doesn't want to waste too much time with them because they totally blew your case up into smithereens.
Who's supposed to come to you? They're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion.
Praise
Their
be.
job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We heard words like confirmation bias, it's objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself,
Dr.
what
Wolf.
expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages?
Objection.
What objective?
They were deleted before the court order, way before. I would have objected right there.
And then deletes the text messages. What expert, what objective expert uses signal and encrypted out to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize
That's exactly
that a
what you were
9.38
trying to
pound
do.
arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all, and because the lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because
you're an
Dr.
idiot.
Retrial came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust to that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted.
No, you
He
badgered
adjusted,
him.
And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it.
Let's
before he
talk
got
about the
his credentials.
Guzma-Coma score,
No
shall we?
sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brennan asks you a question,
Unbelievable.
make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere.
If Brennan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. I'm sorry. Did every single one of your witnesses, Jennifer McCabe, Carrie Roberts, say, show it to me? If you have it there, show it to me. That's rich. He must watch my show too. Except he twisted my words around and said that that's how they prepped him to say, show me a transcript, because you do make shit up. We've heard it. You made up a Guzma-Coma score where none exists. That's a Pokemon character. Nerd boy.
Funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brennan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere.
That's not what they
Sequestration
said.
orders
That's not what she
is
said.
fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Retrial, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. And he said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until
Ham
I remind
sandwich.
him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change.
Did he show
So when
the
you talk
video?
about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in
Judd
any
the Dud.
presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win.
He's projecting.
That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be.
A timeline that never moves. Wow, that's so funny because in the first trial you said that Karen hit him at 12:45, and then in this trial you did move your timeline again. So what do you mean the timeline didn't move? Maybe the timeline that didn't move was the one that Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts crafted with the help of Peggy O'Keefe. We never got to see that timeline. That's the one that's locked in. Your timeline is shifted all over the place. What is there something? Anybody like know a narcissist? This is like narcissistic gaslighting projection at the highest level. Like he's a master gaslighter.
Can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably.
It can't be put in that spot without a collision yet unless it's planted.
Can't be. Timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022,
Oldest trick in the book.
Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting.
2 times over the legal limit.
They were fighting. It was a relationship in decline. And he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. But when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please?
All together now. Na 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 na. Hey, hey,
We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed. But what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die.
Counter coup. Counter coup. Hebatoba. Coabawait.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence, consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Strengths, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never get back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You would say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please?
She left me and P.S. down in the snow with no broken bones on either, on his arm. Oh, there's pic.
John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe was not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Well done to you, sir. Not really. That was a
All right,
joke.
jurors, the next step is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long.
Don't talk over lunch.
Deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks?
Half an hour?
So we'll give you a half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law, and then the jurors will go out to deliberate.
Only half an hour for lunch?
We seat only 12 deliberations.
Go Buffs.
So 6 of you are going to be altered. I can just tell you that you know the odds, right? And I can
You
tell
know the
that
odds. May
Mr.
the odds be
Reed's
ever in your
favorite
favor.
is Charlie Stoker. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss.
May the odds be ever in your favor. Well done. Not really. That was not well done at all. That was weak.
Counsel, can I see you just a second?
One of the weakest arguments I've ever seen. A Buffalo on the Prairie, SCO Buffs, proud alum of the University of Colorado Boulder. We have Deion Sanders. It's going to be a great year. It's going to be a great year. Are they saying, okay, sidebar. We're a little bit behind. See, but now we have room to scooch and we don't have as much time to kill before she comes back to kill us with boredom with her jury instructions where she says she's going to teach them the law. It is not her job to teach them the law. It is her job to instruct them on the law, not teach it to them, but she likes to say that she's a teacher. Thank you. She's a teacher. She's going to teach them the law. She's going to bore them with jury instructions for probably an hour and a half. And then at the end of it all, it's prime time. It's prime time, baby. We coming. We coming. She's going to, at the end of all that, say, well, I'm going to give you these jury instructions to bring back with you so that you can review them while you're back there. But please remember that anything that I have said to you that may be different from the instructions that you bring back there, what I said to you will govern rather than the instructions that I gave you. Oh, Karen said Buffalo on a Prairie in the video, and that's where he got it from. Okay. I have Hank Brennan exhaustion too. Nausea, all of it. I think I forgot to breathe during Alan Jackson's closing. I literally forgot to breathe. Did anybody else forget to breathe? And then somebody put in the chat, put breathe on the playlist. And I was like, oh yeah, just breathe. I got to remember to breathe. There's sidebar. I guess they'll tell us when they're coming back from because we were a little bit behind. So we don't know the time. But boy, do we have questions, comments, and concerns. Make a time. I put this up earlier, but no, the Commonwealth does not get a rebuttal closing. This is Massachusetts, and in Massachusetts, the defense goes first, the Commonwealth goes second, so there is no rebuttal. You may have been thinking of something as such, maybe in Florida, because that's the way they do it in Florida. Is she going to tell us what time we come back from lunch?
You are muted.
Don't know anything about Paul O'Keefe testifying in Turtle Boy's case yesterday. I have not had a chance to watch it, so I just do not know about that. Sitting next to Paul was Erin O'Keefe. Erin showed up today for closings. It has been surmised that they are living apart after what happened with his alleged bathroom selfie to some rando on Facebook Messenger. However, the reason we know that is because on the combined witness list, it had them living in different places. It had Paul living in Canton, probably with Peggy O'Keefe and the niece and nephew, and had Erin living somewhere else. All right, 1:15. So we only have, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes or so. BJSF, could Bev have received a call from the DOJ last night asking her how she can explain not agreeing with Alessi or Yannetti when he asked for the charges to be dropped yesterday? I doubt it. I doubt it. The DOJ is not going to interfere with her, especially if the DOJ is actually investigating her and or the office of the Norfolk DA's office. They're not going to call her and give her any instructions at all, in my opinion. Coup contra Canoni. Has there ever been a trial with so much perjury ignored and allowed without pursuit of justice? I'm sure there has. I can't point to one specifically, but you know, this happens every single day in the United States of America, every single day. You just don't hear about it. You just don't hear about it because usually those defendants are perhaps indigent. They don't have the money to fight it. And so they take a plea, right? Just like those group text messages said, if she takes a plea, it's all over. If not, it's a whole other episode. CamVat wants to know, could the O'Keefe file against Alberts and homeowners insurance for what? They'd have to show what happened. And unless they can show what happened on the property, right now they have a lawsuit saying that it's a car accident, that it's a hit and run motor vehicle accident. So if they're claiming it's a hit and run motor vehicle accident by Karen Reed, there would be no cause of action against the Alberts, right? Adam Tepper, Karen absolutely should file claims under, U.S. Code Section 1983, 1985, and 1986. Thanks for always streaming, Melanie. Yep. I agree with you, Adam Tepper, Esquire. Amy gifted 20 memberships. You're the greatest, Amy. Amy's here from Arizona, and this is her first. She's a virgin to the Karen Retrial. She didn't watch #1, so she's here for season 2, and she's very interested, and she's been participating a lot. And she gives us her thoughts as a first-time Karen Retrial watcher, and we value her opinion very much here. Dove's House. Defense must file a motion now before alternate selection. If named alternates XYZ are picked, suspend deliberations, redo lottery publicly. I don't know that would fly. Guessing alternates suggest rigging. Yeah, they filed a motion for transparency in the proceeding, and that was denied. We went over that first thing this morning. It was denied. But the rights are preserved on appeal. For appeal. Welcha, Melanie, I put this up earlier, and I think a lot of people responded to you, and I'm very, very sorry. But if anybody has any further advice for Welcha, thank you so much for your super generous $200 super chat. She says, I need advice. My children lost their dad in February, and it is their first Father's Day without him. He was good to them, and I do not know what I can do to ease the day for them. Sorry to bother you with this. My heart is broken for them and my grandchildren. You can click on her super chat and you can give her your advice or just tag her in your advice. I just don't know what to say. I don't have any advice, but I'm sure that millions of you do, because there's 27,000 people still here. A couple of thousand checked out when Hank Brennan started talking, and really, quite honestly, I can't blame you. Thank you, Becky. Are you holding in your tears because you're not the only one? I'm just like many, if proud of me and the work I've done. Thank you, Becky. No, I wasn't. I was crying real tears. That was a very emotional closing, I think, by Alan Jackson. But then, my outrage took over when Hank Brennan started. So they didn't flow. And then Welch says, my children are grown and have their own children. They will be celebrating their own Father's Day. We have been divorced for years prior to his death. I just want to ease their pain and loss. Thank you all. Thanks, Welcha. Rescue Randy's compound fracture. The text from Higgins to John O'Keefe aligns with the video. Are you coming here? Higgins. Homeboys don't talk like that. More like, are you coming through? Higgins' invite was a challenge with a threatening undertone. I think a lot of the younger members of the jury will pick up on that, I feel, because we've had reports from people who are in the courtroom that, I don't know, something like 70% of the jury may be like under 30, or at least 70% is under 40. Your jury skews very young. That's why I'm like, they're not going to care about signal. They could care less. Welcha says they were married young and outgrew each other. Thank you. Children should always come first. I agree with you. Shannon, what was the name of that awesome band? Melanie played a couple songs for us during our lunch break yesterday. Paris, Ray, and the Crush. Yes, we remember. It's Paris, Ray, and the Crush. Thank you. And then Welch gifted 10 memberships. That's very sweet and kind of you. And then Fishing Expedition, spelled like the band Fish. I see what you're doing there. Gifted 5. Thank you. Bradford said earlier, and I put this up, the cameraman isn't showing it, but every time Alan Jackson adds more reasonable doubt, it goes up on the reasonable doubt big board graphic they have that the jurors can see. An amazing presentation thus far. Aiden tweeted that. That's amazing. Allie, if you're watching me, I just can't even respond to you right now because I'm too focused on what I'm doing, but I see all of these messages coming through. That's amazing. They did a PowerPoint. They showed reasonable doubt. Every time they mentioned something that led to reasonable doubt, they put it up on the PowerPoint. I've been screaming that since the last trial. They need a PowerPoint in closing because the jury needs a visual. I'm a visual learner. A lot of people are visual learners, and when they see it, they'll remember it. And I love it. I love that they did that. I love it. And that isn't likely what they were all looking at this morning, and Hank Brennan had a problem with. He didn't want them pointing out all the reasonable doubt and putting it up on the screen so that they could remember it. Emily couldn't believe how emotional she was. I think a lot of us felt very, very, very emotional. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Mo. Guzman Breen, and I have such a crush on AJ now. He's amazing. Thanks for your super chat. Should AJ mention that everyone drove drunk that night? No, it doesn't matter. It's just, I know people bring that up all the time. You guys bring it up all, it doesn't matter. And touch on Karen's .08 BAC to try and get not guilty on a DUI charge. I think he did a good job with that. I think he said they need to know when her last drink was to prove that she was drunk, and they don't know. But the fact that everyone else drove drunk that night has zero bearing on this case or the charges, zero. And a lot of people like to point to that all the time, and it just has nothing to do with it, unfortunately. I mean, it doesn't. Persephone's pomegranate. This is unbelievably cathartic for us. I can only imagine what Karen and her family are feeling. Freedom is nigh. Not hopeful, but I pray for justice for John one day. Michelle, we got the answer to this. Brennan did play her interview statements during his closing, and we knew that is probably, in my opinion, the strongest part of his case, because the science, the physics, and the medicine show that John was not hit by a car. All he has are those interviews, and he did play them. Mom to Noel, welcome. Thank you for some more songs. USMC Cowgirl, appreciate you. Thank you, D. He's got to address the clips, bust a hole. I think he did. I think Alan Jackson did a great job. We're a little behind on the super chats, but AJ for the win, getting ready for work and listenings. Thanks, doubling down, Debbie. It did not hit him, so it doesn't matter. Says the AJ is the best closer she's ever seen. Pterodactyl said, after this masterpiece, how can Brennan even find enough to say for 30, much less 60 minutes? He went on for over an hour and a half. Over an hour and a half. It was boring. It was dull. It didn't feel passionate to me. And he harped on some things like the 227 search way more than Alan Jackson did. And so he just brought more attention to it, in my opinion. Gabby said the same thing. You forgot to breathe too. M. Fetters, thank you for your 50. Commonwealth has played Superman for 50 years. Invincible, untouchable until now. Kryptonite has a name. Alan Jackson. Oh, I see what you did there, and I like it, and I'll allow it. Christine said, these are John's word. You should all feel his presence. I know I do. Thank you for the super stickers. OHG and True Crime Junkie. Maria, Chloe got an at point blank range send off. Unfortunately, it seems a lot of people think that. A lot of people think that Chloe is at the endless heaven dog food buffet, but they never brought in James Crosby after all that. After going to see tracking Chloe down, going there with James Crosby and Yuri Buchanan, taking dental molds. They never brought him in. He wasn't even forced to come in for a voir dire. Judge just let him in. Meanwhile, she called Dr. Russell a close call. The fix is in. Deanna, top notch. AJ, happy to have contributed to this defense. Free Ken Reed, we stand with you. Thank you. Paul Munn, so much karma that John O'Keefe Sr. is in view for both closing arguments. Poor man. I know, my heart breaks for Mr. O'Keefe. He and Karen were very close. They also went to church together every Sunday. I'm sorry, who is my drone and I? Block Island is really nice this time of year. And so I guess you're new here, but enjoy. Enjoy. Oh, if I can just find that enough to, oh, wait, hold on. Bye-bye. Sometimes the mods sneak in and we have to get rid of them. Block Island is so lovely this time of year. True Crime Junkie, this case is about the rights of all Americans. This could be me or you or your cousins or your brother or your neighbors. Yep. This being on trial is a travesty. Our only choice is not guilty. Let's get justice. We're here. We ain't got no quit. Kevin Camacho, thank you. Deja Vu Crime Crew, thank you so very much. Oh, I have been following the Brian Walsh case. I have a playlist on it already. And so, yes, no, Canoni is not the judge in Brian Walsh. No. Please do not spread misinformation. It had been assigned to her. It's been reassigned. We've been following Brian Walsh because a lot of the same investigators were involved in Brian Walsh, including Michael Proctor. We went over the investigation at length. We went over, we need to go over the hearings that happened recently because Yuri Buchanan came in to testify because Michael Proctor is no longer. But Proctor knows how to do an investigation, and he did it in the investigation of Brian Walsh, and may bite them in the ass because Brian Walsh is the conviction of Brian Walsh and the prosecution of Brian Walsh hinges on a lot of his Google searches. If you don't know who Brian Walsh is, he allegedly dismembered his wife, Anna, and dispersed her body parts in garbage bags in dumpsters throughout the towns in the county. It's in Norfolk County also. And her body has never been found. And he Googled such things as like how to dispose of a 120-pound woman's body if you really need to. And many of these searches were done on a child's iPad. And they seized all his devices. They gave him back. So yeah, I have a whole playlist on Brian Walsh. And if that trial goes ahead, whenever it goes, if you say October, we'll be here. But we are going to cover other trials before that. But absolutely. Because we've been comparing that investigation to the John O'Keefe investigation to prove that Proctor knows how to do an investigation. Rachel, thank you so very much for thanking me. Free Karen Reed. He's giving it all of it. He's telling them everything. AJ is so inspiring. Thank you, Mom, to Noli. Thank you so very much. We pray they all see the light. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Terry. Is Proctor's play Hank's excuse when he loses? Expert Architect is telling us that there's at least 250,000 people on YouTube watching live. That's amazing. Thank you for that. Rescue Randy's compound fracture. Boy, did we get a front seat to police corruption. Every witness for the Commonwealth of suspect. Yep. Thank you. How dare you? Thank you, Blue Paint and Speculation. Amy, thank you very much, Amy Lamb. Shout out to her fellow trial watchers, Judy, Denise, Evelyn, and Michelle. Dighton's Daddy Barrows. I'm convinced Higgins was on the phone with Berkowitz that night at Canton PD. Ken Berkowitz is also at the Endless Heaven Buffet. I'm surprised they didn't point the finger at him more. He was the chief of police of Canton PD. He's the one who wore Coke bottle glasses and saw like a giant piece of taillight when he was just happened to be driving by 34 Fairview one day, even though he was on medical leave. And the Endless Heaven Buffet, I think that was coined by Kathy at Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. So I will give her full faith for that. If you don't follow her on YouTube, you should. Ken Berkowitz, whose retirement party happened and who gave the speech at his retirement party that said, if you ever need a guy to help you bury a body, Ken Berkowitz is your guy. Was it Higgins who gave that speech at his retirement party? Yeah. Morning. Good morning, Christy. Thanks for lighting your candles. It should take 2 hours and 27 minutes for a not guilty verdict. That would be amazing. Could you amaze it? It was Higgins that gave that speech, right? If you ever need a friend to help you bury a body, Berkowitz is your guy. And they were such good friends, Higgins and Berkowitz. That's the reason that Higgins had an office at the Canton PD. Oh, somebody said, check BEDEROW's tweets. 90-minute summation. I'm here to give you my commentary. So if you guys want to look at his tweets, you can look at his tweets later. But I don't want to stop what I'm doing and answer your questions to go read his tweets when we could probably talk to him later. Know what I'm saying? Rob, thank you for your super chat. Anna, thank you for your super sticker. On top, thank you. On top, thank you again. On top, always coming in on top of all the super stickers. Thank you, Charlene. Big cup of tea. Little boy says that there's reasonable doubt list on the screen. Yeah, that was genius. I don't know why the cameraman or camera person did not focus on that visual so that we could see it. Kind of annoyed. They focused on Karen a whole bunch. They focused on some other slides. Why didn't we get to see the reasonable doubt list? Now I want to see it. Thank you, Grace. Grace, I was going to throw you a wrench, but I can't with the super chat. But this case has already been shown in law school, a la Marcy's hostage video, aka pre-filmed press statement. Yes, also, Grace, Colorado high school moot court competition pulled this case. Although they did call her, I think, Karen Snow. We looked at that one day. And so it is also out there in the moot court competition for Grace. If you just say something right now in chat, like, hi, I'll just throw you a wrench. We can use all the help today. AJ made golden caramel out of, there you are. Thank you. Ding, 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 ding. Welcome, Grace, to the mod squad. You have been anointed. Thank you. AJ Butter made golden caramel out of the Commonwealth's sad case. Yes. Rescue Randy's compound fracture. Like the good brother Ed Wallace stated earlier, if John O'Keefe wasn't hit, you must have quit. Yep. I mean, listen, during AJ's closing, I felt so validated. So many things that I've been screaming with you for a year. He said exactly what I was thinking and screaming, and I loved it. Every minute of it. Did you guys pick up on that? Moxierella says, AJ, you're a light in the darkness. Your closing argument gives me hope, even through my hardest battles. Tears in my eyes. Thank you for being real. That was amazing. Free Karen Reed. OMG, I did not expect to get so emotional. AJ was brilliant. I think we all got emotional. Titans Daddy Barrows. If he was such a good man, why did you and the MSP not seek the truth? Such a great question. Sidebar chick jury, would it help you know beyond a reasonable doubt if you could see inside the house, but the Commonwealth blindfolded you? What is in the house they don't want you to see? That question could have been so easily answered. Jury, be mad. Free Karen Reed. Sandra wants to know how Brennan sleeps at night. Desperado, says County Cork. The counter coup had entered the argument, Ms. Marple pointed out. Laura, immediately also acting up when listening to Binky. So all of a sudden, Spanky cares about John O'Keefe. What a joke. Hang in there, wee Karen. It's almost over, says Breezy Jones. Nana Bear's so glad she doesn't have to hear from the chipmunk again. Somebody please give Spank a tissue for the bull crap coming out. Thank you, Dolly. Thank you, Heather Warner. Thank you, Neuro Nanny. Yes, Turtle Boy not guilty yesterday. Karen Reed not guilty today. Wouldn't that be great? Stephanie Flynn, wouldn't that be great? I don't know. It's going to take her a long time to read the jury instructions. Then the jury's going to get the case. Then she said she wanted them to stay until like 5 or 5:30, but she never really confirmed whether they said okay or how long she's keeping them. Right? Thank you very much. Beverly, no, Canoni is not the judge for Brian Walsh. It's been reassigned to another judge. Thank you very much for another 10. Bry Law, thanks for becoming a member. Sandy Flowers Realtor. In Massachusetts, sellers aren't required to provide a former seller's disclosure. Significant changes like basement floor repairs or structural work can go undisclosed when selling a home. Yeah, what about the fact that it's a murder house? Sandy Flowers is a realtor. AJ is Shakespearean, said Funeral Lady. Thank you, Artish. No crash, no case, says Bees on Mars. Lauren Elizabeth was in tears as well. Good tears. Free Karen Reed. The jurors are eating their ham sandwiches. That's right. They're coming back at 1:15. Let me just make a little banner for people who are curious. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Until 1:15. So let's say it takes her an hour and a half to read the jury instructions. They got to do all the alternate picking, do all of that things and stuff. That could take 2 hours. That could be earliest 3:15. And then you think they're going to come back in 2 hours with a verdict? I don't think so. I don't think so. Michelle, me too. I hope justice prevails as well. Amy in Arizona is getting car sick. Scooter. Thank you, Scooter 54. No, I'm not talking to you. Alexa, stop. I'm sorry if I just activated all of your you-know-whats. Hanky makes me want to drink 2 to 3 times the legal limit, says EL. Dolly, I think everyone's zoned out. She said he reminds her of her ex-husband. Polly Dan cannot listen to Brennan, have turned off the sound. Godspeed, Mr. Jackson, says kick the cactus. And Matt's AJ's closing was too smooth. Brennan keeps talking to the tech person to queue up items and is breaking any flow he could have had. Artish, oh, you're wearing your free Karen Reed hoodie while catching up on charts as a forensic trained NP. That amazing. Forensic trained nurse practitioner. I pray the jury sees the poor chain of custody as well. Alan Jackson's sexiest man alive, says KS Mass. I'll allow it. Pee Wee Brennan's playlist, Tears of a Clown. I think that is on there. We have a playlist. I'm sorry about that, you guys. The A word. Muse, Brennan is such a weasel. I did not mean literally, but I did. Look at my thumbnail. It's got a weasel standing right behind him for many of my thumbnails. But if the shoe fits, I can't stand the man. Like, he literally makes me sick just by the sound of his voice. I think you're not alone. You are not alone. All right, I can put the chat back to like a somewhat regular speed right now because we're quiet right now. It's all quiet. All quiet on the Western Front. You know what a Western Front? 34 Fairview was the Western Front. That John O'Keefe walked towards however many feet, 87 steps, whatever it was, into the house, according to Eamon Whiffen. Thank you, Pinky. In the beginning of Spanky's closing, when he says the data, Jim is seen giving a huge smile that caused me to throw up. Hope you can show it when this is over. Remind me. I will keep that up. He called him Shannon Welcher by accident. Not my 5 vacation days. I didn't pick up on that. Well done. Shannon Welcher. I'm more of a Leslie Brennan. X-rays. I hit him. Hit him. I see what he did there. HID. Free Karen Reid. Nick Indy. So if you're drunk, you must have did it. What a ridiculous argument. Well, some of the jurors felt that way last season. So he's glomming onto that. That's what I got out of the first 5 minutes of Brennan's argument. Yeah, but remember what Ronnie the juror said, right? Spock's brainworms playing the sympathy card because it's the only one he has left and the only one the defense will not be able to disprove, that they do not want to disprove because unlike Brennan, they want justice. First time no sirens for the last 32 days. Free Karen Reid. Did we hear? Yeah, you're right. No sirens during closings. Interesting point. All metaphysics and no thanks. Hack. I called him Hack instead of Hank. That was a Freudian slip. Thank you, Solos. Make it a celebration party. Talk about favorite memories. Laugh and cry together. Zyvax. My truck data would show I do 3-point turns every day. Doesn't mean I've hit a pedestrian. Truth. Spitting truth over here. Arca, thank you for your Arca de Covenant. Thanks for your super chat. Nurse Joyce, Laura McLaughlin is complicit. Yeah. So many things that were never fully, full-throatedly looked into. There was never an evidentiary hearing for the motion to dismiss. When quite possibly Lally would have had to take the stand and McLaughlin would have had to take the stand to talk about where that inverted video came from when they came into possession of all the Sally Port video that didn't surface until after trial 1. And so they all dodged a bullet, didn't they? With maybe a little help from their friend. Aunt Lydia. Dolly, when Karen's found not guilty, does she get her expenditure back? Well, she gets her bail money back, but she does not get her expenses back. No, she doesn't. Dennis the Menace, who's the 11th person in O'Keefe sitting on a chair? Somebody said that Joe Krowski Sr. was there. You might know his son, Joe Krowski, from appearing all the time on Court TV with Vinnie Politan, who hates Karen Reid and makes his hatred for Karen Reid very, very evident. It seems that his father, Joe Krowski Sr., is besties with Hank Brennan and may or may not be the cheer captain or the yell captain on his cheerleading team. The defense couldn't have asked for a better prosecutor. That's right, Arca de Covenant. Zoned out, so boring, faux passion, said D. Deborah, Peggy and her fake tears make me angry. I'll show for the jury. Yeah, I don't want to comment on the family members, but I think a lot of people see what you saw. Rescue Randy's compound fracture. Really, Hank? Karen intentionally smashed on the gas. He doesn't even buy that BS. That's why he has no passion and low energy. Every now and then he pounded on the podium. I mean, you know what they say. If you don't have the facts on your side, pound the law. If you don't have the law on your side, pound the facts. If you don't have either, pound the podium. And that's exactly what he did. Angie's Wave, thank you. Bueller. Storm Dancer, may a jury render a verdict and add with prejudice to it, or is that only for the attorneys? No. If the defendant is acquitted, that's it. They can't be retried. It's called double jeopardy. And so, no, they don't add with prejudice to it. That would be something that if the judge were to dismiss the case, it would have to be with prejudice, or the charges. With prejudice would mean they would not be able to file again. Without prejudice means that the Commonwealth could file again against her. Elle, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, this is the headline that just pops up on my notifications. Law and crime trials. Literally, this is there. Karen Reed argued with boyfriend before she killed him. Commonwealth. And does anybody out there still watch what they call mainstream media? Really, that's the headline that you're going with for your little clip video that you just put out. Has anybody here ever tried to survive in the law and crime chat? It's frightening what goes on over there. I don't think they have moderators. I don't know. Kibble Wibble, it's totally obvious that Hank overestimated how smart he was. He never wrote anything out and is just winging it. Meandering verbal poop. Yep. City Girl Country Heart. Thank you so very much. I have a pit in my stomach for Karen, she says. AJ was awesome. I wonder if Higgins plans on calling AJ to defend him when the blue wall crumbles. It triggers me too. He's really triggering. I was triggered. Elfanda. Going to be emailing me regarding a retrial, South Carolina versus Colucci. First trial ended in a mistrial with many similarities to this. Okay, awesome. Fantastic. If you have any, the retrial begins this Monday. Is it going to be televised? Do you have court documents? Do you have anything for me to look at? Please do. Please send it to me. Thank you. We need a case, but I think I need a little bit more than a weekend break. I'm cooked, you guys. I am cooked. This has been nonstop for a very long time. Sally Port, Whitey is looking up from hell. He's so disappointed in you. Rescue Randy, data can be wrong, like in this case, unlike the science and physics. That's absolutely accurate. That's right. Yeah, it's all about the interpretation of that cell phone data, right? And the Apple healthcare data. Thanks, Tammy. Thanks, Carla. Janet Taylor, her ride to John O'Keefe's house was not 4 minutes. Even Jennifer McCabe said it took 10 minutes to get from One Meadows to 34 Fairview. Sidebar is embarrassed. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Kat. Sloppy closing, but Hank's gaslighting game is on point. F and Hippie says, first time I've watched an ad hominem prosecution. Yeah. It's desperate, right? Jamie, Brennan doesn't know what it's like to be a woman and have jealousy. No wonder Karen Reed was screaming in her voicemails. She thought he went to Bella's mom's house. After what happened in Aruba with Marietta Sullivan, they didn't call them either. The Sullivan sisters. Thank you, Just a Ham Sandwich, for the words of encouragement. Stay the course, cupcakes. The crazy is nearly over. Thank you, Brian. Sorry that you checked out. I know. Me too. He bored me too. I had to go off screen and do some things. Retired RN. What the hell did Jen McCabe say? They turned him over to do CPR. He fell on the back of his head. We don't know, because it was never really dug into. Dolly. I would love Peggy O'Keefe as my mom. She sat there day in and day out, and my mom died when I was 4. I'm reaching out to you, Peggy, and big hugs. Ms. Marple, I had to take a meeting at work during Hank's Toastmaster tryout and now get to listen to him at 3 times speed, the only way he should be heard. It's not even really worth listening to. But you should listen to it just so you know what he said. I'm behind, and luckily I've been able to 2 times. Yep. You're on 2 times, Kiss the Cactus. Sharon Keefe, exactly. They put him there. Can we play the Benny Hill music now, Sandy? I can't. I'll get stricken for it, but it's on the playlist if you want to play it in the background for yourself. Tracy, 1:55 a.m. Eastern in Australia. I was wide awake with AJ and now I'm struggling. Yep. It's boring. They have no case. Rescue Randy. This guy's really selling his Proctor concocted data. The jury's not buying that crap when AJ is sitting over there with that good science and physics. Dude, rest and sit down. You sound ridiculous. George Michael spinning the wheel. Justice for Office of John O'Keefe and free Karen Reed. Thank you, Becky. Tabitha, thank you. Kelly rescue Randy's personal injury advisor. Surely, if she's doing 24 miles an hour, 75% pedal down, she wouldn't have just hit John O'Keefe. She'd be over the lawn, through the fence, and into the pool. This case and Hank Brennan are a joke. Yes, oh yes, oh yes. The fan is up. They were supposed to be back at 1:15. I'm just going off screen for like, I don't know, 30 seconds so I can have a couple of bites of my lunch. So just give me a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Don't worry. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave the fan on for you so you're not lonely. Oops. Well, that's me, not the fan. Okay, I'm back, but they're not. I did see the breaking news that Matthew Farwell, apparently, according to some new DNA testing, is not the father of Sandra Birchmore's baby, but he thought he was, and I guess she thought he was, and he still murdered Sandra Birchmore, allegedly. So he's still facing charges. Somebody said on Twitter that wait till you hear who the father really is of Sandra Birchmore's baby. And I'm like, what? And I'm thinking, was it his twin brother? And then I'm thinking, well, it couldn't be his twin brother because then wouldn't it be the same DNA? And then I'm thinking, was it Robert Devine? If you know, you know. But tragic. Prayers up for Sandra Birchmore's family. And I don't know. Yeah, who tested that? I don't know. The Boston Globe said it was like sources say, sources close to the investigation say. So until I see it and like something actual and factual, I don't know if I can 100% trust it right now. But I think Mizzy was reporting on it, and Mizzy has been covering Sandra Birchmore since the beginning, and she said it's true. So I believe Mizzy. So I don't know. That more to come on that, but I mean, that is one good thing that came out of the FBI investigating the investigation of the murder of John O'Keefe is that they found out that Matthew Farwell murdered Sandra Birchmore, and that was not a suicide as ruled originally by the Canton PD and MSP, same players, same game, covering up for a cop. Thank you, Nancy, for thanking me on Venmo. Elaine, thank you for your very generous Venmo. Says, not guilty. Did you see the motion for transparency? Yes, we went over that this morning. This is from earlier this morning. And it was denied. We'll see how that pans out when they go to pick the alternates. Thank you, Wendy, for your Venmo. Says Free Karen Reed. Erin says, for being amazing. I'm watching Free Karen Reed with you. She is not guilty. I can't figure out how to donate memberships. So here you go, you rock girlfriend. Thank you. Venmo is a great way because a lot of people don't know that YouTube takes 30% of all super chats and really all income. So Venmo is a great way to do it. That's why I put the QR code up there. I rotate between that and the coffee one and the Cash App one. And I'll still read your questions unless you say anon, please, like Dumois, and you don't want your questions read. Just put anon, please, at the very beginning of your question. Cassandra, thank you. Sends $33 for day 33. Well done. I was going to grab my angel numbers book and look it up, what 33 is. Oh, you said it right here. 33 is an angel number, and hopefully will bring Karen good luck. Free Karen Reed. All right, well, there you go. Thank you, Linda, says Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Betsy, says love you. Love you too. Gail, thank you. Thank you for thanking me. Thank you, Jonas. Jonas is in Korea and has been watching with locals in Korea. Korea is in the house. They've been glued to it as well. Wow. Hey, shout out to Jonas and all of his friends in Korea. Maria, thank you. Says wishing Karen the best today. Thanks for your coverage. You're wonderful. No, you are. Betsy, thank you. Says Free Karen Reed. Thank you for all you've done. Love your channel. Thank you. George, special thanks for bringing some sanity to this trial. Thank you, George. Allie, been watching with you since the first trial, lived in Canton for a while, and currently live right outside Norfolk County in another equally corrupt neighboring county. Everyone should listen to the Snitch City podcast for a classic example of what goes on in Bristol County, Mass. Well, thank you. Janelyn, thank you. Free Karen Reed. Michelle, thank you for thanking me. Kelly, I hope to continue watching. This is great. I hope to continue watching you as we navigate through Karen Reed's revenge tour after she's found not guilty. I'll allow it. Andrea, Melanie, you've been a rock star hosting us daily for Free Karen Reed. Nashville, Tennessee is watching. Thanks. Shout out to Nashville. Hey, Nashville. Andrea says if the car did not hit, you must have quit. Paula, listening to you from outside Dedham Superior Court, hearing Jackson's closing in real time with you is priceless. I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden for the playlist. Thank you, Paula. Shout out to all the boots on the ground doing the Lord's work out of Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham. We are with you in solidarity. Thank you, Sandra, says free Karen Reed. Colleen, praying for not guilty today. Your reactions are priceless and match mine during Jackson's closing. I felt so heard and seen during so many moments. Didn't you? Didn't you guys feel so seen and heard during that closing? It's like everything we've been talking about for an entire year. He said it all. He tied it all together. Shelley says, today is the 13th and 13 is my lucky number. I'm claiming Karen will be set free by this jury. Love you too. Thank you, free Karen Reed. Michelle, thanks for your very generous Venmo. I've been following this case since it happened and went down a rabbit hole a year later. Been with you since your coverage started and appreciate all of your insight, comments, and audience. Thank you. Thank you. Sherry, Alan Jackson is the bomb. Melanie, they were listening. Lindsay says, sidebar happy hour. Thank you for the cocktail money. AJ is brilliant, says Heather. Agreed. I'll allow it. They're back.
What are they doing? Jimmy, what are they doing?
Court is now open, you may proceed.
So who wanted to see me? I'll see you at sidebar for just a minute.
Don't know. How long for tomfoolery to come out? I don't know, be in trouble. What's the over-under on that? What is the over-under on that? If she says I'm going to teach you the law, I'm going to be, my head will pop off.
No, Chris, yes.
Kimberly,
Yes, I'm sorry.
thank you, Cindy. Donated to the Karen Reed Defense Fund today. The link is in the show notes below.
Some space here, please.
Thank you, Andre. Andre says his father has been watching Karen's journey through surgery, chemo, and recovery from cancer. He loves watching me and rooting for Karen. Shout out to Louis Madeira. And we're sending you all the healing vibes. Thank you, Andre.
One second.
1 second. I got to rig the bingo balls. Hang on. No, I'm not sure who said that. It wasn't Jim. It was that court officer over there. Permission to scooch. Hank Brennan revising his LinkedIn profile. Changing his profile pic to say open to work. Kimberly, thank you. All I've been able to stop saying, duck you, Brennan. And Brennan.
Okay, Paul.
Alan Jackson was great, Kimberly. I agree. Rachel, shout out to the Brigham and Women's Hospital PAC URNs. They're always listening. AJ is the man. Shout out to you guys.
Jim, now you're going to have to go through all of those.
Brigham and Women's Hospital PAC URNs. Thanks, Rachel.
Okay.
Also doing the Lord's work. Nurses are amazing, you guys. I mean, a good hospital is all about the nurses. Thank you, Julie, for your Dave Matthews reference. So damn lucky. Take it slowly. Yvette, 227. How's long to die in the cold? Guess what, Jen? You're going to find out today. Love you too, Yvette. And Michael from Texas.
All right, jurors. Going to give you the instructions now in the law. But first, I want to thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive.
All right. I have to play her snicker back. Jurors. Listen, really, Bev? Already with the snickering?
All right, jurors.
going to give you the instructions now in the law, but first I want to thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict, but before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you the instructions concerning the law. These instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first part, general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second part, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give any special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You'll also get a written copy so that you may refer to it in the jury room during deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud.
Okay.
You must take the law.
That is BS. Are you letting them take notes right now? Because this is where it gets hella confusing. Pay attention, because this is what happened last time, and that's why we're here a second time.
As I give it to you, you may not quarrel with it. Say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. Lawyers or witnesses may suggest something about the law. That's not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you what the law is. I'll now turn to part 1 of these instructions, which are general instructions that apply to all criminal cases.
Since they teach you the law.
As I've explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies to all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at this trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I'll explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. She does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven that each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk about the roles we all have. First, the function of the jury. You are the most important people in this room. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and yours alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must decide the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have seen, heard in this courtroom, and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion, sympathy, passion, or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I'm giving it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done.
Stay cool.
Your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in the case. However, I have no opinion about how you should decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during this trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on your evaluation of the evidence. The arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during the trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. The verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, and the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits that were introduced in this trial. You will have those exhibits with you in the deliberation room. In addition, as you heard during the trial, the prosecution and defendant agreed that certain things are true. Therefore, you must accept those things as true. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as previous testimony of witnesses, police reports, autopsy and accident reconstruction reports, and perhaps other reports. You may naturally wonder why neither side has introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you review the exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed from there. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements and any comments they made, are not evidence. If the lawyers or I made any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence and you must base your verdict only upon the evidence. In an interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witness, that is, their answers to the questions and the exhibits, are evidence. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in the courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law. I have allowed you folks to take notes during the trial if you chose, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence.
See?
And your recollection.
There was a little quarrel in the chat the other day about whether they could bring their notes back during deliberations. Some people thought that she had said that they were not allowed to, but they are allowed to. So I'm glad we settled that.
They are for your personal use, or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with the other jurors. Please consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink.
Bam. They did it. They did it, Joe. They did it. They changed it from last year. This is new. This is what happened last year. Last year, she said, don't fill out any of the forms until you've come to an agreement on all of the counts. Listen to this again. This is a very big. So this means that they can now agree. Okay, we say not guilty on murder 2. We fill out the slip for murder 2, not guilty. Then we move on to manslaughter. And if we all agree on the 3rd count, and we all say she's not guilty of leaving the scene of an accident, we can fill that slip out too. So now we can get a partial verdict. Praise be under her eye for the love of the traveling Mary. Been screaming about this for how long? Listen to it again because it's completely different from season 1. They have made major script changes since season 1. Listen to that again.
For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink.
There it is.
For each charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth has proved every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find Ms. Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. It seems like a very long time ago, but we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand.
Remember, the defense asked for an additional sentence to be added. You may have seen a rock on the lawn when you went on the view at 34 Fairview. That rock was not there on January 29th of 2022. She refused to give that additional instruction, and you did not hear it.
The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. You should evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same way you would evaluate anyone else's testimony. You must not automatically believe or disbelieve a witness just because the person is a police officer. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case, to the other witnesses or parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witnesses and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable, or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. Also, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony, you may take into account any earlier statement the witness made which was consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. You have heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating.
This is the Bowden instruction.
The evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider three questions. First, whether the omitted test or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involved factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. During the trial, I gave you some instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I'm going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You've heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed may have had with Mr. O'Keefe in Aruba and others in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29, 2022.
You may be saying to yourself, what Aruba incident? We didn't hear about Aruba this trial. You're right, we didn't, because it was Kaylee, the niece, that testified about a fight in Aruba. That's what they used Kaylee for. And we didn't hear it because the cameras were off that day. They did not call the Sullivan sisters, Marietta and Laura, who may or may not have been in love with John O'Keefe. We don't really know. Marietta may have been playing grab ass with John O'Keefe in the lobby. And Marietta Sullivan famously said at the last trial, Karen sucks. We didn't hear from them, but the jury did hear about it from Kaylee that they were in a fight in Aruba.
You may not consider the evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored the electronic communications were in fact John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, Michael Proctor, Brian Higgins, or others alleged to have authored or created them. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the persons alleged to have authored or transmitted or created the communications were the persons alleged to have done so, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding the case. Photographs have been entered into evidence, and in some instances, those photographs will be inside an envelope when they go back to you to the deliberation room. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that Ms. Reed was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you can reasonably infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Now, you have heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all of the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witnesses' testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinioned witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of the witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the facts in the hypothetical were true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject in whole or in part any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial.
Captions
have
just said in whole or in pot, P-O-T. It's the only funny thing I could think of to say right now. Got to break up the monotony somehow. You guys make me laugh in the chat, please.
Same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have that you do with respect to the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value, that they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, to give the exhibit. Certain charts and summaries not admitted into evidence have been shown to you as testimonial aids intended to summarize, clarify, simplify evidence, or to help explain the contents of records, documents, computer data, or other evidence introduced in the case. Charts and summaries are not new evidence, and you should give them only such weight as you think the underlying evidence deserves. So you've heard me talk about sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that you have to decide the case. Now, with that evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Indirect or circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Indirect or circumstantial evidence alone is sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seem more reasonable to you. Remember, when you're dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from indirect or circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or that the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends to equally give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household hands you the mail and states that they observed the letter.
Wah, 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 wah. Okay, we want to do a poll. What do you want the poll to be? How you want to do an over-under on how long the jury's going to take to come back with a verdict? And like, it'll be like today will be one option. Give me some other options. And then we'll have to maybe do by hours, or do you want to go by days? We can only have 4 options in the multiple choice because that's all that YouTube will give me. So how long will it take for the jury to come back with a verdict? Wah, wah, wah. Okay, let me know.
Carrier delivered the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the events with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether that witness was credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case. Not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I've just described. You may have noticed that Ms. Reed did not testify at this trial. Defendant has an absolute right not to testify since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that Ms. Reed did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You're not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now that completes the first part of my instructions.
No, how many parts
Now
are
I'm going
there?
to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. So in that indictment, Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. Now, I just want to tell you that our Supreme Judicial Court has promulgated jury instructions on homicide charges that I have to read verbatim. So I want to make sure to do that right. So murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances...
Okay, so she has disregarded what the Commonwealth asked for and has decided to charge the jury with all 3 of the prongs of murder 2, when Commonwealth asked, please only charge the 3rd prong of murder 2, because we said in our opening, we don't think she intentionally killed him, but she's just going to steamroll right through that. Listen to it again. Might be the only thing I have to say for a while.
The following element. So murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to Ms. Reed, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe.
See, here's where I don't agree with it, is that they could get hung up on some of these other things. It could be a lot easier and more streamlined if she just went with what the Commonwealth did. She worried that she could get reversed on appeal, maybe. Aren't you glad we went over this at length yesterday?
A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 sub-elements, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of these 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether John O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the second indictment is the indictment charging manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And there are lesser included offenses on this verdict slip as well, and I'll explain those to
All
you
right,
as
this
well.
is important. Listen up. If you zoned out, listen up.
In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the things, the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that the defendant's ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient by itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Under the second theory, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test or the test results. The fourth element the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently, that is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger of death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in that category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well the defendant could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what the time of day, the weather, and the condition of the road were, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with that lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So I'm going to define involuntary manslaughter for you. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. And third, the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving grave risk of harm to another that a person undertakes with indifference or disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of great danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant
She looked
knew,
over at somebody with she gave them a death stare, death glare. I don't know. It might be the only exciting thing to happen. Hang on, let's see. Watch her face for a second.
danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined that term. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you that charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also charges her with the lesser included offense. With that lesser included offense, the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. On the verdict slip That just means you start from the top and you work your way down. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated
The poll is up. The poll is up. If you would so kindly take the poll, that'd be great. Let's get a big number for sampling.
motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as previously instructed a few moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the fourth element, so I'll focus on that. To prove the fourth element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by not doing something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle.
There's no evidence of speed at all. We don't have no idea how fast she was going.
The condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of a road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The offense of manslaughter while operating under a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and the lesser offense, I'm sorry, hold on.
Everything she's talked about so far involves a car accident.
And the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with these lesser included offenses. So the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of operating under the influence, even if it fails to prove the greater charges of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and motor vehicle homicide. You may find the defendant guilty of operating under the influence only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide, but are convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of operating under the influence. To prove the defendant guilty.
Okay. Again, this is a complete 180 from season 1. The defense asked for this. The defense asked for there to be a lesser included drunk driving only charge. That does not involve a motor vehicle accident at all. I don't know why. I don't know what the strategy behind that was. it is important to understand that under the laws of the state of Massachusetts, a drunk driving charge could mean jail time. Now that I think about it, it also could lead to longer deliberations, because if they go in there and they take a straw poll, she's going to say, don't take a straw poll. Straw poll is when you go in there and you just say, all right, let's take the temperature of everyone around the table. Raise your hand if you think there was a car accident. And if nobody raises their hand, I'm like, okay, then we're done. But then they'll be like, okay, but we're not done, because now we have to decide whether we think she's guilty of drunk driving. Do you see? And so I'm not really happy about this. Is it like a way for some of the jurors to be able to maybe like find her guilty of something because they're going to want to blame her for something? But then they're going to have to deliberate for however long and argue back and forth about whether or not they prove the drunk driving charge based on the BS extrapolation calculations. They don't know when her last drink was. It's a serum conversion and not a plasma conversion and all that other BS. People are saying no jail time for first offense. I don't know that that's true. Now there is. Okay, a lot of people are saying there's not. A lot of people are saying there are. I'm not going to argue with you about it right now. I'll look it up. But to say that there has never, ever been until today a standalone drunk driving charge. It did not happen in season 1. They could not find her guilty of only drunk driving in season 1. She was not arrested at the scene for drunk driving ever. These charges were added as a way to upgrade her charges to murder. The drunk driving, the extrapolate, none of this would hold up in a regular DUI case, okay? But they're allowing it, and the defense, in fact, asked for it. Thank you, Glamasuz. There can be jail time for an OUI first offense. And trust me when I tell you, in my opinion, Norfolk County DA Michael Morrissey wants to see Karen Reed go to jail for any amount of time. So it will feel like a win for him. And remember also, this judge is the one who will sentence her. If she is found guilty of a drunk driving charge, do you think Judge Cannoni would sentence her to prison time? I do. It doesn't matter if they're all drunk. Again, let's not get sidetracked. Let's fuck us, everyone. They now have the option to find her guilty of only drunk driving. And in my opinion, that could make the deliberations drag on longer. Some people may want to find her guilty of something. I don't understand why they're doing it. Somebody said, call Larry Foreman, the DUI guy. I don't know. If they find her guilty of the drunk driving, is it an easier appeal and easy to get overturned on appeal? I don't know. All I know is I think it could make the deliberations go longer, in my opinion, because that's going to be harder for people to decide. People may go in there with a very strong feeling about whether or not there was a car accident, and that part's easy. But then they have to argue about whether or not they prove that she was drunk because they don't know, because of the calculations and the science, and that I don't know. I mean, I'll trust the defense team. They asked for it. And so now that I think about it, it may take longer for the jury, but let's keep on trucking. But I wanted to point that out to you because I've been saying all along, there's no standalone DUI charge, and there never was until the defense asked for it yesterday. They asked for the lesser included. It's better than murder. Yeah, but all right. I'm going to speed her up a little bit because my patience is wearing thin with her. Here we go. Right. She admitted on tape that she was drinking. So again, let's go. Boop. Now she'll be at 1.5 speed because I explained to you what I wanted to explain.
Guilty of operating under the influence, the Commonwealth must prove elements 1, 2, and 3 that I instructed you on motor vehicle homicide while OUI. So the third indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated a motor vehicle on a public way or in a place which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. Fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed on the first and second elements. The other four elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define these any further, correct? Okay, thank you. All right. As a general rule, you're permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him or her, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. That completes my second part of the instructions. I'm now going to turn to the third and final part, which is shorter.
Oh, for the love of
In
the
order for a jury to
Mary.
return a verdict, that is to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are 18 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial if one or more jurors becomes ill or is to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. Because of the anticipated and now actual length of this trial, we impaneled more jurors than are commonly impaneled. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law in Massachusetts is that only 12 jurors can deliberate. Therefore, at the conclusion of my instructions, Mr. McDermott will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted, because as I've indicated, it's important that we have extra jurors in case of an emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill, or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the whole case all over again with a new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start deliberations from the beginning. Therefore, it's important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone else, including each other. For if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not be influenced by anyone else. Different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own person. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting the foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations. However, and in that sense, the juror is equal with all other jurors. I am going to ask the juror seated in seat number 1, your juror number 5, sir, would you agree to be foreperson in this case? I'm going to ask you if you would be foreperson in this case.
Juror number 5.
Thank you. I always appreciate it when people say yes before I tell you what's involved, but thank you very much.
Juror
right.
5 is the
So the
Is that
foreperson will be
good or
given the
bad?
verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree. So, all right, so I skipped the line. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you'll be using in returning your verdict. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision to any specific charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should consider each indictment individually and continue deliberating until you've reached a final verdict. You should not be.
I'm getting good vibes about juror number 5. Juror number 5 has been always smiling throughout the trial, so that is shocking. I'm in shock and horror that she picked juror number 5 as the foreperson. That could be a good sign.
Begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I remind you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in this case, to dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous to reach an unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At
There
the
should be no
same time,
violence in that
each
jury
juror
room at all.
must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of reaching a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin by conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes before you've had completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence.
See, she's
At
encouraging
this point, I
them,
want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the
derp.
beginning of this trial.
encouraging them not to take a
I
straw
told
poll,
you
but
that our system of
she doesn't say you can't do it. I encourage you not to do it. I urge you not to begin. She's not saying you cannot do that, but I urge you not to. Yeah, whatever. They're going to be like, yeah, we want to go home for the weekend. Goodbye. We're out. Maybe. Hopefully. I pray.
not to begin by although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin by conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes before you've had completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not conscientiously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence.
Slow down,
second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors.
That's so funny because this happens every single day at the same time. And somebody wrote me a really long email that I haven't read yet, but I thank you for that email and said something about the reason that it happens every day at the same time is because of this. And I thank you for your email and I will go back and read it, but I forget why and I didn't fix it. So yeah, she ruled on the transparency request and she denied it early this morning. I covered it first thing.
As the jury is to determine the facts in this case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible for me to provide you with a transcript of the testimony. If you send a question to me, I'll respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. Generally, we will not answer a question or take a verdict from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, but I think you've all waited so long to get this case, I think we can change that. But the court staff needs a luncheon break. You'll have lunch brought into you, and you can decide whether or not you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or continue and deliberate.
They ate lunch
At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return the next morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before you until such time as you've reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict on each indictment. After the final vote of the jury,
Go,
the foreperson
Chipmunk,
should check the
go.
appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict forms and notify the court officer when you've reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts. This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
All right, good. At sidebar, are they going to get to inspect all the bingo balls? I want an inspection of the bingo balls. I can't even believe Erin's talking to her husband, but I'm not going there. All right, wait, no. Maybe they did just get to inspect all the bingo balls, I'm guessing, because now he's throwing them into the drum. That is Jim, the court clerk. See how transparent this turns out to be. Here we go. Pulling alternates.
May I?
Yes.
May. Mother, may I? Mother, may I?
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an alternate?
Hold it up for the world to see, Jim.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 7 step down and take your place as an alternate?
13, 7.
Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
Bingo. Wait, he didn't pull enough for bingo yet.
Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? And juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
Okay, that's it. 13, 7, 6, 17, 2, and
All
8.
right. Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands?
We want to see the
You swear that
numbers.
you will keep this jury in alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree that you not suffer any person to speak to them and to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they have discharged their verdict, except by further order of the court. So help you God. Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in court during the trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may retire and deliberate your verdict.
You may retire. Side is retired. Oh, I heard a little hot mic situation. I want to make sure that the attorneys get up there and they take a look at those bingo balls and make sure that those were indeed the numbers. Let's just watch everyone the walk
I'm
out.
going to see counsel one more time.
One more time. The attorneys have set up a satellite office, the defense attorneys, that is about 10 minutes away from the courthouse. They had asked the court, the judge, if they could have more than 10 minutes to get back to the courthouse when the jury has a question or they reach a verdict. And I don't know that she ever ruled on that because it takes them, they're 10 minutes away. So could she give them maybe 15 minutes in the event that they need to come back to the courthouse for any reason? Wouldn't that be reasonable? I think so. But you know, deliberations have begun. Let's see if she says anything in open court and also about how long she's going to let the jury stay today or whether the jury has agreed to stay past a certain time today. It is 2:48 p.m. Eastern. I think we're on real time. And now...
Judge, the first thing is counsel this morning and yesterday looked at exhibits, and I believe that we were pretty close. We had one exhibit that needed to be dealt with. Ms. Little, what number is that one again? 150?
Yes, this is exhibit 155.
155, and I'll let Ms. Little take it from there.
Yes, there's just one page, Your Honor. I believe, and my memory is not perfect, but I believe that we were going to have this redacted, subject to the same redactions from last trial. I think there's just one line here that needs to be redacted.
Okay, is the Commonwealth in agreement with that one line?
No objection. I believe it was redacted last time, so if defense
Okay.
wants to make that redaction, we can go into evidence.
Laura McLaughlin found her voice.
I think we probably have one here you can have.
I definitely have one somewhere.
All right.
That's number one. And number two is, can counsel look at the verdicts and just tell me if verdict slips and just tell me if they're okay with it? Thanks.
You mean before you swap
You'll
them
see
out
that
for
it's
the
not
different
what you
ones that are
provided
at
me
the desk?
yesterday, Mr. Yannetti.
Rover guy. I like your Steely. Who's the guy with the high and tight sitting behind the lady in blue? And the second row behind Mrs. O'Keefe looks totally like a Fed. Well, the bald one is Paul O'Keefe, her son, brother of John. That's the guy who's sitting right behind, but it's not high and tight. It's totally bald. Was there another guy sitting there earlier? Anybody help Rover guy out? Seems like a fellow deadhead. Shannon says, my brother moved to Canton 30 years ago, raised 2 kids there. He cannot wait for this nightmare to end, and all true criminals are held accountable. Thanks for keeping it true and real. Another fellow deadhead. We will get by, we will survive, and we are the eyes of the world. Once in a while, you get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. There's a Grateful Dead quote for every single situation. Thank you, Jen, for your super sticker. Clickety clack coming in with a 50. There was once a Judge Bev Canoni whose courtroom was full of baloney. The defendant was framed, her attorneys were named, and Brennan was proven a phony. Wow, well done to you, clickety clack. Well done to you. Some discussions now among the defense team about the verdict slip.
Counsel,
Thank you so much.
Doing that. Mr. Rose, can you raise your right hand?
It's Mr.
Do you
Rose.
solemnly swear that you will keep that jury in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse them, they to charge their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Simply because you weren't in the room. Thank you.
Did Hank thank the jury? I don't know, Nana Bear. Did he? Typically, that's the first thing they do, right? Is thank the jury. I don't recall. He bored me really to tears, and then he outraged me, and there's a whole swirl of emotions within me right now. Did I see the Derek K video with your head popping off? I did, and I thought he did me dirty a little bit on the head. I got to be honest. I sent him an email like, Derek, could you pull another head for me from a different here? Use this one instead. I don't know if he got a chance to do it. Thank you. Technically perjury. Dr. Russell is a goat from Norway, but you got to admit, he did me a little bit dirty on the head. He did a head popping off video, but I mean, it's not the most flattering picture of my head, I got to say. I've taken better headshots, let's just say. But I love you, Derek Carney. Thank you. We're going to, we'll play right after this. How dare you? Because I need to take a quick ladies' little powder. Coffee Girl, it's been here for 18 months. Thanks for being such a great teacher. Bev?
I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip.
So everybody else can sit down. Mr. Yannetti can stand.
Oh, really? There's going to be some BS about the verdict slips now?
I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip. Our concern with this verdict slip is that there are 4 options for, actually more than that, 7 options for guilty verdicts, 1 option for not guilty. And we're concerned that this is too confusing for the jury.
Too confusing.
We are asking that there be not guilty options for each of the charges, including the offense charged and each one of the lesser included offenses.
Okay.
We really ran into the same issue last time. I think what complicates it is the fact that there are 2 theories for 2 of the lesser included.
Do you suggest that doesn't accurately reflect the law?
It does reflect the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it makes things very confusing, and that's why we believe that it cries out for some not guilty option, given the amount of options for convictions on this verdict slip.
Same thing happened last time.
We would again ask the court to adopt our proposed verdict slip.
So your proposed verdict slip did not cite any case law. Do you have any case law that supports that proposition, Mr. Yannetti? I have not found any. I've looked.
There's not a lot of case law out there even to support this verdict slip either.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean that
So
with all respect.
that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Oh, you bitch.
Well, all we can do is
Sorry.
object, and you make
Okay.
Not sorry.
Okay.
Judge, the last couple.
If you find authority for that, let me know.
We'll do.
Okay.
The last couple of things, judges, that we were provided with a clean computer, laptop, thanks. With a clean laptop. Defense counsel had a chance to, or at least defense had a chance
That'll be
to
all
look
over
at
Twitter
it,
tonight.
and I think that's fine. But
All right, so we'll send that in with the exhibits. I need to go
Yeah,
edit
sometimes
my
I'm not
charge
so
to fix all
classy.
the typos.
Cry
and then the
about
final
it.
thing is I provided counsel with the exhibit list that we had, and it was satisfactory for both sides.
Great.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
So to clarify something, because everyone in the in the courtroom is saying that she chose seat number 1 as the foreperson. That is true. She chose the person in seat number 1, but his jury number, he is juror number 5, but he was sitting in seat number 1. He is the juror who took no notes, apparently. But apparently he's very friendly to the defense side. So there's that. I want to rewind this because we're here. So I want to do it now. And I want to hear again what Yannetti said about the verdict slip and why he didn't like it. Because again, this is what happened last year. The verdict slips are too confusing. The jury didn't understand them. I didn't understand them. Many of my esteemed colleagues did not understand them. And because he doesn't have case law, she's like, too bad. So sad. Let's hear it again.
You've rejected our proposed verdict slip. Our concern with this verdict slip is that there are 4 options for, actually more than that, 7 options for guilty verdicts, 1 option for not guilty. And
So there's 7 boxes on one of the slips that says guilty and only 1 box that says not guilty. Don't you think, I mean, common sense wise, forget it. If you don't need to be a lawyer to answer this question. Don't you think that each count and each lesser included should say guilty or not guilty? Same exact thing as last year.
we're concerned that this is too confusing for the jury. So we are asking that there be not guilty options for each of the charges, including the offense charged and each one of the lesser included offenses. We really ran into the same issue last time. I think what complicates it is the fact that there are 2 theories for 2 of the lesser included.
Do you suggest that doesn't accurately reflect the law?
It does reflect the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it makes things very confusing, and that's why we believe that it cries out for some not guilty option, given the amount of options for convictions on this verdict slip. So
Okay.
we would again ask the court to adopt our
Do you have any case law?
verdict slip.
So your proposed verdict slip did not cite any case law. Do you have any case law that supports that proposition, Mr. Yannetti? I have not found any. I've looked.
There's not a lot of case law out there even for this verdict slip either.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean that
So
with all respect.
that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Am I overreacting to that, to her snarky behavior? He said, not yet, as if, yeah, it hasn't been decided yet. It's first time for everything, Judge.
A lot of case law out there even for this verdict slip either.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean that
So
with all respect.
that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Mm-hmm.
Right, well, all we can do
Right,
is object, Judge, and you make
Okay.
the decision.
Okay.
Judge, the last couple.
If you find authority for that, let me know.
We'll do.
Okay.
The last couple of things, judges, that we were provided with a clean
Laptop?
computer laptop.
And then it says, look at the captions. We were provided with a clean laptop or laptop tricks. It says laptop tricks. And the jury's out. Court TV says, verdict watch. Jury is now deliberating the fate of Karen Reed. How's our poll looking, you guys? Right, Yvette. How hard is it to say the charge and put one not guilty and one guilty box? It's not hard at all. It's not hard at all. But do you have case law for that? Do you have case law for that? She's on my last nerve. My last nerve. I did blurt out and call her a B. Did. I'm usually pretty clean. Shout out to all the nail salons and hair salons that were playing in today. Oh, we have the verdict slip we can look at. All right. I need to take a quick break though. I mean, we've been here for 6 hours and 24 minutes, and I think I have not left here except to go for 5 minutes at one time. So let's take 5. Just go grab a drink and come right back because we're here until. Did she say how long she's letting them or making them stay? Let's take a quick look here. Microdots put up that reasonable doubt slide. I'm going to show it to you. The slide that we couldn't see. But for some reason, it's not. Oh, because I'm on YouTube and not StreamYard. Okay. Every time Alan Jackson said something that could cause the jury to find reasonable doubt, let me make it bigger for you. They put it up on this slide. Genius, right? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. With the court TV, whatever they're going to play right now. I don't know. Judge Ashley. Okay. So isn't that genius? Love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that they did the whole PowerPoint thing. I love it. I was going to screenshot that when I saw it go by as well. And so I'm glad that Microdots put it up on Twitter. That's awesome. And the caption to this is, it's not being shown on the stream, but for every point Alan Jackson makes, a note card appears on the screen and then is dropped onto a large stack behind it, visually reinforcing the massive amount of reasonable doubt in this case. Genius, right? Another leaf blower society is outside. Do you guys want to watch what they're showing on Court TV right now? Or do you want to watch How Dare You? I'll give you the vote. Put your final votes in on how long the jury's going to take. Let me see how many votes we have. 12,000 votes. We can do better. We can do better. We've got 23,500 people in here. Let's do better. We're not even at 50%. Okay, so the poll is, how long will it take the jury to decide? 40% say verdict by the end of today. 33% say verdict before lunch on Monday. 17% say verdict before lunch on Tuesday. So that would mean anytime after lunch Monday until lunch on Tuesday. And then 9% say anytime after lunch Tuesday or hung. Get some more votes up. Everyone hates Court TV. Let's do How Dare You. Give Derek Carney a shout out. It's long enough that it'll give me a little bit of time to take a powder. Hang on one sec. And if you haven't seen it, it's great. The AI is crazy, scary, good, but also reminds us how easy AI can manipulate video and be made to look like it's real. Shout out to Derek Carney. It's the new Karen Reed anthem. Wait, wait, stop. I'll leave the poll up while we play this. If you haven't heard the song, it's great. Watch the AI. The AI that he does in this video is really incredible as well. Derek Carney with a C on YouTube. Enjoy. This is How Dare You, Karen Reed anthem.
Won't find a fingerprint, how dare you? How dare you? Won't find one drop of spit, how dare you? How dare you? There's no evidence here, how dare you? How dare you? but the truth falls on a deaf ear. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? Your accusations are not based in reality, and I deserve much better than you're treating me. When you die, you will see what a monster you've been to me. Is my love not enough? Can't you just be happy in this love? Why you gotta make it so rough when we've been blessed with this gift from above? Won't find a friend. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Won't find one drop of spit. How dare you? How dare you? There's no evidence here. How dare you? How dare you? But the truth falls on a deaf ear. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? You my one. You're my 1, 2. You're my 1, 2, 3. I love you. I need you. Just believe in me. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Is my love not enough? Can't you just be happy in this love? Why you gotta make it so rough when we've been blessed with this gift from above? Won't find a fingerprint. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Won't find one drop of spit. How dare you? How dare you? There's no evidence here. How dare you? How dare you? But the truth falls on a deaf ear. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? Stop this judgment. How dare you? I'm heaven sent. How dare you? You're my 1. You're my 1, 2. You're my 1, 2, 3. I love you. I need you. Just believe in me. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? Stop this judgment. How dare you? I'm heaven sent. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? Get yourself right, 'cause I absolutely don't deserve this, and I've put up with it for way too long. Better wise up, straight up. Get it together, wise up.
All right, we're coming on back. Yeah, what do you bet they take a straw poll first thing? I think they should. That's what I mean, look, if I was the foreperson, I'd be like, all right, let's just go around the table. Everyone, do you think John O'Keefe was hit by a car? Yes or no? I don't know. Okay. Hold on a second. All right, let's go back to questions. We have millions and millions and millions of questions. The jury, Chloe Albert's Revenge says, jury instructions are usually like this, chat. That's true. They're standard. They take a long time. They have to be read in full because the jury isn't made of attorneys. Just FYI. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sleuthing around says to help you all further with the Massachusetts accent, Bev has a South Shore accent versus North Shore. South Shore pronounces Ton or versus Torn or Hoff versus Hoff. North Shore wins. Thanks for all you've done for us and Karen. North Shore wins. Bruce West says I'd be tempted to confess just to shut her up. Cynthia says the Kennedys don't even say Hoff anymore. The North Shore or South Shore. Thank you, Carolyn. Michelle, thank you, Emma, for gifting a membership. How can we come up with the time for the verdict when the Bevapalooza won't shut her pie? Oh, that's so funny. Bevapalooza, well done. Well done. All this driving drunk. I don't know how I feel about this drunk driving standalone charge. How do you feel about it? See if we can get our finger on the pulse of the alternates. And did anybody tweet about the alternates and how they feel about the alternates that were picked? 13, 7, 6, 17, 2, and 8. So she said, yeah, she picked juror number 5 as the foreperson, but it's not who was sitting in seat number 5. His juror number is 5, but he was sitting in seat number 1. And I think that that is the juror who was not taking any notes. Hold on. Trying to get some guests in here for you, so just talk amongst yourselves for a second. Oh, yeah. I can't type right now. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. Give me a second. More leaf blowers. How could there be more leaf blowers? I live in a very remote place. Hold on. All right, we're at over 13,000 votes. Let's see, 13,000, 14,000. Only 40% say that you think that we'll have a verdict by end of day today. It is now, just to get a time check, 3:13. Did she say 5:30? Let go a couple more minutes. Ms. Holmes, great question. Hopefully we're going to have a guest on here that might be able to help us answer this question. Why would the defendant give the jury any option for any jail time? I don't know. I don't know. The jury's going to ask Bev to make them a drink before they even begin to deliberate. Sheesh. Thanks, Kat. This came in earlier. Mr. B, thank you for your very generous 50 for thanking me for covering the trial. Goes without saying, so many of us appreciate you and your commentary. Free Karen Reed, thank you, Mr. B. Thank you for being so generous. David Dredd says, did you see what Turtle Boy said? Yuri was eyeing the jurors down twice today, first thing in the morning and after closing. No, I mean, I did see that he walked into the courthouse. I did see that on, maybe it was Auntie Deb's stream this morning, but no, I did not see that. So is that, that's concerning to me. They didn't have the other guys there to stare him down like they did last year, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, but instead they had Yuri Buchanan. Fantastic, but not really. I think he's intimidating. Do you? And the jury knows who he is because he testified for a couple of days, right? How many days did he testify for? 3 days? Reading all those text messages between Higgins and Karen. Ugh. Michelle, it took the jury less than 20 minutes to convict the murderer of my brother-in-law and nephew in a 2023 trial. There was an overwhelming amount of forensic evidence against the defendant, but he still pleaded not guilty. That's terrible. I'm so sorry about that for you. Netwoman, thank you for your 20. I'm 40 minutes behind. Every time I hear Brennan, the spin on this, you spin me round like a record, dead or alive. Thank you. I think it's on the playlist. Praying for the Reed family. And John, thank you for spending your days throughout this travesty of justice. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Because if you guys weren't here, I would just be, like screaming into a closet. Just noticed I look like a little orange. I'm like, okay, let's change the lighting. That's better. Pamela was hearing the Charlie Brown voice as well. Michael, thanks for your 20. Ramble on, Led Zeppelin. Oh, we've got it. We've got Ramble on. We've got Ramblin' Man. I think we have Ramble on Rose even. Thank you, Michael. You're killing me, Bev, while we're young. Yeah, right. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Exactly. West Virginia, I've been screaming from the rooftops. Only question the jury has to answer is, was he hit by a car? All right, I should change this to say verdict watch. Let's see. So many misspellings I had this morning on my chyrons. Thank you guys for pointing it out to me because you know how much I hate misspellings. So much. Amanj wanted to stick toothpicks in her ears. Thanks, Nancy. Fiddle DD, thanks for your 20. Super sticker. Resuscitation Annie and Rescue Randy are now an item. I heard that. That Dumois was reporting that this morning. Are you the one that called that in? Anon, please. Brittany says, hope we can celebrate a not guilty verdict in time for happy hour over here in Texas. Thanks for your amazing coverage. I don't know. Isn't any hour happy hour? It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? We're all mad here. Became a member. Welcome. Tricity says, my guess is they wanted an option for people who want accountability for her drinking, which is what was a big hang up, right? The first time. Maybe they think it'd go faster with a DUI out. I don't know. I don't know. I never, ever, ever would want to put money on a jury. I would never bet on what a jury's going to do because you just never, ever, ever know. LC McJD, how can she know juror number 5 will be randomly chosen? Well, we just heard the judge appoint juror 5 who is sitting in screed number 1. Seat number 1. And I think that was the one, juror 5, who took no notes during the trial. Says Colin did it. Or Colin did it. Could be good or bad. No notes. I also hear that he was smiling throughout the entire trial at the defense and laughing at Hank Brennan. So I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't go to court this year, you guys. I've been here with you every single day. Every single day, except for the one day that I had a family emergency and had to travel. But aside from that, I've been here with you every single day. I haven't got eyes on this jury at all. And so, I don't know whose opinion to believe the most. You ask 5 people, you're going to get 5 completely different opinions. If you read 5 Twitter feeds, you're going to get 5 completely different stories from 5 people that were allegedly watching the same trial. It's wild. Buzzing for Truth says that that same person didn't take any notes. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth. And Crafty Councilwoman says seat number 1, though, isn't that the one everyone, including Aiden, said she would choose and that would worry them. Please let me be wrong. I don't know. I don't play on Twitter. I mean, I look at it occasionally to see what's happening over there, but I don't follow it enough to know. How did they pick a foreperson before picking the alternates? That's a great question. We looked at the instruction yesterday, and didn't the instruction say? I can't recall. I think that it said that it's up to the judge to decide which part comes first. But we did look at the jury instruction. I'm going to put this back up on the screen for a minute because they're showing what's going on outside the courthouse, and I want to see that anyway. So you can see here what's going on outside the courthouse. Let's see what they're saying anyway.
So that you may refer to it in the jury.
I want to hear her talking again. Let's do this. Let's make this smaller and then make this bigger so we can at least get a picture what's happening outside the courthouse for a little bit. She did choose the foreperson before the alternates. She did that last year too. Thank you, Blackbird. Dawn, holding on to faith, this jury's been able to see through the BS and will do the right thing. Thankfully, I found your channel. Thanks for what you do. Thank you for watching, all of you. Thank you all for watching. Thank you, Big Hoss. I appreciate you too with all of my heart. Better days are coming. That's on the playlist too. The Kinks Better Days. Thanks, Steady Breathing. Ann said, I called seat one, called seat number, all other juror numbers right at the start. I think when Jim pulled them out of the bingo drum, didn't he say, will the juror in seat number, whatever? Yeah, because it was 13, 7, 6. And she said juror number 5, but that was the juror in seat number 1. Yeah, that was a little interesting too, right? She didn't say, will the juror in seat number 1, will you be the foreperson? You're right. Barbara Mello says, I can't believe how crooked everyone in this case was. Catherine, yes, Scarlet Begonias. I'm a big Dead fan. The guy on the far left, he looks like Irish actor. I don't know. I don't know who that person was. If anybody knows, tag Catherine. CT, the law comes to get you if you don't walk right. Yeah, Tennessee Jed. Excellent. Well done. Thank you. If found guilty, does she get taken to jail now? Yeah. Yep. Cuff her. Take her into custody. No time to sort out your affairs. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late. I'm late. I'm late. Welch, I have a new granddaughter. Her name is Scotland. That's a beautiful name with 2 T's. I love it. Thank you. Miranda became a member. Thanks, Miranda. I believe what my grandmother said. A lady is someone who never offends unintentionally. Your class is preserved. Thank you, Amor Valesi. Appreciate that. Reasonable Doubt says, Karen, I said the B word at the exact same time you did. Too confusing. Verdict slipped on purpose. This is so effing corrupt, says Dennis from Canada. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Kim, for becoming a member. Look how close to the mic she speaks, says April May. April may not. Well done. Well done. On Venmo, Cindy, thank you for thanking me. Chris, thanks for the coffee money. Jeremy, there are so many shadows of doubt. So many shadows of doubt. So many. So much reasonable doubt you could drive a truck through it. I said that on I think it was the New York Post quoted me as saying that during season 1. So much reasonable doubt you could drive a truck through it. And yet here we are for season 2. But I thank you, Jeremy. Lisa, thanking me. Says free Karen Reed. Thank you, Lisa. Patrick says, hi, Lindsay. Kim, thanks for my knowledge. Thank you. Donna, thank you for your very generous Venmo. Loved AJ, perfection. She says, praying for not guilty, ASAP. Free Karen Reed. Jennifer, thank you. Tammy, hit the shut up fool button, please. My sciatica has sciatica listening to her and Brennan. All right. Motion granted. I have to just adjust my settings here for a second here. All right. Ready? Here's the Mr. T keychain. It is an antique. It is a collector's item. You can't buy the Mr. T keychain anymore, but here it is. Whoops. Here it is. And he says lots of things such as,
shut up, fool.
Shut up, fool.
First name, Mr. Middle name, period. Last name, T. Don't make me mad.
Don't make me mad. I could play Don't Make Me Mad at Brennan all day.
Don't give me no back talk, sucker. I pity the fool.
I pity the fool. Quit your jibber jabber. That's going to be the next one.
Quit your jibber jabber.
And there it is. Motion granted. Free Karen Reed says, can't they use the last trial issue with verdict form as case law? No. Case law comes from the appellate division or the appellate courts, and it is an appellate ruling, and it is a published decision. That's what case law is. And they call it case law because the case has a name. Like if you're citing Roe versus Wade or Brown versus the Board of Education, that's the case. And it stands for certain principles. So no. This is a whole new trial, whole new rules. And she doesn't, there's a lot of things that have changed from last trial until now. And if you're watching the replay and you can't vote in the poll, it's because it's only for live viewers. And so I'm going to close the poll. 15,000 votes. Ready? Last call. Last call. How long will it take the jury to decide? Last call. Last call for alcohol. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. John O'Boyle, I don't know you, but I'm sure I'd love you if I did, but I can't have you putting things like that as such in the chat because, it's defamatory and it could get me in trouble. All right. Ready? I'm going to end it. 3, 2, 1. And the results are final count. Final count with, hold on, over 15,000 votes. Here is how you voted. How long will it take the jury to decide? 39% say there'll be a verdict by the end of today. 33% says there will be a verdict before lunch on Monday. 17% say verdict before lunch on Tuesday, and only 9% of you think it's going to go past lunchtime on Tuesday. And of course, this is just, an unofficial poll with no real methodology other than 15,000 of you voted. So we got that going for us. They don't have the verdict clock on Court TV. Does anybody have a verdict clock? Any station have a verdict clock? Lena says she needs to edit her charge or consult with her person on the verdict slip. This is such an injustice with her person on the verdict slip. Such an injustice. I don't know why sometimes super chats repeat it a couple of times. It's not you, it's them. Kathy, what did the slip look like for Dr. Turk? We never got a hold of the slips, I don't think. I don't think we ever got a hold of the slips, to be honest. The drawing of the bingo balls was much different. They were held up for everyone to see. Mom Mars, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the court and attorneys go over the jury instructions before they're read to the jury, make sense? Well, we did that yesterday. We had a whole entire conference on it. We were here for 3 or 4 hours. And so, yes, we had that's called a charge conference. We did that yesterday. They both submitted their proposed jury instructions, and then they went over them at a conference with the judge, and then she decided on what the final instructions were. Reasonable doubt. How many other judges have put a ridiculous verdict slip together like this one? Thus, hard to find case law. Right. Right. He started by saying seat 13 and seat 7, then juror 6. We heard earlier that juror 5 was in seat 1. No, so listen, there's no transparency. There's no transparency. Smitty said, I had a judge say once, every accusation is an admission. This is Hank Brennan and the Commonwealth to a T. Every accusation is an admission. Yeah, it's projection, right? Camille, still behind, forcing myself to listen to Binkoff Brennan. This can't be happening again. It is. It really is. Thank you for your super chat. FC, Coptagon. Anyone point out that Aunt Bev looks like Bruce? I don't know who that is. Bruce Valanche? I don't know who that is. Should I know who that is, Patrick? I don't know who that is. Justin Eden have been giving updates. Awesome. Let me just get to some more super chats and we could take a look. Amy Sue, why was the foreperson selected before the random selective of alternate? She did it that way last year as well. She completely removed the randomness of the foreperson selection. Yes, she did it last year too. Math is math, and that is statistically biased. I know. Never, never would love to see a moment of silence and prayers for Karen. Okay, let's do that. Ready, set, go. Prayers up for Karen and her family. They've been going through this for over 3 years. Over 3 years. What does your rights are reserved mean? It means you're reserved on appeal. You made your objection on the record. Now move along. Move along. Thank you, Kathleen, for your super sticker. Bruce West, she picked seat 1 last trial and this one. Remember, they rearranged jurors during this trial and put a new person in seat 1. They did. They did do that, Bruce. Look, here in New York, whoever winds up in seat 1 is always the foreperson. That's the way we do it here. Coincidentally, she's picked seat 1 both times. You know, go back to her last murder trial, which was what? Chesna? Did she also pick seat 1 in Chesna? Or the Emmanuel Lopes trial? That was the defendant in that case. Judy Nisa's foreman fixes in. She put him there with the swap, smiling at the defense as a ploy. That's Judy's opinion. Rachel, serious question. Mel and Chad, if Karen Reed team made a calendar of the daddies, who would yours be? Got to put Turtle Boy in there since he got this going. Daddy Reed, Crash Daddies, Lawyer, Barros. Who's your 12? I don't know. I would have to give that some more thought. That's great, Rachel. People in the chat can vote. Maybe you can come up with 12 daddies for every month of the year. Did anybody watch Call Me Alex, the Alex Cooper documentary that just dropped on Hulu? I started watching it last night. I find her fascinating for some reason. Alex Cooper, I find her fascinating. And then when I heard that her soccer coach from Boston University sexually harassed her for her first 3 years of college, I'm even more fascinated now that she's speaking out about it. Those watching not logged in can't vote on polls. Okay. That's okay. We got 15,000 votes. I think we got an excellent sampling. So I think it's fantastic. I love Alex Cooper, says Michelle. Mary says he got out of her car in a snowstorm. Wouldn't he have walked up the driveway and not the lawn? Common sense, not guilty. Yep. And didn't Karen say I stopped in front of the driveway? And didn't Jennifer McCabe say she saw the car 3 times, first in front of the driveway, then the mailbox, then the flagpole? Yes. Let me know which stats you'd like for the trial to date. I'll provide if I have the data. So far, Magic 8 Ball is 0 for 1. All right, let's ask the Magic 8 Ball. Will the jury come back today with a verdict? Let's see what the Magic 8 Ball says. Signs point to yes. That's what the Magic 8 Ball says. Signs point to yes on the jury coming back with a verdict today. That was my question. I don't know. We'll see if the Magic 8 Ball can be 1 for 1. In my opinion, if they come back quickly, it's not guilty. In my opinion. Thank you, Zoe. I don't know. Well, tell me what you got. Email it to me. I'll take a look. You're the best. Thanks, Zoe. Zoe's our resident statistician, self-appointed and probably non-consensual. I don't trust a juror who doesn't take notes, says I did not hit him, so it doesn't matter. Listen, some people have like photographic memories. I don't know. I don't know. I've heard, for and against. Like Amy in Arizona points out, hope this makes y'all feel better. There are 4 types of learning styles: auditory, visual, reading, writing, kinesthetic. I'm an auditory visual learner and only use a tablet to doodle. Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Amy. Amy, you're coming in here as a new viewer and a new sub and like a new trial watcher and like dropping knowledge all over the place. I'm really impressed. Aiden's been posting. Thank you, Therese. Shall I take a look? Oops. BEDEROW says he's going to come on after he's going on Howie Carr and then for a couple of minutes, and then he's going to come on. So we'll just hang. Jess Machado says note taker juror did not make the jury and is an alternate. All right, here's what she says. Okay, I'm going to put it up on the screen because these are Jess Machado's tweets and I want to give her credit for it. And I also don't want people to say that I said this. This is what Jess Machado says. Okay, hang on. Took her a minute to get through the numbers, but here's what she says. Let's go here. She takes copious notes on the jurors. She gave each of them a nickname. She's been in court a lot, and she's a reporter. Follow her on Twitter at Jess Machado Show. This is from 34 minutes ago. She says, took me a minute to go through the numbers that were called for alternates. Let's go through them together. Juror 1, who did not take any notes, has been chosen as the foreman. This is the same seat as Vineyard Vines from Trial 1, who was also chosen as the foreman. The one who wrote those eloquent notes that might have been written maybe or maybe not by ChatGPT, who also would not let some of the jurors tell the judge that they had reached a partial verdict. Juror number 2 was a middle-aged female who has been chosen as an alternate. Juror number 3 remains on the jury. You know him as Dollface. Juror number 4 remains on the jury. This is the younger male who was first seated closest to the witness stand but was moved to this seat. Juror 5 remains on the jury. You know him as Smirky Juror. Continued in the comments below. Juror 6 was a middle-aged female who I never gave a nickname to and has been eliminated. Juror 7 has been made an alternate, and you would know him as Suns Out, Guns Out. Juror 8 was a male who was seated in the farthest away on the top row and did not get a nickname from me, is an alternate. Juror 9 is a younger female who had been seated next to Smirky Juror and moved to the front seat. She's on the jury. Juror 10 is a young female, and she is on the jury. You know her as Uninterested Juror. Juror 11 is the one I called Jenner, and she's on the jury. I called her that because she reminds me of the Kardashians. Juror 12 could be the oldest person on the jury. She stays put. Juror 13, I didn't give a nickname to, but he was the only one who was very interested in the last witnesses and took many notes. He would often keep his clipboard up against his chest. He has been named an alternate. Juror 14 stays on the jury, and he often looked to me to be very nervous. Remember, I would tweet he was looking at the fan a lot. Juror 15 is a female who I didn't give a nickname to. It was actually hard to see her from any vantage point in the press box. She is an interested juror. Juror 16 is also a female who I didn't get much from as far as reactions. She took moderate notes. She stays. Juror 17 has been placed as an alternate, and it is the infamous note taker juror. 5 notebooks full of notes, and he is not on the jury, at least for now. I cannot believe it, she says, Jess Machado. Juror 18 is sick juror who I said found her to be fangirling over Hank in the beginning. She stays. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your jury. We'll do a different thread on my take on who each of these jurors is, on each of these jurors, but this should get you up to date on who is who. Okay, so that is Jess Machado's copious notes on the jury. Oh, now they've got a clock up. Jury's been out for 56 minutes and 40 seconds. Thank you, Texas Tan Girl. You have more class in your pinky than Bev or Brennan, not guilty. Praise Bay, under her eye. Welch says the other thugs were not there because they were at the ice cream truck. 50 Shades of Yuri Buchanek says Foreman was moved to seat 1. post the jury kerfuffle. JM, thank you. Nick Indy, they will win drunk driving on appeal, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking. Maybe that's why they wanted it on there, because it's an easy appeal, because the evidence was so not there, and it would be appealable based on the case law in the state of Massachusetts, maybe. Ms. Jules from Florida for Karen. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly all your life. You are only waiting for this moment to be free. Thank you, Ms. Jules Florida, for your very generous $50 super chat. You're the best. Mark has the link, Allie. Mark has it. If you guys all want to come over, come on over. Come on down. Come on down. Anytime. Anytime. We're here for you. Thank you for the Blackbird lyrics, Ms. Jules from Florida. We love that. Curious if the jurors who were moved are alternates, Netwoman. We just read Jess Machado's tweet. Did she say? Can they charge the rest with drunk driving? No. If they charge Karen, why not the rest? Because none of them were tested. None of them were looked at as suspects. None of them. It wasn't pinned on anybody but the girl, just the girl. Okay, now that we're on standby, Nikki wants to know, dance with Buddy or spoon with Dave? P.S. Nice job. Nice job. Oh, you looked at my Instagram. Thanks, Paul Mahoney. And Nikki must be your wife. That's funny. He did look right at me in that clip, right? I'm not lying, right? He did look right at me when he was singing. Buddy did too. I love Buddy. I love them both. Hard to pick. L-Star, not guilty. Free Karen Reed. Thanks so much, Melanie. Appreciate you for getting us through this, Michigas. Thank you for your 20. I appreciate you so much. Lester, mass criminal procedure instruction. 5.301, guilty, not guilty option on each charge. Hold on. Oh, here's a nice clip of Bill Reed from this morning. He commented outside the courthouse. Let's take a look at that in honor of Bill Reed and Father's Day. Oops. Oops. At least I didn't swipe myself out today, you guys. I'm getting really kind of, getting the hang of this streaming thing. One of these days, I'm going to get it. It's going to be fantastic. You don't even know. It's going to be crazy. All right. Let's take a look. It says Karen Reed's father speaks outside of court ahead of closing arguments. Thank you, Lester. We'll look that up in a little bit. Let me know you can hear it.
Well, we thank you for the immense support, everyone who's out here pushing back against this framing of Karen Reed, our daughter here. And we've got the greatest lawyers, and we know the truth. I want to walk out of here with our daughter, and I want to be totally free. Well, we thank you for the immense support, everyone who's out here pushing back against.
Oh, so nice. My heart breaks for this family. Heartbreaking, right? Did they say how long they're staying? I didn't hear her announce it. And so if you know from any other source, let me know. Somebody asked if I have a way to send out alerts when the verdict comes in. No, I don't have my own app. Emily Baker has her own app where she alerts people to things. I don't have that. It's just me. It's just a girl with a ring light, a webcam, a keyboard, and a mic. I don't put my mic in frame. There are a lot of people who have the mics like right in front of their face the whole time. Just me. Dream until your dreams come true. 5:30. She said she was going to ask if they could stay till 5:15 or 5:30, but did she ever announce like what the final result of that was? She said 5:30, 5:30. She probably had to put in special for overtime, for the court officers, maybe, perhaps. Massachusetts criminal procedure. Rule, what now? 5.301. She wants case law. We'll give her case law. Hold on. Rule. This has to do with the grand jury in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That's specific to the grand jury. This is not a grand jury. Sorry. That's a grand jury rule, not a superior court rule, as far as I can see. So that would not apply. This is not a grand jury. Okay. Yeah, I have case law for her. Massachusetts versus the Commonwealth. Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. John Dowm, thank you for becoming a member. Can you send out alerts if there's any updates? No, you just got to keep coming back, or just know that if there's if you get an alert, I don't know. No. Nope. Sorry. One day, maybe when I have 1 million subscribers or 500,000, I'll have a whole team behind me, and I'll be able to develop my own app and my own software. And yes, my nerves are totally shot, Max Bang, totally shot. We should get hashtag We Are Karen Reed trending. It could be any one of us. Go for it, Bubba Hodge. Go for it. Hashtag We Are Karen Reed. Do it. Love you too, Dr. Wolf's dimples. Sean Paget, thank you. I'm a Rentschler girl. I told you guys that. Young Jerks. Okay, awesome. Done. I mean, that's cool. Thanks. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for letting people know to go over there and watch it. Too late now. Becky, is it me or did Jim say 13 before he turned the tile? I don't know. Are they numbered on both sides? Becky, are they like not like, Scrabble tiles only have one side engraved? Maybe these bingo balls have both sides. Maybe it's, I don't know. I don't know. Cannot confirm or deny. Hungry like a wolf. I'm exhausted too. This is exhausting. This is exhausting. Randy is no dummy. The fairest way to pick alternates would be to let Karen pick them. They asked for that in their motion this morning. They asked for it. Judge said no. No, we're not doing that. Nope. Sorry. John says I've been lurking since season 1. Sorry, it took far too long to join. I've learned so much in this community. Rocks. Thank you. Thank you guys for watching, because I wouldn't have a community if it wasn't for the people in the community and the moderators who make this amazing. The Magic 8 Ball predicted that the jury is going to come back with a verdict today. It said yes. Signs point to yes, I think is what it said exactly, right? Thank you, Judy. The Wi-Fi outside the courthouse is really terrible. So like when I was trying to watch Auntie Bev, like imagine, because all those giant news trucks are there. And so they suck up all the like signal, and it's like hard to get a signal outside that courthouse. Chloe Albert's Revenge. If I actually liked Bev and Hank had, I'd send them a gift of case law and studies, but I don't, so I can't, so I won't. Oh, well. Oh, well. So, oh, well. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Tracy, 10 thanks for all your hard work for tuning in from Australia. Thank you, Tracy. Tracy Seedman sat through 2 trials with you, and I hope this is the last time. Have a good break. You deserve it. Well, will we get a break today? Will we? Ever? When, if ever, will we get a break? Vanessa, perhaps the drunk driving charge, if confirmed guilty, will be used to appeal for overturn, making case law to revise the Massachusetts verdict slips. Maybe that's why Yannetti said not yet to Bev in case law for D chess. Maybe. If I'm glitchy, let me know, because StreamYard is having issues again and again. I'm on the Ethernet. I don't know what is up with it, but apparently the other day, everyone got kicked off. Everyone went dark. And right now, I can see it. I'm going to refresh my browser. I'll be right back. Hang tight. And now there was a black screen of death for a minute there. Did you just have a black screen of death? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully you can see me now. How you like me now? Can you see me now? It is not good. No, I love you, little cupcake, but I don't want to schedule a new screen for 5:30 because no, I don't want to do that because I just don't want to do that, because hopefully we'll be out of here by 5:30 and we'll know, or we won't, or either the jury will go home and we can call it a day, or yeah, it's not looking good. It's looking very, very sketch right now. This whole StreamYard nonsense. And look, Aw Snap. I got Aw Snap over here on the YouTube. Anybody get Aw Snap? I'm going to close all my tabs because maybe I have too many tabs open. Shut down everything. Conserve the energy, maybe. Maybe conserve the energy of the tabs and the memory. I cleared out my memory yesterday and everything. Cherie Lopez, Melanie, did Bev say that Karen beat him to death? Yeah, those are the boilerplate charges in Massachusetts. They're still in Pilgrim times, for Christ's sake. Yes. I'll be covering, what? Aren't you covering the Brian Higgins murder trial then, season 3? Who knows what'll be happening next? You never know. You never know what you're going to get around here. You never know. I still do not like the DUI charge, says Emma. She wasn't even arrested for that. So how can it be a separate charge? Thank you. Hi, Mark. Mark BEDEROW is here, everyone. Mark BEDEROW is here.
How are you?
StreamYard's not doing great today.
What's not going great?
StreamYard. It's like,
oh,
now it looks a little bit better now that you're here. You saved the day. Here you came for the day.
Whatever I can do to help.
Hi, honey. How are you?
What a day, huh?
It's been a day. It's been a day.
Been a day. So this will end next week, probably, right? Early next week.
Yeah, my poll said they think it's going to end today, but I don't think so.
No way.
I think this standalone DUI charge is going to lead to longer deliberations, and I know you got to go talk to Howie Carr in a few minutes. So if you can tell us what your thoughts are on this new standalone DUI, lesser included, that the defense team asked to have added.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off in 5, but I'll come right back. It's a 5-minute thing. I'm an all or nothing guy. I think they're almost inviting a conviction for DWI. I understand the thinking would be if that's what it takes to get out of there and be safe. At this point, does she care about a misdemeanor drunk driving conviction? Probably not. But to me, I wouldn't want that.
I thought it can carry jail time.
If she was sentenced to jail for that, for basically just being convicted of drunk driving after all of what she's been through, that would be scandalous. I mean, you can't punish her for what happened to John O'Keefe if she's acquitted of that because, you know, she arguably, well, if she's convicted, was legally, you know, operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated. You know, the evidence is that everyone said she was driving carefully. She seemed to be acting normally. I think if the judge were to sentence her to jail for that, that would just be beyond petty.
Would you put it past this judge?
No. I mean, she obviously doesn't have a great view of the defense as a whole. Right. But I mean, I don't know. In Massachusetts, a first-time person convicted for a misdemeanor DWI, again, without an accident, you can't punish her for that. I mean, does somebody like that go to jail? I don't think so.
I think they want to put her in jail no matter what, just like they wanted to put Aidan Carney in jail no matter what. And they did for 60 days, you know.
They did.
Unconstitutionally, based on false evidence and a setup. So are we really going to put it past this judge to not sentence even 30 days, like 30 days in jail? Make the O'Keefes happy, like whatever. I don't know. I don't like it.
In many ways, I think it's actually worse optics wise for the DA if you invest millions of dollars, 3 years, all these resources into this for what amounts to a misdemeanor DWI or whatever they call OUI, I think they call it over there. That's silly. On the other hand, you know, maybe they just acquit her across the board. But if that's what they're going to spend their time deliberating on, it almost also emphasizes to me further how silly this all is. Can you imagine on a murder case, they're out for 3 days arguing over misdemeanor DWI when they're going to acquit on all the homicide charges? That would seem silly.
I mean, I'm looking at a thing. There's something called Melanie's Law, by the way, that has to do with the punishing those who are found guilty of OUI, coincidentally or not. I've never had one, so it has nothing to do with me. Being charged with OUI for the first time, first offense, if you're found guilty, an individual faces a maximum of 2.5 years in jail, a $5,000 fine, and a 5-year license suspension.
I mean, 2.5 years for a first offense, misdemeanor.
It's the law. Don't blame me. We live in New York. We don't live in the land of the lost, you know?
It's not a misdemeanor. I mean, you can't, certainly in most places I'm familiar with, you can't get 2.5 years on a misdemeanor. My God.
Well, that's Melanie's Law. Apparently, don't blame me.
Listen, this case is so crazy. We're sitting here actually arguing the merits of whether she should be convicted and jailed on a misdemeanor OUI. That's wow.
I want to know the strategy for the defense asking for that lesser included, which was never included in season 1. That's what I want to know.
I don't agree with the move, but I think I get the strategy. It's an out to, if they feel obligated to be obsessed with drunk driving. I think there's concern that maybe the first jury was a little bit twisted intellectually because, if she was driving drunk and backed up and he ended up dying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just a way to kind of maybe give them an out. Although I don't like it because that's not, this case, that's not what this is about.
But it may, some people may want to find her guilty of something, right? And then if everyone agrees there was no car accident, then they still got to decide if she was drunk driving because that charge does not involve a car accident. So that's my concern.
Yeah.
So I just thought maybe you had some pearls of wisdom that you could share because I'm scratching my head going, why? Why would they want that?
The only pearl of wisdom I can offer is that they're trying to throw a bone if that's what it takes for people to say we have to give them something.
Yeah.
All right. So we won't convict her of murder or, manslaughter or leaving the scene. We'll convict her of this. And that way we were fair and everybody got something. I just think I get it. I don't agree with it, but I get it. I get the reasoning. This comes up all the time in trials about whether you want a lesser included. Do you want all or nothing? And, there is a theory in which you could find her to have driven drunk, but not caused a homicide. And I think that's what they're trying to do to dissuade anyone who says, yeah, but she was driving and she was drunk and She had all those drinks, and they say, okay, then give her the misdemeanor DWI. I think it's a way to take an off ramp from being concerned what apparently 9 jurors wanted to do the last time.
Right.
I get it.
I also think it could lead to longer deliberations.
I think it will.
I'm thinking, because if they go in and take a straw poll and say, do you think there was a car accident? And everyone says no. If that lesser included was not in there, they could just be like, okay, we're done. We can go home.
I think by definition, it leads to longer deliberations, and certainly it takes away that if there's no accident, then the whole thing is over. That's true.
What do you know about this juror that was sitting in seat number 1, juror number 5, who is sitting in seat number 1?
Haven't been there this whole trial, saw nobody. I got nothing on any of the jurors. I don't know who's good, who's bad, who made faces, who I haven't seen anyone this whole process. I don't know.
What do you think about the closings?
That's a loaded question. Can I do that one when I come back?
Yeah, go.
Let me jump off and I'll come back, because that's kind of like
okay.
I got thoughts.
I know. All right.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, see ya. I got Bob Motta. Bob, you ready? Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. And then Allie can come back when she comes back. Can you hear me, Bob? Let's take Mark out for a second. Here's Bob Motta, everyone. Bob Motta from Defense Diaries. Woo,
Hey,
woo.
what's up? All right, hold on, Mel. I'm trying to stream this to both audiences. This
All right, I'll take you off for a second. Go do what you got to do. All right, so Bob and Allie are coming over. It's a party now. It's going to be a party now, but he's streaming on his their channel as well. So we'll be dual streaming on Defense Diaries and this channel, and we can chit chat for a bit. I think they just went over the verdict slip on their channel, but I'm not sure. But let me see if I can find it. Oh, I think actually somebody emailed it to me. I don't want to keep too many tabs open because of this issue with StreamYard. StreamYard is like crashing for everyone today, I think. Marianne, thank you for thanking me for my tireless coverage. Barbie, got interested in this trial about the same time I lost my job. I've watched every day. Have an interview today. Hopefully both of these things have positive outcomes. Sending you good vibes, Barbie, on your job interview. You got this. Lynn says, my boyfriend Randy and I watch separately, but together every day. Are you married to Rescue Randy? I mean, your boyfriend is Rescue Randy? Todd, thank you so much for your generosity. It's been a pleasure to endure the last 33 trial days with you and all your followers. Couldn't have done it without you ever. Ever, never, ever, ever. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Karen, for your Venmo. And thank you, Linda, for your Venmo. Says, get yourself some coffee. I'm going to participate over here in the law and crime poll. Do you think the jury will find Karen Reed guilty or not guilty? I'm going to say not guilty. Their poll says, 81% say not guilty for law and crime. That's huge. They have less participation than we had. They have about 13,000 votes. We had about 15,000 votes, but only 81% of their people say not guilty. Bob, did you figure it out? Just give me the thumbs up whenever you're ready. You ready? Dun, dun, dun. Here he is.
Hey, what's up?
Bob Motta from Defense Diaries. Hi.
We did it. So that was super challenging.
You couldn't figure it out?
Yeah, I've never done it where. All right, hold on. My ending song's going. So yeah, I had never done it. Like,
made it.
After, yeah.
Look at it. Three Musketeers.
We did it. We did it.
Lose Mark?
We did it. Mark had to go on Howie Carr, but he's going to come right back when he's done.
Okay.
Because we were in the middle of
Mel.
Yeah.
How about that closing by Alan?
Fire.
Man, it was unbelievable. It was just unbelievable. It was like the dichotomy of sitting there riveted, listening to his closing, and then like listening to Hank after. It was like within 7 minutes, I'm looking at my phone, I'm looking at Twitter with like Alan. I was transfixed. It was just such a powerful closing. It really was.
It was so good. I felt so validated. So many of the things that we all have been screaming for a year. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Car did not hit John O'Keefe. That's it. We go home.
It's that simple.
That's it.
That's simple. And he just knocked it out of the park. I was telling Mark was over at our house, like right before he came over here, and we were talking like that low key thing that he did with the diffuser and talking about the pictures that Hank loves so much about the illuminated taillight and how you can see the white, and then reminding the jury that if the diffuser is broken, as Hank is suggesting, there is no illumination. It's dark. Nothing is lit. There's no white. There's no red. There's no nothing. That's Be in Trouble. Be in Trouble's in your chat.
I know.
I gave you a massive shout out for that. I did not know that until I watched Be in Trouble's video.
Yeah, that was the most shocking part of his videos.
Takes
I mean,
a
there was a lot,
village.
but that was
It takes
like
a village to get an acquittal in this country.
It does. It takes a village. And that's what I love so much is that I find that, especially like for us, like there's no competition. It's like we're all on the side of justice here. You know,
Right.
people that watch my channel are going to watch your channel later. Or people that watch you might watch me later. And like everyone's got a thing, and it does take a village. And we've been in this village for a long time.
Man.
And somebody needs to get kicked off the island, and it needs to be Hank Brennan. Somebody put his torch out, because I am so done with that man. Be in Trouble has been doing the Lord's work. For those of you who don't know,
Man.
follow him on YouTube. He has been spending his own money, contribute to him. He went out and bought Lexus taillights
Yes.
to prove a lot of these theories. And what I loved so much about his clothing, I mean, he's also dressed very well, but his closing is that he mentioned so many things that I have heard so many other creators and Twitter people, and he pulled from everywhere. And if you think that defense teams are not watching socials, I mean, both sides are watching socials. And how did you like Hank Brennan swiping Alan Jackson's line from season 1?
Oh, I called
Look the other way.
I called that too. I was like, wow. I'm like, he's really pimping Alan's shit right there. I was like, I couldn't believe he did it.
Dude, you can't even write your own script?
Can't even write your own stuff.
That
Like,
was such a ripoff.
You're not even an original, It's like, and the thing about Hank's closing is that at no point in the entire 75 minutes did he ever address the evidence.
Nope.
It was just a long narrative. It was a narrative filled with supposition in terms of the way the story worked out in his head. And none of it had anything to do with evidence. Now, whether or not he gets one or two jurors back there like, oh yeah, I can see that happening. Karen was pissed, blah, blah, blah. But you're always going to have the science to rebut them back there in deliberation. So, if we do have a juror or two back there that's like, well, I could see a world in which Karen might have done that, not trying to run him over, but, she backs up, she accidentally hits him, whatever the case may be. You still, as long as you have a juror or two or three that's willing to do the work back there and say, all right, I'm going to challenge you. I hear what you're saying. And let's pretend, because those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive. Like all the things that Brennan said, Karen might have been pissed. She could have been angry. All like that all can exist. The fact remains that the evidence, that the science simply does not show that John O'Keefe was struck by a motor vehicle. And that's the beginning and the end of the case.
Mhm.
All the rest of it is just noise.
Yeah.
All of it is just noise other than that fact and that fact alone. And to me, that's where it ends right there. The whole argument, period, end of conversation.
Yeah.
Because if I've got a juror or two or three on the other side of it, I'm asking them, I'm like, change my mind. Tell me something that Hank Brennan didn't tell me, because I sat through the entire trial as you did. I listened to closing arguments, and he never answered the questions that I need to have answered in order for me to find Karen Reed guilty of anything.
Right.
And I mean, you put it to them like that. What are they going to bring up that the prosecuting attorney couldn't bring up because he just didn't have the evidence to rebut it?
He never explained how the taillight was broken.
Never
explained the injuries to the arm.
Never.
Totally
talk about
Totally jumped ship on his entire rebuttal case. What does that tell you?
Oh man, that was
I
crazy.
mean, yes, he doesn't have to tell us how the accident happened. That's a true statement, but you got to tell us It's effing possible.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember my language on your.
All right, we'll just put a disclaimer up there. And you were, the tops are coming off. I mean, no, the tops are not coming off.
Hold
But
your
the
ears,
words might come out.
Yeah, we're
Let's
the
not whip 'em
foul
out Wednesday,
language
like
part,
Cookie Man.
counterpart to Mel's channel. So like
We're gonna try not to, though. We're gonna try to spare our little cupcakes here.
Fine.
it's gonna be easier for me than Allie. Allie's got a real potty mouth. Me,
Well,
I like
Mel, I'm sure you have told all your viewers, as we did ours, what a huge deal it is to just abandon your rebuttal case as a prosecution. I mean,
Yeah.
it's your entire gift that you get to go last.
It's your last licks. It's like your last licks in baseball or softball. It's like last licks. Everybody
You're
wants
the
last
home
licks.
team, right?
Right. It's huge. It's huge. And when he and not even like Hartnett or Welcher, but anyone, like you always put somebody on, even if it's not a home run witness, just so you can have the last word. And it's like when he didn't do, I was stunned. Like the sound stunk on that portion of because none of them are using the mics, and that room is not mic'd up properly. So I was having a real hard time. I didn't even hear the defense rest. Like Alex, like defense rested.
They didn't rest. No, no, they didn't. He said, I will rest, but not until you rule on this PowerPoint. And so the media ran out of there and they all were reporting that he rested. He did not rest. I stuck around. We rewound it 10 times. They were all wrong. So he did not rest until the next day.
Oh,
So-
good. Well, I didn't even hear that. So, and I know that when Alan came back and I don't know if it was this morning.
Karen just showed up back to court. They're telling me.
What?
Karen just rushed into the courthouse is what they said.
What?
Somebody
I have
pull up
long crime up over here. They're not saying anything.
Oh boy.
See, I've got Boston 10 in my eyes watching OnlyFans, so nobody worry. Between us all, we will miss nothing.
Yeah, we've got it.
What?
So I don't
Let's see
think
what
I
Court
can.
TV has to say. For
How long have they
themselves.
been out? 40 minutes? What time? They haven't even been out an hour.
A minute, an hour and 15.
Hour and 15.
Hour and 15
So-
is what, yeah.
Babe, are
It-
you looking at our chat on your in the comments, or because I
No,
think I'm
honey,
only
if
seeing
you're
Melanie's.
looking at, you see that weird little
Here, let me
symbol?
pull this up. Hold on one second. Oh yeah, so those are your comments. I can pull up all the comments. Hang on one second.
Like ours have like a weird little symbol on it.
Okay.
I don't know. I think they just she's going back into the courthouse. Wait, is that her?
Karen Reed murder
Whoa,
trial.
the lawyer. What is going on?
Not up to Karen Reed to prove she's in it. I'm still
What?
looking. I'm still seeing OnlyFan.
I don't know. Do you think maybe they're showing like old footage of her going into the courthouse, or people saying on Twitter
I don't
she's
know.
rushing into the courthouse?
I mean, I'm assuming that's a live
Maybe there's a jury
shot.
question.
It's got to be that, right?
Thanks, kindergarten cop.
No,
I don't want to put it over Allie's face, but
that's okay. It's what we've got to deal with while we decide.
I
to go through,
mean,
so it's fine.
you think they could come back this quickly with the not guilty that we're waiting for?
I mean,
if they come back,
nothing on the bottom is saying that she's headed back into the courtroom.
if they come back this quickly, it's
That's impossible.
99.9%.
That's impossible.
So wait,
Right.
they said Mike is live streaming out there, Young Jerks. So I don't know.
Don't
Young
you have
Jerks
his
is outside
text directly.
So yeah, Mike says that he's outside and that the lawyers are going back in.
Wow. All right. I'm still
Well,
watching
we're here for it.
OnlyFans. I'm still watching OnlyFans, so don't
Hurry-
worry.
Oh wait, what happens? Why can't we
go.
put like more of us on the screen at one time? I don't understand what's going on here.
See, tech wizardry. It happens over at Cupcake World too. Like, see,
Something's going on with lawyers are heading back to court.
wow,
All right, we're watching. We're here for it.
wow, holy smokes! If they came back with a verdict this quickly, I'm going to
A question, but again, had there been, we would have been informed by our producers on the ground. We would have stopped the clock. So not sure exactly why she's being called back. I know one thing, it cannot be a verdict this
It
quick.
cannot. I don't think so either. But I will say this, the
No verdict yet.
direction that we had learned earlier from Matt Johnson, who has been there covering it, is that the judge said the jury can go to 5 or 5:30, and it's not yet that late to deliberate. So I also don't expect that it's, oh, we're going
Well, the
home
fan's
today.
up.
It could be, but I don't know that it is yet.
Yeah, it could be. They're tired.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, of course.
Oh, they were with them in their breaks.
There is no way that
Fan is up.
they're saying that
I'm
we want
still
to call
watching the
it for
fan
the
on
day.
Boston 10, so right here in the background.
All right, let me go back to, let's take this down for a minute.
So yeah, like Karen definitely just went in. The lawyers definitely went back in.
I'll get the fan.
Can
up on.
only be like you guys don't. There's no way the jury's like, yeah, you know, we're just gonna come back Monday. Like we're good. We did it for an hour.
I mean, maybe if they started, if it started heated, it's possible.
Well, how are they going to start heated when she said they can't do a straw poll?
Right.
How do they know to be heated? that whole concept.
Well,
of not
she
being able
said
to do
she
a
said I
straw-
don't recommend that you do. She didn't say you can't, right?
Oh, good.
That's
I
the
didn't
first
hear it.
thing that I would do. I'd be like, all right, look, let's go around the table.
100%.
Anybody think he was hit by a car? If everyone
Right.
says no, we all go home.
You got to see where you're starting from. Like, how do you not do a straw poll? You have to. Everybody walks into that room with an idea of where they're at in this case, you know. So you've got to start there. It's like that's just how you start. Like if the three of us were jurors, the first thing I do as soon as I got back, well, what do you think?
Right.
Where are you at? You know, it's like it's impossible to get back there and actually deliberate with any kind of like true motivation behind what you're doing without knowing what the other jurors are thinking. What are you just like talking about things aimlessly? I mean, you have to have a jump off point. You have to know, okay, we've got 3 guilties. We got to go to work on them. Now you got to start convincing them, okay, you're looking at this the wrong way. Like 9 of us saw it the right way. Y'all didn't see it the right way. Tell us why you think that she's guilty. We're all ears. Like, tell us something that Hank Brennan didn't tell us because we missed that part apparently. Let us know why you think she's guilty. And then you start there and then you start the debate, you know, then you try to work them. Yeah, that like this is fascinating. It's just like this case though, isn't it?
It really is.
Like everything about this case is insane.
It's unlike anything that we've ever seen ever anywhere, you know? I mean,
And I'm old, so I 100% watched every second of OJ, and as crazy as that case was, this case is crazier. It just is. It's just like it's been the crazy, and that case was insane.
What'd you pull up now, Mel? Is that
this is law and crime. A lot of people are saying they're sending the jury home for the day, but I don't know if that's true yet. I'm sure they'll,
Wow.
if she's going to do it, she's going to do it in open court.
well, yeah.
What I want to know from you guys, because I'm fascinated by the fact that the defense would ask for a lesser included standalone OUI charge.
I am too.
And I
Why?
want to know what your thoughts are on that strategy wise, because to me, it's like, okay, if they want to convict her of something, maybe they'll just throw it out there and just say, okay, somebody thinks she was drunk and so therefore she should be responsible for something. But I just looked it up, and first offense OUI, there's something called Melanie's law, coincidentally or not, and it's up to 2.5 years in jail.
Wow. So
So it's not like it's a no jail time thing.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that.
wait, what was like? I missed that part.
Standalone. Just
So it's the defense asked yesterday for a lesser included OUI charge.
Just straight up.
Standalone, straight up
Right.
OUI. And when they read the jury instructions, we stopped and we went over it. And we went over it yesterday like 3 times. I'm like, no way. Why would they do that? I had a hard time believing it. So I kept rewinding. And so there is now a way under count number 2 that the least included charge, I guess, is just OUI.
Wow.
And
yeah, I mean,
so-
typically I would agree with your initial assessment that like you're like, okay, if they need to hang their hat on something, like that's the one.
baby.
And I'm
that's the
sure they
one.
did
But
that with
in
Karen's.
light of- so you're
input.
telling me in Massachusetts on a straight
First-
up OUI that there's a max of 2.5 years?
That's what
Yeah.
I was going to say. It's a first offense.
Yes. It's Judge Bev. It's Judge Kim Jong Kanoni presiding. Do you think that she's not going to sentence Karen Reed to something? Aiden Carney sat in jail for 60 days for what?
Wait, is it a felony? Or is it a misdemeanor?
I don't know if she if they're
I don't know how she
using
charged it.
right, because if she's double the legal limit, which they said she was triple, it could be felony, but it doesn't sound like that was what they read off, though, right?
Well, because in Illinois they call that an aggravated DUI. We don't use OUI. We use
driving under the influence versus operating under the influence.
And that's aggravated if there's an injury as a result of the accident and or you're 2 times over the legal limit, then they can kick it up to, or say for instance you were driving on a suspended or you didn't have a valid license. Those are all things that they'll turn it into aggravated, which moves it from a misdemeanor into a felony. I mean, here in Illinois, I don't know what it is in Massachusetts, but if it's a misdemeanor, you can't do over a year. So I don't.
Any jail time for her is not good.
No, yeah, no jail.
You know what I mean? I would hate to see her have to serve even one day in jail.
100%. And like you said, I mean, the problem with that is in that type of situation, Kanoni's
Melanie's laws about repeat offenders. Thank you.
Yes, I was just going to say, in Massachusetts, the first OUI, even if it's a high BAC, is still a misdemeanor.
But what does it say with regard to sentencing?
Yeah, what is the sentencing?
Because the statute that I found said up to 2.5 years in jail and $5,000 fine.
I mean, because no one in Illinois goes to jail on a first DUI.
They can't. I know, but again, so many things are happening in this trial that we've never ever seen happen before anywhere in the world. So there's nothing that I would put past her. Michael Marcy wants her in jail because it will satisfy the Alberts and the McCabe's, and I just don't know.
First offense up to 2.5 years.
Wow.
First offense.
That's crazy. Yeah, and Mel, you're exactly right. I mean, if that's what I was
for a
saying.
misdemeanor, and that's for the first. They just base it on the number of offense. So for the first offense, there's no minimum, right? For the second, the minimum 60 days, and it's still as high as 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Tom Kokonowski is telling me he's an actual defense attorney in actual Massachusetts who got Brian Camp acquitted. Says it's not a felony under any circumstance. She would be entitled to a 1-year probation. Maximum is 2.5 years in jail. But yeah, Tom, what do you think about this judge? And Tom, if you want to come on, I'll send you a link.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Like therein lies the rub that Kanoni's the one that would be doing the sentencing. You know what I mean?
And who's the man behind the curtain? Who's pulling the strings here? I mean, we've seen Jennifer McCabe's got a bat phone to Michael Marcy directly, you know?
Well, one thing I'm sure of, the defense wouldn't have put this forward without talking to Karen, and that she's decided it's worth the risk, that there's a chance she could get the 2.5 or she could do some actual jail time. I mean,
is it because the appeal on that would be like an easy overturn on appeal? And so that's why they're tossing it in, because they know they can beat it on appeal. But still, I just feel like
can they beat it if they asked for it?
Right, exactly.
I'm not sure if they waive their objection to that by asking for it.
Dang, that's crazy.
I'd have to think about that, but it's definitely a potential issue. But you would think the only reason, as you guys kind of both mentioned, is that they're concerned that the jurors
Mark is back.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, what's up? So they're going back into the courthouse, Mark. What do you think of that, buddy? Like what is happening right now?
They're going back?
They
that's a fast note. If that's a verdict, then that is stunning, and what a repudiation. It can't be a verdict.
Some people are saying maybe they're going home already. And I said the only reason they'd go home is if they're fighting.
Or the judge wants to beat traffic to the Cape. Friday summer traffic to the Cape is from the South
Friday.
It is Friday.
It is summer Fridays. It's crab walk Fridays.
But after a month and some change of trial, like you're really only going to do like an hour of like what, babe? We were streaming a trial recently wherein they went back for a very short. Oh, you know what? It was Richard Allen's trial. So it was a Friday, and I think it was the first day, and they came back And it turned out that they were heated. So it started off hot, and they were like, you know what? Like, we went back there. It was a very short period of time like this, and they're like, our preference is to just take a weekend, let cooler heads prevail, and then come back and try to do this like fresh on Monday. I mean, maybe they did do a straw poll. Maybe there's some kind of divide, and it got crazy, because we know from the first trial that there was some battling going on in that deliberation room between the jurors. Like the people are dug into their sides on this thing. And I think if we look at the outside world, it's mirroring, what's going on in that jury room. And if you've got anybody on one side or the other, they're going to be dug in, that's why I always have the fear of the mistrial, because it's just like people are never changing their minds on this case.
Right.
Ever.
I mean, they're securing everything. The comments Mel's shooting up real quick is that there's a high police force out there and they're securing everything. I don't know. I mean, we all jump to conclusions, right? Yeah, that does speak to, could there be a possible verdict, or that the jurors are just so upset that they're in there fighting that they want extra security on the way out. I mean, I don't know. It could be that too.
I feel, who I feel like right now? Hank Brennan, just making shit up. Like we're just literally
wait,
we're just trying to make some shit up and figure out what's going on. This is what happened.
One of your mods is named Pokemom, and I'm wondering if she made the connection between Guzma and, when they were asking about the Glasgow coma score, and he said, do you know about the Guzma coma score? And Guzma is a Pokemon. Apparently, here's Guzma. I made a little thing. We put Guzma up here in the corner because now he's our mascot, and we also have
way cooler looking than Hank, though. I'll tell you that.
Mandy says, per Nick Rocco, they're dismissing for
the day. Wow.
I mean, people need to chill. Obviously, there's no verdict at like an hour.
Can't be a verdict. Can't be a verdict anymore.
No, and it's also, this is so classic. This court. We're going to keep you here to 5 or 5:30, They don't end up, you start an hour and a half late today. We're going to come in at 8:30. They don't start till 10. They're deliberating less than an hour and 45 minutes. And of course, naturally before 4:30, we're going to, call a lid and go home and go to the Cape. I mean, this is just vintage how this case has been for this. I find this funny, actually.
Yeah.
Isn't there also a Flag Day parade today? There's a Flag Day parade.
I'm going to miss that.
Oh, tomorrow is Flag Day, isn't it? So,
hey, I mean, and they're in Norfolk. It's drinking time. It's like it's 4:30. It's time to start the weekend.
Time to break out some White Claws. You didn't hear any White Claws this trial because there were no witnesses.
Right. Yeah. So what we were talking about before you came on, Mark, was the decision to put the standalone OUI charge and why the defense would have done that. Your thoughts?
So I don't like it. I totally understand why they're doing it. I know Mel and I started talking about this right before I jumped off. I assume what they're thinking is the last time, apparently 9 people thought there was some sufficient evidence of intoxicated and something could have happened as a result of that. And this way, if they find her intoxicated, but you still find there's no accident, they don't have that problem. And if you shove them to the misdemeanor, she's walking out on the real charges. I just hate it because if she gets convicted of a misdemeanor DWI at 3 years for, all these millions of dollars of expenses, it's even more pathetic.
Oh, here they're back.
Okay, I'm going to send you home. You're working hard.
It's been a long day for us. We appreciate everything you've done today. I do have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Do not talk to anyone, and that includes each other. So when you walk out the deliberation door, you have to stop talking about this case. Even when you come into the courtroom, don't mutter anything to each other, certainly not on the ride or anything like that. So it's very important that you
It's heated.
That, and you
it's got to be.
Even if you get here before you're called into court on Monday, you can't discuss the case then either. And that goes for the alternates as well. So we really appreciate that. Watch your social media use and the papers and the news. Stay away from all of that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
See you Monday
She put
morning.
lipstick on, okay? I just want to point out she put lipstick on.
She's all gussied up.
She thought there was going to be a thing. She thought this was going to be the clip seen around the world. Let's see if she
Yeah.
talks.
She's got the little Yeti cooler with her White Claws in there, ready for action.
Since now there's nothing to
Talks to
do,
the lawyers.
they're going home. Do you want to hear a funny, trial story? With
Oh, wait,
Judge-
hold on. Let's see if she has anything to say to the lawyers.
All right, well, I hope everyone has a good weekend with no work.
Thank you.
Not median.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Bev.
Thanks for nothing.
Enjoy your weekend, ma'am.
Funny story
Like,
time.
really? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me invite another member to the panel. We have another member to the panel. Welcome, Massachusetts criminal defense attorney Tom Kokonowski, everyone. Say hi to Tom.
Oh, wow. I'm not lit, am I?
I mean, comparatively.
Yeah.
Tom Kokonowski, we watched him try a case in, what county was that, where Brian Camp was?
That would be Hampshire County, Massachusetts.
Yeah, Brian Camp was acquitted. And so Tom Kokonowski and I have been doing shows together. Welcome, Tom.
I wore the hat for you.
Oh, Trinity College. We both went to Trinity College freshman
For a
year and we
minute.
didn't know each other. How funny is that? All right, let me change the banner. Okay, get back to the discussion. Whatever you guys were saying. Sorry to interrupt.
Mark was going to tell a funny story.
So maybe, I don't know, 12 or 13 years ago, I tried what may very well be the dumbest criminal trial ever. And it was in Manhattan, and it was actually big in the news because it was so stupid. I represented an opera singer who got into a dispute with a pretty prominent medical doctor at Trader Joe's on the Upper West Side over who grabbed like pad thai or something. They had words, and basically the client ended up slapping her because she was in her face, and they charged her with assault. And it was the dumbest thing, and it was a bench trial. And there was a lot of attention just because it was Trader Joe's, Upper West Side, and a doctor and an opera singer and all of that stuff. And so after the closing arguments, the judge, who was, a female judge who was very into appearance, like just very into her appearances, said, all right, give me 10 minutes. I'll come back with a verdict. And, she obviously knew the verdict. And she comes back 10 minutes later, and she went from just normal looking judge on a Monday thing, and she was just like, what do you call it? Like glow
Gussied
up?
up?
Or
Oh, yeah,
she
glow.
got
Should I glow up?
all gussied up to deliver the verdict to all the things. And I'm laughing only because when you said Kanoni put on the lipstick, the big thing, it was one of that. It was an acquittal, of course. And, it was a self-defense slap, and nobody gave a shit anyway. But anyway, it reminded me of that.
It was the right call to do a bench on that, though.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
No, I know. There's other stories, but I won't. From that same trial, I won't bore you with. It's
Usually, if the jurors come in and they're dressed up, that it's verdict day because they're dressed up for the press. So we'll see. We'll see if they come in all dressed up on Monday. Thoughts?
Yeah. I
about-
mean, I think they're probably
heated.
I think they did a straw poll, and I think there was probably some heated debate taking place. And if they know they're only going till 5:30, and they're not going to be able to make any headway in terms of that amount of time, that small amount of time, I would tend to think that probably the foreperson's like, look, let's all just chill and let's just come back Monday. We'll start fresh. And
So as much as I want to think they're heated, what do you think about the alternate possibility that they're all like, this seems like bullshit, and they don't think they've got that much to talk about, and they just want to call it a night for that? I mean, is that also a possibility?
Yeah. I mean, to me, I think if they realize they're not going to reach a verdict in the next hour, it's Friday, it's summer. What's the difference whether we do that Monday morning? I'd rather go home. We've been here for 2 months, a couple days off. I don't read into it at all. I don't. it's normal. I mean, I don't know why she gave it to them on a Friday afternoon to begin with. Like,
I hate Friday. I hate Friday afternoons going to jury. Like initially, you know, it's like your fear, your greatest fear, especially on the defense side of it, is that they're going to go back and mail it in because they want to be done, especially after a long trial. You know, it's always what I'm worried about, you know, that they're going to come back just to like, I don't want to come back Monday. I want to be done with this shit. But, you know, this case is different. You know, I think that, and I always find that jurors really take that civic duty, which is the most important civic duty that we as citizens have. They take it seriously, no matter how big or small the case is. That they, you know, I think the weight of it is felt by them, and I think that typically, it's not to say that it doesn't happen, but you know, most of the times I feel pretty comfortable that the jury is going to go back there and do the job.
Yeah, they're just happy right now that thank God I'm one of the 12, because I feel sorry for those 6 poor bastards.
Oh, man.
After 2 months to sit there and do nothing potentially.
So I missed it. How did she select who was going back and who was it? Was it the ball thing?
Wheeled it out, yeah.
That's how but she picked the foreperson just by chair number 1.
Yeah, we have Tom here. So Tom is our wealth of knowledge as a criminal defense attorney in Massachusetts for how many years now, Tom? Defending DUIs and everything else in the state. So
Tom, you're muted.
Tom, you're muted.
It's because I was coughing. I'm getting over a sickness.
I was doing the same, so I muted myself.
Yeah, no pressure. Wealth of knowledge.
tell
About
me,
a minute as a prosecutor and 30 years as a criminal defense lawyer
in Massachusetts, and you do a lot of DUIs, right?
Oh yeah.
So, and you pick a lot of juries and you try a lot of cases.
Yep.
Is it typical the way that the Judge Canoni is doing it? Is that what is typically done with regard to choosing the foreperson, choosing the alternates? Yes. So she chooses the foreperson based on what? Whatever she wants before the alternates are chosen?
That's the first time I've seen that. It's usually after alternates. I don't know that I've ever had a trial where the foreperson was chosen, but that means that, you know, she has somebody in mind as the foreperson and does not want them chosen as an alternate. So that is the clear control on her part. And
that scares the shit out of me, Tom.
Yeah. Well,
wait, can I understand? So Massachusetts procedure is literally the judge just decides, in whatever reason I want, you are foreperson.
Yep.
But this is the first time you've ever seen it done before the randomizing of the alternator.
It is in my experience. I saw that happen, and it's interesting that I see everybody's reaction to all this stuff.
I mean, that's crazy.
But yeah, it's the first time. That's the first time I've seen that. I think.
You know, in New York, which is of course not known for the bastion of sanity and legal procedure and process, but I think at this point, compared to what we're seeing now, it is. They have this old-fashioned concept that when you do jury selection, juror number 1, guess what? You're the foreperson. And then after you get to 12, depending on how many others, you guys are the alternates. And we all know it in advance. And there's none of this stuff. And there's no risk of any of this. It's predetermined before, you know, they're even sworn.
I mean, I mean, obviously you see the jury question. The judge sees the jury questionnaires. They did whatever type. Did they do individual? They didn't do.
Did one at a time at the bench.
Yeah. I mean, she knows, everybody knows who everybody is, and she's keeping an eye on, as everybody else is, what juror is doing what. I mean, I've been listening to somebody taking no notes and somebody taking 5 notepads full of notes who got chosen as an alternate and all that kind of stuff. So
I just want to highlight.
What do we know about?
But there's also
selected as foreperson. Do we know any? Do we have any deets? Do we?
Yeah, he's the one who took no notes.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But I don't know. I was on a bike ride when I was listening to the jury instructions, so I don't know if I remember hearing this. The foreperson is told your only job is to basically you're a scrivener. Right. You write down what the verdict is. Your vote does not count any more than anybody else's, and you knock on the door. You're the person who writes. You're the person who knocks on the door. You don't have any power over anybody. That's it.
And she did give that. She did say you're equal,
Yeah.
your voice is equal, you've got no more,
I
power.
have to ask a question
I've
about.
not-
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let you finish first, and then I'll jump in.
I've never been concerned about who's been chosen as the foreperson in many, many trials that I have done, Superior Court and District Court. That's never mattered to me because, I also know who each person is. And as long as that instruction is in there, and by the way, some of you are talking about they're in there duking it out and stuff. I don't think that's what's happening right now. I'll give you my opinion if you want, but the people in the juries normally don't I don't care if you're the foreperson or not, I'm going to have my say. Your say does not count any more than mine, Mr. Scrivener. So I think they just went through however many weeks of a trial. They're getting to talk about the case for the first time. They just were put through however long Hank's closing was. I had a hard time. I was on my bike ride on that, and I put Van Halen's Greatest Hits on instead of listening to Hank. And I heard Bob talking about how old he is. I'm pretty sure I'm older. I just think that they see who they are. They talk about what's going on, and however many documents and pieces of evidence are rolled in for them to consider, and they're looking at the clock, and they're probably thinking about having a beer or dinner or whatever. I think they're just like, I think we're just coming back on Monday.
Yeah.
Here's my Massachusetts question. Is it normal in jury
No.
selection in a case like this? I mean, I guess you're probably right, but because this bothered the hell out of me in picking juries, especially in a murder case like this, one at a time without a panel.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yep. I in the Camp case, I mean, we submit our motion for individual voir dire, jury conducted individual voir dire, which is what we get to do. I've seen, on early court TV shows that from the counsel table is where the lawyers they bring in individual jurors one at a time, and they get to fire away questions. That may have started that way in Massachusetts. I never did it that way. For me, all of the judges that I've had trials with recently, Brian Camp specifically, we give them the questions that we want asked. The judge says, I'm going to let you ask these. I'm not going to let you ask these. And here's how we're going to do it. We're going to call each person up to sidebar individually. I always say, Judge, do we ask them the question through you, or can we talk to them directly? Normally it's talk to them directly. And one at a time, they're seated, and you're keeping track of who you want challenged for cause and as peremptory, and you go from there.
All right. So they do protect it, so at least you can read the chessboard and
yes,
peremptories. It's not like you're clueless about who's. All right. That makes me feel a little bit.
So do you guys get juror questionnaires ahead of time, or do you so whenever we would pick a jury, we get them the morning of, like we go in and we sit down at counsel table, they'll hand us the pile, and then we kind of start, I'm sitting there trying to go on Facebook. I'm trying to figure out anything I can about these people. So I'm on their socials, trying to glean whatever I can. And, but it's like you're kind of going in blind. But in Illinois, the judge never selects the foreperson. Like, we don't know who the foreperson is until they come out and with a verdict. And then we'll find out who it is.
So the jurors vote who the foreperson? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So I want to highlight what you said earlier for anyone that might have missed it, because I know that we're talking a lot in the chat. You guys are all paying attention a lot, but just in case it slid past, what Tom told us earlier is he has never seen the foreperson chosen before they randomly select which one are the alternates.
I'll allow it.
So the judge wanted, in order to make sure the person the judge wants to be foreperson doesn't get randomly chosen as an alternate, she picked before, which secures that her choice is not about to be ousted in the randomizing.
Because the fix is in.
I mean,
come on.
The only thing that makes me
some people might think, in my opinion.
Like, but
and
to
others.
Tom's point, like that instruction is everything, presuming that the jurors are going to follow it, you know, and not give any more credence or weight to that person that's been selected. You know,
Yeah,
it's a,
but then why won't Kanoni just let the random part go first and deal with who she's stuck with instead of hand picking her person before the alternates are chosen?
Wait, are you asking me to try to crawl into that woman's mind? I have no idea, girl. I have no clue. It's like I don't know.
I thought you gave pretty good instructions, actually. I don't, and again, I'm not, I understand the concept of the fixes in and stuff. I just don't think it is.
Joke, Tom. It was a joke.
Yeah, it's in jest.
Get me in trouble. Here's one thing that did change from season 1 to season 2. This season, she did instruct the jury that you can fill out each verdict slip individually. And so if you come to a consensus on count 1, you can fill out the slip. Last time she said, do not fill out any of the slips until you have reached a consensus on all 3 counts. And she did change it this year. And that makes me feel a little bit better.
Well, that is today's instruction on that, and the individual filling out for each verdict. That's normal. That sounded normal to me. That sounded fine. And then again, I wasn't around for season 1, but I know that there was, when I started getting involved was when the verdict came. You know, it was a hung jury, but there are a couple of actual verdicts, if I'm not mistaken, on like the big ones. Yeah.
And that's why I went all the way on Double Jeopardy, because the jury was told, wait a second. She said, don't fill out any of the slips, but we really did acquit on count 1 and count 3. But you said, don't fill out any of the slips until we agree on everything. And
I agree. I think it's a good move. And I think that they were spooked. And actually, my question for you guys is the former juror turned defense lawyer still like in the courtroom?
Victoria? I don't know.
I haven't seen her in the room.
I'll bet you she had something to do with the OUI. Hang on one second, because I came so prepared that my battery's about to die. Let me get my power cord.
All right.
So Cameron, my daughter, came in and talked to me a minute during the closing. And at the end, I mean, during the instructions, I kept saying, did she make it crystal clear? She said she was going to make it crystal clear. And I wasn't sure. I didn't think she gave that instruction. Like, okay, you can sign. If you come to a consensus on 1, you can sign it. And that one's good to go, whether or not you come to it. So she did, you think, make it crystal clear, or just better clear, just more clear? Mel.
Made which part crystal clear? The part about not being able to fill out the slips?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we had to stop it and listen to it a couple of times, but it seemed to me that, once you come to a consensus on a count, you could fill out that slip. I think it was way more clear than last time, and way more clear than, but again, I don't like the way she says, I'm going to give you a copy of these instructions to bring back in the room with you, but I'm also going to tell you things verbally. And so whatever I tell you verbally is going to overrule whatever I send back with you in writing, which I don't like either. But listen, how many decades of experience do we have combined here? And if we're having trouble with these instructions, how do you think 12 people who don't do this every day feel?
Well, that's what I was saying when Mark and I don't think Allie was on, I pulled up the verdict slip, and I mean, count 2 is like kind of a tiny nightmare. You know, it's just got, at least she put the not guilty option. Like, I mean, I give her credit for that. This time she added the not guilty, whereas she, you know, her opinion on it the first time, even though Alan fought her on it, was like, oh, well, if they didn't mark any guilty by inference, we can just know that they've gone not guilty on because they didn't mark anything guilty. I'm like,
no, she added the not guilty on the original charge or the lesser
included. Yeah.
But Tom, you were saying you thought that input might have come from the former juror to add that OUI charge.
I think, and again, I'll leave it to you guys to correct me, because I'm a late comer, season 2 only, and now I've gone back because Melanie asks me such difficult questions whenever I show up. I have to go and pretend like I watched the first one. What was it? 8 to 9, 10, 11, 12. 8 to 4 for
We
a
really don't
conviction?
know. We really don't know.
We're not sure.
That's
It was
hearsay.
reported 9-3, but
I heard 9-3.
Clearly prosecution oriented. Yeah.
Correct. I think that that spooked the defense. I think that when I started looking into and rewinding and watching for the first time, the discussion about the jury instructions and what charges were actually available, I think, and watching again yesterday, I watched the one juror who has given interviews.
Ronnie?
The
dude with the bow tie, yeah. Which what he had to say was a bit disturbing to me.
Terrifying. Dude had no idea what reasonable doubt was. Zero.
Yeah, it was. They were both there, and he was dead, and somebody had to do it. Is kind of how I think that. I think that with that, and maybe with some input from the juror turned lawyer about how the deliberations went, I think that if they're, I think Mark, you were saying that, or you said it, if they're looking for something to hang their hat on,
it's a nice off ramp. If that's
let it be a first offense OUI, which the statute says that you are shall be entitled to.
Probation.
It's actually it's a 24D. It's called a 24D, which is a year of probation, 16-week driver alcohol education program, 45-day additional loss of license. I'm assuming they suspended her license as an immediate threat, which is another abuse, but that's a registry of motor vehicles thing, and report by mail. That's what a standard first offense OUI usually gets.
Do you think with this judge that she'd still get that?
Nope. I think she would go to jail.
We agree on that. See? I think so too. I think they're looking for any reason. And that's why I think this is so risky.
Yep.
Well, it is risky, and there is apparently a subsection in the Massachusetts statute, which is called the Karen Reed section. If she's convicted, clearly she should go to jail. The thing that, I mean, Tom, we agree about why they did it. I don't agree with it for the simple reason this time, the way they tried the case was much more reasonable doubt based on the charges.
Thank God.
Less what I call, or I've said, like Clue, the whole Colonel Mustard did it with the candlestick in the kitchen, that the first time that it was kind of like, Brian Higgins with the weight bench in the basement, you win. Right. So to me, they tried the case so much better, so much more effectively. And I thought the summation today was outstanding.
Really good.
I hate that they took that off ramp or gave it to them, because the idea that she could be acquitted of everything, in a very simple analysis too, there either was proof beyond a reasonable doubt of a pedestrian vehicle strike or not. And if there's not, out she goes. Like, this is simple, clear cut.
Yep.
And imagine her getting convicted of a misdemeanor DWI and going to jail when they're acquitting her of all the indicted charges. I mean, that would be crazy. And I think you're probably right with this judge and this defendant and all of that. But the idea after 3.5 years of hell based on this, that she would go to jail for what is essentially OUI, as they say. I keep saying DWI.
Please. We're in Massachusetts
Right, we've
now.
got driving with intoxication. We got
I'm learning. Believe me, I'm learning. When I step into Massachusetts court, belt and suspenders and everything's straight and stiff. It's like walking into federal court. You better,
I believe it's a French word, is it not? Is that not a French word?
We.
Yeah. Yes. It is.
Welcome to Mass.
The idea that she would go to jail is for that and get acquitted of every one of these homicide charges. In many ways, I mean, if this was like a Shakespearean play or something, it's a perfect ending.
It is.
Production of just absurdity. But, we'll see.
If she does, and it's been my, again, the just trying to remain calm whenever I watch the interviews and the documentaries and the discussion about a conversation with my lawyer and my culpability. If they, I mean, that's the stuff that I worry about, and that's the stuff that makes me. And I understand what you're saying, Mark, but I would take an OUI, and if you go to jail, you do half time, and you get out, and you're convicted of a misdemeanor.
Yeah, and Tom, what you said about the possibility of that other juror, the one that's now working with the defense team, chiming in, I think it makes sense. Like this is something we talked about a lot, and if people are going to need something to lay their hat on, you should give it to them. But I also see, like to Mark's point, they did put on a stronger case this time. They really did. And
you had the juror. You went back to like Juror Ronnie Bowtie, who seems like a nice, earnest guy. I mean, I think everybody believes what he's saying. It just freaks you out what he's saying because you're thinking like, "Holy shit, you people decide people's lives," thinking like that. But he is the embodiment of if they didn't establish what reasonable doubt is and isn't and didn't make the concept clear, this is what you get, and this time they did such a good job. I would have more confidence that there wouldn't be that repeat. But on the other hand, if you think there's a reasonable chance of going to prison for the rest of your life and I'm giving you this out, then I get it.
I agree with you, Mark. It seems like kind of unnecessarily prophylactic in terms of you're just trying to give that layer of protection in the event that they didn't try it as well as they thought, and with the alternatives being 1, 2, or 3 to give them that out on an OUI. But I agree with you. I think you just got to have confidence in your case, and you got to know that you remedied the things that were an issue the first time around, and you don't give Kokonowski the chance to put her in jail.
But here's the big question that everyone wants to know, of course. If Karen Reed were convicted of a misdemeanor DWI and acquitted of all 3 of the current indictments, is Michael Morrissey going to give the victory press conference to say, "I got a conviction, I did it"?
That would be pathetic. Oh, and I do want to just warn all Melanie's viewers, because there's a lot here and they don't know. So Bob and I are both sitting on yoga chairs. So sometimes you'll see.
You mean yoga balls?
Yoga ball chairs. Right.
Oh, that's a great idea. I
So,
should do that.
so we're like, got to do something. We're on the screen for hours.
Your core must be strong as hell.
We'll be expecting some downward dogs.
I'm in the basement.
Some downward dog poses coming during this interview.
Hey, oh.
And by the way, there's one person who made the decision on whether or not that the OUI stand alone, and it was not the fancy lawyers.
Right. There's no way they made that kind of decision. That's what I said. She understood the risk, that's a possibility, and decided that it was one she was willing to take.
You got Hollywood lawyer, you got New York City lawyer, you got poor Mr. Yannetti, who I think was the best cross-examiner out of all of them, to be perfectly honest.
He's great.
Those lawyers are thinking the way that we're all talking, like, let's let it roll. And something is there. That's why I keep going back to both the bow tie juror and the lawyer juror. Something was discussed in about jury deliberations last time, and she said, well,
she wasn't
maybe.
a deliberating juror, though. She was an alternate, so she did not deliberate.
That's true.
The attorney. She was pregnant with twins at the time, too.
So let me ask you a question about that. In terms of, are they even allowed in the room, or are they just discharged? They're
in their own. They are together in their own. You're talking about alternates?
Yeah.
They're together in their own room.
Okay, so they're not even privy,
and they can't talk. They can't talk about the case together because they may be used, and if they're used, as you probably all know, they have to start all over again.
Yeah. That's the worst part about being an alternate. They get the same treatment as the jurors and have nothing to do, and they just sit around and do nothing.
Right.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, I bet you're right, Tom. That had to have been like, because I watched, I think Ronnie did a couple of interviews, and they were equally terrifying both times I saw him, just in terms of kind of like how he was thinking about things and, what they considered things to be distractors. And I'm like, but that concept that we had an attorney that was sitting in there, even if she didn't know, because I like in your experience, Tom, out there in Massachusetts, do you believe that the jurors, when they're kind of gathered, they live hard and fast by the rule that they can't talk about the case together, or do you think that they kind of skirt the rule? Because like I followed a case in Indiana recently where if the jurors were allowed to discuss the case during breaks, so they were all sequestered at a hotel because they had imported a jury from a different county. So they were all in the same hotel, but they were not allowed, if it was not court time, to discuss the case, but they were allowed to discuss the facts and the evidence of the case during breaks. So lunch, 15-minute break here, 15-minute break there. Do you think that the reality is that these jurors have not discussed this case at all with each other, like leading into the deliberations?
I do.
Yeah.
A lot of that goes to all the way back to the lawyers picking the jurors. Jury selection, as I've gotten older and gotten better and learned the different ways on learning about these people, not only from their individual, jury questionnaires, but also now that we're able to ask them questions directly face-to-face at sidebar. I don't know that I've ever had, I've had a couple of cases where they didn't do that, but we found out about it and jurors were removed and questioned and all that kind of stuff. But I find, I think probably especially in a high profile case like this, George Clooney is about to enter.
His cat's name is George Clooney.
There he is. There he is. Hi, Georgie. I believe that they follow the judge's orders.
All right.
It just seems so hard, but you'd think they'd hope you hope that they try, and it's good to hear that Tom thinks that they did. A lot of people have been asking, is it possible that the defense wanted to get lesser included, so if she was found not guilty, they couldn't charge her on the lesser includeds? And I've explained to people, no, double jeopardy attaches to all the lesser included, so they could never do that anyway. But I saw some other questions to that regard in your chat as well, so just figured throw that out there, and that's one thing that people can check off their lists.
What's the max jail time, Tom, for the standalone DUI? Runkle, I emailed you the link if you'd like to jump on. Come on in. Might as well make it a party.
Yeah.
Two and a half years. 2.5 years to the House of Correction. That's a misdemeanor. In Massachusetts, anything that is punishable by incarceration, 2.5 years or less is a misdemeanor.
It's a year in
Illinois.
Illinois.
2.5, more than 2.5 years is a felony. And OUIs begin to be felonies at
second, third?
No, third.
Man.
You have to rewrite the law school dictionary books. It used to be in the old days, more than a year was a felony. Universal. Wow.
Y'all got some old timey shit there in Massachusetts, man. It's like 2.5 years on a misdemeanor DUI, OUI.
That is harsh.
That is harsh.
Yeah.
But especially for, a state that seems to really enjoy their drinking. I mean, if we're talking about Norfolk County, it seems like they all drink, like constantly.
I think all counties.
Yeah. The 13 flags question out on bail doesn't give you any time served, I take it?
No.
Okay.
No credit. No credit when you're out on bail.
And I don't know if they've started home incarceration as like a bail thing that they're sometimes starting to do, where it's like, okay, let's just get them on to, house arrest during pretrial detention so that it's counting. Is there even an option for that in?
Yeah, not house arrest, house of correction arrest, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. I mean, I've had a couple of clients that
Ian, give me the thumbs up when you're ready.
a couple of clients that
It's a party now.
Hey!
Bailey.
What's up, Ian?
Oh,
They were
well,
asking us, they're like, do you want to wait till you separate to get Runkle on? I was like, well, let me throw it at Mel. And we're like, all right, let's do it.
Wow,
Let's do
there's a
it.
lot of lawyers in one room. A lot of
I
lawyers.
saw
in
this
one
and I was
room.
like, I gotta try to hop in.
It's gone international.
It's not international.
We're glad you're here, Ian. We're glad you're here. Ian, so thoughts. What did you think of the closings?
I mean, I'm probably going to disagree with a lot of people in that I think that Brennan had a good close from a specific perspective. And the specific perspective is, I don't think he's playing for a win. I think he's playing for a draw. I think what he's doing is he's hoping that there's somebody on the panel who is feeling guilt. And I think what he's doing is just emotionally loading the hell out of that juror, like those jurors, to try to get them to just not listen to anybody in the room and just to not budge. And he's like, I need you to hold on for me. And I think that's what he's playing for.
Why?
So, because I think hung is better than not guilty.
It is, but so what? Is he just fleecing the taxpayers of $1 million? I mean, why do this and say, let's go for a hung jury? I mean,
he wants another $1 million.
He's not. I don't
think he's going to get it.
No, that's another question. If it
He had a
was
really
hung, are
bad
they asking
trial.
him to try it again?
It's a political.
No, but Runkle's point is he saw his own case. That's what you're saying, right, Runkle?
And he had a bad trial. Like, he had several witnesses who came out who just fell apart. He took runs at defense experts that he was hoping to land something on, and it went badly. I think he's hoping that A, he can run them out of money, and B, that I think he's happier for his own reputation if he's like, well, we got another we got another hung jury versus.
Well, it falls in line with what you were saying, Mark, on him giving up on the rebuttal. If he saw the writing on the wall and he
covering
does
his
think,
own ass.
Well, part of what
Covering his own ass.
is that that's exactly right.
Covering his own ass.
He got his hand caught in the cookie jar on two critical issues that were going to come out on rebuttal. And this is my opinion. I'm entitled to it. I think he created.
Convinced me.
He created, in essence, a conflict of interest because he, at that point, was thinking about himself and his potential. I mean, what would Welcher say? That I lied about the x-rays? No, you never gave me the x-rays. And the same thing with the cut hoodie with Hartnett and all of that.
We talked about it in pretrial discussions. But so then that would also lean towards what Runkle's saying, that he's just hoping for a because he can see that it could go really strongly not guilty. So he's just praying at this point for a hung jury.
But there's political consequences. I don't know if the taxpayers and the community have the stomach for a third one. There's going to be an election for DA. What if there's a hung jury? It comes out 10-2, 11-1 to acquit. People are going to just bury him with this. Look, it's very scandalous, not just what he's doing. He's paying $1 million to a ringer without a conflict of interest. I think that's very important. His own DAs are sitting at the table. That's a waste of money. You have prosecutors. He paid these experts who are basically hired whores of the worst kind. They're the classic experts for hire to say whatever you want, and they were humiliated to the point he didn't even mention them really in the summation when they were supposed to be the ones who bring it home. I don't think they're giving him another go at this. And I don't know that the taxpayers are giving anyone a go at this. So if he gets a hung jury, what's he going to do? Just laugh to the bank with his $1 million? I don't know.
That's exactly.
I think that's exactly what he does.
Yeah,
he just walks away and says, I didn't lose.
Right.
They just decided not to do it again.
He doesn't
I've
care.
never laughed to a bank.
It paid me $1 million to get a misdemeanor DWI to bring it back.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
that's
and
what I'm
he
saying.
didn't take this case on contingency.
No.
He's billing at $250 an hour. The longer he drags it out, the more he gets paid.
Have that as a conviction in your stats for marketing. Yes, I tried a murder case and got a misdemeanor DWI, so that's a conviction.
$400,000 for experts.
Yeah, it might be the most expensive misdemeanor OUI in the history of time.
I'm sure that it's happened before. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. But normally, when special prosecutors, like the prosecutor that I faced in the Brian Camp case, who I think is the best prosecutor in Massachusetts.
Gagney?
Yep. Is they needed it for whatever reason out here on the Cape. I live on Cape Cod. He's in Western Massachusetts, Gagney is, but he's friends with this prosecutor, this new district attorney. The district attorney went out and got a prosecutor from another district attorney's office from Western Mass to come out here and be a special prosecutor. Also, another guy that I've tried cases against from Northampton is out here on Cape Cod for whatever the reason is. I guess the only thing I can see is that combination of why this happened is, and maybe you guys know more than I.
Tell Uncivil I texted it to him. Does he need me to send him an engraved invitation?
Like
I texted it to
Fit
him
7?
a long time ago, actually.
How many seats do we have at the table?
I mean, can you?
I think we can put 10 people on here at a time. It's like the olden days. I was not a law
that's
tuber in the
party
olden
time.
days, but I hear that you guys used to go on during like Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp with like 10 lawyers at a time, right?
That's party time, baby.
It
That's
was a
party
bit
time.
crazy.
I wasn't there. It was before my time. Were you there? Runkle, you were there, right?
Yeah, I was there.
Runkle, he's the OG.
He's the OG.
Yeah. He's the
Well,
OG.
that's a terrifying thought, but
Runkle, all right. So what about Jackson's closing? What did you think?
I thought it was one of the strongest closings I've ever seen, if not the strongest. The criticism, I had some criticism of him at the first trial, and the main criticism was, where's reasonable doubt? Like, where's that? And we see that come up front and center. About my only sort of critique I might make is I thought he spent a little bit too long on Higgins. But other than that, it was like, I was sitting there going, I need to take notes, not just on what he's doing, but how he's doing it, so that I can, I can try to incorporate some of this the next time I have to.
I love his little
really
whisper
good.
move. Like, he'll say something and then he'll be like, I can't remember what he did it on, but he was
whispered. Yeah, he had a lot of those moments where those are all contrived, but they're fabulous. It's like I loved it. I loved it. I was always a pretty effusive closing guy, so it's like I just and I could be animated, but it was so well paced, man, and I felt like he nailed a lot of things. And it's interesting, Ian, Tom didn't watch Trial
Party
number
now.
one. Hey!
I also texted Andrea the link as well. So if we get Andrea, we'll have an even 8 on here, which I think would be a good number. So I texted Andrea. She's probably still alive because she goes for like 6 hours after answering every single question. But hopefully she'll see it.
She's a real trooper. But I thought it was interesting because Tom didn't watch Trial number one, and Tom, my opinion on we covered Trial number one, and I was not a fan of the conspiracy stuff. I thought that this case was always about the science. I thought that you needed to be able to lean into that completely. Granted, they were limited in terms of what they were able to produce in terms of ARCA. They had to only stick with what testing they had done prior to. They didn't have the advantage of being able to have them go back and do all the stuff that we saw in this trial. So I guess from that perspective, they felt more comfortable saying, all right, like this time we can completely lean into it. But I mean, I think Mark would probably I think you needed somebody to be able to point the finger at, because John died somehow.
I loved the Higgins thing, and let me tell you why. It wasn't so much blaming him for the murder. At the same time, maybe he did it. But what they did was they tethered it to Proctor and not doing the investigation. So instead of making it, a third-party culprit, which they weren't even allowed to do and didn't really introduce any evidence, probably smartly by over-committing, but they got it all out about all the suspicious behavior Higgins did, certainly gave him a reason, a possibility, a motive, whatever you want to call it, but then they blamed it on Proctor, not even looking. So, I actually thought he handled the Higgins stuff very well. He got 2 price of 1, the way I saw it.
Before I chime in, I'll let Uncivil Law give his thoughts here on the closings.
I thought I didn't really personally care for the Higgins stuff, so I found it a little weak and off point. I think that the defense was wise this time around to really just focus on reasonable doubt, as opposed to last time with the, Karen Reed was framed and sort of perhaps unintentionally shifting the burden onto themselves.
Yep.
So I didn't really care for that. And I found the information that they used to sort of suggest it's kind of weak didn't really justify the ask for my money. But I also felt just the way he started initially was perhaps not quite on his game, just in his cadence and tone. It was a little not quite optimal, AJ. But like after that like initial point, I really felt like he hit a stride, and I really felt really good like after like that first 15 minutes, and he felt really powerful, direct. I found convincing, really good. I heard that in the courtroom they had a running board of some kind where they were displaying like as
Reasonable
went,
doubt.
like, each item
like
one by one.
Post-its.
Yeah,
All the reasonable doubt.
I really like that. Like that was a criticism I had on X. It's like I really wish they had an enumerated list, and I didn't know if they did have an enumerated list in the court the whole time.
Yeah.
So like initially I had said like 9.3 for the close, but that's worth like a half by itself. So I'll give it a 9.8 out of 10 because I really like the way they brought the elements together. I thought they hit it really well with the investigation and really harping on reasonable doubt. It really good. Brennan, the first half of his closing was just like, I don't know, man. I don't know what was going on at all.
Betty Haskell.
I may be unique in this panel, perhaps. I like the structure of Brennan's opening, so I was kind of expecting something similar in his close, and I decidedly did not get that. I was just like, I was lost, confused. I had no idea what was really going on, and the back half of it was better, but I don't know, man.
You know what's crazy though about his summation was, and you said it got confusing and kind of bogged down. It was 100% scripted, and that's how he wrote it. And what shocked me was he didn't respond to anything that Alan said. And you get the last word, and you're getting clobbered in a defense summation like that, where he is just pounding really easy to understand concepts of reasonable doubt, where he's literally putting them on the big board in the courtroom, and it's resonating, and you just don't make a judgment that maybe I got to punch back, and I know it may not be comfortable, but pivot away from my canned speech that's not even responding to this. I mean, he gave a summation that was virtually non-responsive and didn't even address most of the powerful points. He didn't even talk about the science at all until the very end for 5 minutes. That was crazy.
I mean, that goes to
You
what
can't talk about the science.
was saying. Like it was like, how do you rebut the unrebuttable?
I mean, if he's not going to talk about the science, that's the whole case. I mean, that's the defense's overwhelming evidence that supports them on science. And so he just ignores it when he promised in his opening, I've got the data and science. And it turned out
high hopes, Mark.
You had Signal, you had Uber, and you had ham sandwiches. That's your cross-examination of the science.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is he would like to talk about the science, but the reason why he doesn't talk about the science is the same reason he doesn't dance in the minefield. It's not going to end well for him.
He's stealing money from the taxpayers, because what did he think was going to happen when he got into this?
I agree with Ian. I think he had no choice but to just wring the pathos out of all of it. I mean, he had to lean into emotion. He had to try to make a connection with one juror.
Excellent.
Yeah, there's your post.
Very good.
That's the reasonable doubt
Very
board.
good.
And look, Uncivil, is that your logo?
Sure looks like it.
So Microdots must have took a screenshot, must have been watching you, took a screenshot and then put it on Twitter. And every time they mention something that Alan Jackson is saying is reasonable doubt, they
Microdots
put
trying
it
to
up.
show me up? Is that what's happening right now?
I think they're giving you some free pub.
I remember seeing that. Oh wait, no, there it was. Okay, all right.
It looks like a
it
get
only
well
came
card.
on for a split second. I saw it, but I didn't want to stop.
Get well card.
She got it. She got it.
So there's that. I thought that so in order to dilute as such the lawyer aspect of this particular stream, we could invite someone else on here who is an amazing forensics whiz. His name is Ed Wallace. Everyone say hi to Ed Wallace.
Holla.
Hello.
Ed Wallace in the duty wrong and Ed Wallace.
I was like, wow, he really doesn't want his cop friends to know what he's saying right now.
You shouldn't use an evidence bag like that.
Yes, that's right. That's right. The Stop and Shop forensic bag.
It is Friday at 5:18.
But I do also have the solo cup.
Yes.
Oh, you're locked and loaded. Oh, I see.
Yeah, and since I was coming on with a bunch of lawyers, I threw on some Kevlar.
Good. That was a smart move. Taking the bullets. So good. I love having a cop on here. What did you think? What were your impressions of the closings?
Jackson was phenomenal, and I thought he could have hit more on my area of forensics that wasn't done. He should. I thought he also could have maybe brought out the point that there was no salt water inside the housing of the taillight. To nail down the fact that that taillight was busted open inside the Sally port. Okay. You know, again, I always preach trust the science. You know, the science doesn't lie, people lie. Okay. And there was things that could have been done to that light that never happened at the lab. They could have done a stress analysis of the fractures on the edges to determine the direction of force for each of the cracks on the lens, but they never did it. Okay. Now you saw that little tin of all those hairs and fibers were in there with those tiny shards of plastic that they associated with the taillight. Well, how come none of those hairs and fibers were ever analyzed?
Right.
Were there some dog's hairs in there? Were there some carpet fibers from inside of the Albert's house? Were there some clothing fibers that could have matched to Higgins' clothing or whatever the case may be? But none of that stuff was ever analyzed.
Right. So, let me ask all of you this. So when they were showing that little tin, and they kept were we looking at the tin where it was closed, or were we looking at the tin where we were supposed to be able to see with the naked eye those little fragments and fibers? I never understood if I was looking when I was, because you could see the lighting on the tin, right?
Right.
Were the pieces, were we supposed to be able to see those? Were they there, visible, or was that a closed tin?
They did show another photo with the tin open and the contents inside of it.
Okay, so that was a closed tin.
Right.
All right. I wasn't sure about it.
It was just hard to see the the evidence in the case because it was about the size of Brennan's evidence.
Careful.
And being very careful.
I thought Jackson overall did a phenomenal job. I'm not a fan of Brennan. I thought he was horrible. I thought he stretched the truth a bit on yes, during his closing, he took liberty with the truth about what was actually testified to. And
what about his attack on the officer? I'm going to get his name.
Barrows.
Yes. What'd you think about that? I was like shocked.
The one honest cop in the whole bunch, and that's the guy you attack. Well,
and he suggested he was clout chasing. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yes, and
Russell.
And Dr. Russell injected herself into the case.
She looks like she's really interested in getting attention, by the way. I mean,
Barrows,
I mean, she's almost.
And Russell, you think?
Russell. I mean,
Russell,
comes off as like a hermit who just look. She's a talented medical doctor. Read about something, it didn't make sense. She's in LA. She calls someone in the DA's office who knows the trial lawyer. You know, it's weird, but that doesn't. I mean, that makes
parachuted in. She parachuted into the case. Remember, he said that about her.
All his cross-examinations of these really strong witnesses were all just sheer pettiness. Nothing to do with the case, just petulance and pettiness.
So I did have some things that I thought that I wished Alan Jackson would have mentioned. Like when he talked about the time and the timing to remind people about she still had to arrive at One Meadows. And I didn't hear him mention that. The drive to One Meadows just destroying the timeline.
He said 12:36. He did.
Oh, he did say that?
He didn't connect it necessarily, which I think is more to your point, but he did say that her car hit the Meadows Wi-Fi at 12:36.
All right. And the key cycles, he made good points on those key cycles and asking the experts if you have
why didn't Brennan do that if that was his whole thing? Was he so scared of Burgess I mean, isn't that his argument that I literally have proof that the car was smashing in or going in reverse at 24 miles an hour at the very time, right in front of the Albert House, and he just said trust the data, but he never told you what it was.
Yeah, they both speak volumes. And there was some testimony about Higgins' car being there. I think that he still should have talked about Higgins' car being parked by the driveway. I know, Mark, we've talked about it, and you've said it kind of can go either way because the other people said that the car wasn't there. But at the end of the day, it's either the witnesses are lying about something weird or there was a car there preventing her from going 80 feet in reverse. So
I think it became less significant only because Brennan also seemed to walk away from Welcher. I mean, he barely mentioned him.
Right.
And I 100% agree with you, Mark. He didn't bring in the rebuttal case because he was saving his own ass.
Absolutely. That's what I think.
Because there's prosecutorial misconduct with what he's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Ed, you probably know a lot of the same judges from whatever in the New York days, and that's another story for offline.
Mm-hmm.
But if that kind of crap had happened, you know, in a certain couple of New York City courtrooms and a mistrial application was made, many judges would have been saying, what the hell is going on here? And I'm determining a mistrial. And if this is intentional, we got a problem, like case-ending problem. And she made no effort to even determine whether it was intentional or not, when I think all the reasonable evidence clearly suggests, and Brennan's reputation works against him, right? He's methodical, he's prepared, he's so involved. That works against him in this context. How could he not know about the hoodie? And how could he not know about the x-rays? It makes no sense.
I have a question. Did anybody go back and watch Maureen Hartnett's season 1 testimony? Because why did she cut holes in the back of the sweatshirt? What was on the back of the sweatshirt that she was testing?
Bloodstains.
On the back of the sweatshirt?
No, it says Chloe was here or something. I don't know.
I mean, if the only injury was to the back of his head and his arm, right? That was bloody. Where did all the blood come from? That was all the way down the front of his sweatshirt, Ed, and the front of his pants.
She could also have been taking fiber controls. Now, normally when I take a hair sample off of clothing, I'm going to take a small piece of that clothing to give to the hair analyst to say, okay, this is the article of clothing I took the hair from, so this should be there. Anything that doesn't match this is the foreign material you should concentrate your efforts on.
Do you need to do multiple cuts for that?
Not really. One is usually sufficient. But, I mean, I know she was swabbing a lot of blood samples, and she swabbed around the sleeve for the DNA samples that were submitted out to California. But
maybe there were blood stains that they didn't want to see tested. I don't know.
I have a question.
The one thing that I kind of when I think back
Tom's next
on the closing, that I thought that they didn't lean into as much, and obviously there were elements of it sprinkled throughout the closing, but in terms of the, you know, just the processing of the crime scene and the lack thereof, and the lack of any kind of chain of custody. Like, I mean, he mentioned it, but I don't know that it was really kind of drilled in as much as it should have been. But and look, I'm nitpicking at this point.
No, you're not, Bob. You're not. You're 100% right. My head exploded multiple times when I saw what was done and what wasn't done. It's like you live in New England, dudes. You don't know how to process a crime scene in the snow? Are you kidding me? There are protocols for this. Okay?
They denied,
they never worked one in snow ever before. 20 years they'd never done one in snow.
Right, and then they denied that there's how you secure evidence and how you use an evidence log and how.
If they,
I'm not sure.
If they couldn't even process it because of the snow, which I agree, I mean, that's ridiculous. They could at least, I don't know, monitor and secure it and find somebody, I don't know, who can, because, I mean, once they abandoned it that morning, I mean,
it's a free for all.
That's it. I mean, they've lost any of that taillight at that point. It could come from anywhere.
Everything they did on a police procedural level was wrong. From the first officers on. As a first officer, when I was on patrol in the NYPD, I would have been in the house. I'd be knocking on the door, checking on the occupants of the house for their welfare.
Wallace.
Wait, I have a request for Tom's question. Like 20 people
yes.
said, let Tom ask his question. So Tom, can you ask your question, please?
I just I was actually ruminating as I was thinking back of watching this, in my mind, drama of when Brennan was going through whatever it was he was going through. As he described it, I made a mistake with regard to the cuttings from the back. Forget how long that took. What is Lally thinking as he's sitting there at the table while this is going on?
Tom, we had discussions about this the other day, and I mean, I was going crazy saying it's the prosecution. I mean, and not just Lally, McLaughlin, both of them, 3 years. And what are they watching him crash and burn? Do they not know that they're on the hook for this as well? Do they not get that? And I thought it was great that Alan, went after all of them on this today, because, I mean, he doesn't get a pass for that. It's ridiculous.
Ed.
Thank you. I'd go back even to Jennifer McCabe and some of the other testimony there. To me, it seemed like, this is trial 2. These people already testified in 2 grand juries, one federal, one state, Commonwealth, and a trial. And this judge was on the trial. I thought that Brennan was suborning perjury. He had to have known that McCabe went up there and she wasn't prepped. Are you kidding me? You can see the difference between the first trial and this trial and how she testified.
Right.
Okay.
The demeanor alone.
Right. And the makeover too. But
the glow up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you telling me that Brennan allowed her to get on the stand without him prepping her?
Not a chance.
I never testified in a case without ever being prepped.
Not a chance.
No, and the even stronger example, even though he didn't get his hand in the cookie jar because the defense waited to bring it out with the X-rays, that's an even more impossible thing to understand, because, I mean, John O'Keefe's right arm is about as important as any evidence in the whole case, and there are X-rays at the autopsy, and Welcher, if he was telling the truth, which let's assume he was, and he says, I looked at the X-rays and, I didn't see one of the right arm. This guy's an accident reconstructionist. He finger painted his arm. He's well aware that the arm is the arm. What would he do if he's looking at the X-rays and he says, all right, I see an X-ray of the foot, the right leg? He would call Brennan and say, dude, where is the right arm? And he said, Welcher, I didn't get one. And we know it exists. So what happened? Doesn't it have to be Brennan?
It has to be
Brennan.
What else could it be?
It has to be Brennan. It can only be Brennan.
I think there was a lot of projection in his cross-examination questions.
You think, Runkle, do you agree that it was most likely Runkle that Brennan never sent it to him?
I don't really see how it could be anything else, because if it was anything else, you would think Brennan would be like, if we assume the Brennan is ethical thing, which I'm gonna, it's
is this a proof by contradiction thing?
Yes, that's exactly
wrong
it.
answers only.
Yeah.
If we assume that Brennan is ethical and that he's given his witness the X-rays, and his witness gets up and says there is no X-ray to the arm,
he's got to.
What does he have to do? He's got to be like, can you explain what this document is? He's got to correct that to the jury. He's got that ethical obligation, and he doesn't do it.
Right.
So either he's unethical in that he failed, like he misrepresented to the jury the lack of X-rays, or he's unethical for not giving his expert the X-rays.
Don't you wish that the defense in the cross-examination, don't you wish they used the X-rays when Welcher was up there on an island and Brennan can't do anything other than slink under the table and try to crawl under a rock and grill Welcher and say, what the hell is about these X-rays? And force him to basically say, I never got that. Or I mean,
he was going to have to answer it one way or another.
It's
going to have to be an answer.
As an observer, that you never saw that confrontation in real time, because
I wanted to ask all of you, I mean, because Mark and I talked about that last night. Do you think that they were thinking that they were going to get the opportunity to do that on rebuttal? Because I mean, look, I mean,
that's exactly it. They were saving it for the rebuttal.
Right.
And the thing is it worked for saving it for the rebuttal because they blew up the entire rebuttal.
Yeah.
Like, let's assume Welcher had some experiment where he was leaning into it, or, you know, that has every bit as much scientific validity as his first experiment, which is basically kids' science fair volcano exploding kind of level.
That's more advanced, Ian.
Right. Come on.
So, you know, he's going to come back with some more finger painting, some more volcano eruption and whatever else. And they prevented that from happening. They basically, they basically were just like, okay, you can recall him, but he's now across a landmine field. And if you want to walk there,
is that a better trade-off though? Is that a better trade-off to have destroyed him, even putting on any rebuttal, than being able to pants him on cross with the x-rays? I guess is the $1 million question. I don't
destroy him on cross, he's finished. He's not going to be on rebuttal. He's destroyed. And if he's not destroyed, Brennan's destroyed. And either way, they're cooked.
Yep. Yeah. It's I mean, to me, when I sit there and I think about and I hate to keep harping on the kind of the Bowden thing, but that investigation or the lack thereof and the way they secured the scene in a case where the evidence is in question, the way that it is in this case, and the fact that there was no real chain of custody to speak of. And we've got 7 lawyers and a retired CSI cop here. We all know that the chain of custody is everything. It's the only way we know that we can trust the evidence, because we know where it's been. We know where it's been open. We know when it's been resealed. You know, and the fact that it didn't exist, I just don't like.
With the lack of logs, who'd you give the thing to? I don't know.
Whatever happened to?
I don't know.
Whatever
Where's the
happened
log?
to?
It doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Whatever happened to if you didn't write it down, it didn't happen.
100%. That's the old DD5.
Right.
Like,
Look,
I said 5, it never happened. Yep.
I said it on my show numerous times. Nobody in any of the district attorney's office in the 5 boroughs of New York City would have taken this case to a grand jury. Not one of them.
No.
I've been saying for years.
And none of that evidence would have been allowed in. Hello.
No photographs, no sketch, no measurements. Nobody knows where anything is.
I don't know how they weren't screaming like bloody murder when the Aperture Science people were saying, well, this test was not meant to simulate what happened to John O'Keefe. I'm like, okay, if it's not even attempting to simulate what happened to John O'Keefe, how is it legally relevant?
Right.
What is it doing here?
How about why is he dressed up like John O'Keefe?
well, then why did he give an opinion with a finding?
Yeah, like what are we talking about? Oh, this has nothing to do with anything. Why am I offering it as an exhibit? I don't know.
I did know when he said that on direct exam. He was examining his own lawyer. I was like his own expert, and I was like, I'm confused. Why is he asking why is Brennan making a point like a hey, I'm gonna make this big point. You were not trying to recreate anything, and I commented at the time, like you're saying on civil law, like what?
I want the exhibit struck. I want all their testimony struck. I want the experts struck.
A lot of people are asking this. Does anyone know the answer? Is the person who was chosen as the foreperson? I know, Candy, you asked it on our channel. I saw a lot of people in the chat too here. Was that chair moved last week? Is that the juror who was moved last week or something? Does anyone know?
Listen, I have no concerns about the foreperson. The judge knows that this foreperson is going to be treated properly and so forth because she goes for dinner with him all the time. And I'm kidding.
I gotta step out for a second.
Okay, Ed.
You're on the clock, though, Ed. We expect you back in. Yeah, I
so
don't know.
We don't know that was the guy whose seat was moved. That's not.
I don't know. I like that. That's the kind of shit you're gonna have to get on the Twitter machine. Like that's gonna be all speculation and you know, it's supposition. I think. I just think that this thing's gonna come back probably. Like I want to hear your guesses, and all of us obviously know you can never guess what a jury's gonna do, but like I'm guessing like end of day Monday. Is what I think.
That's what I voted in the poll. In the
Well, we took a
Melanie
poll today. We had
go home?
15,000 votes in our poll today, and we had 39% saying there would be a verdict by the end of today, 33% saying verdict before lunch on Monday, 17% said verdict before lunch Tuesday, and then anytime after lunch on Tuesday or hung jury was 9%. So, I mean, 15,000 is a pretty decent sampling.
How long
it's
did they
pretty decent
how
sampling.
long did they actually deliberate? Not like the counting clock that's including them getting dismissed, but how long did they actually deliberate today?
An hour.
Less than 2. Yeah, it's less than 2 hours.
Probably Monday around lunch or after. I don't.
Wow. I mean,
They'll
we
get
really,
their one
are
free
putting
lunch.
a lot of faith in this jury. We're all feeling pretty strong. So one thing that AJ did, so when he was arguing, like he was outside, he didn't have a shoe, he didn't have this, he had a glass that could have come from the kitchen. Like when we lost, actually Mel.
We lost our host.
When
Oh no.
when
It's
we
like the substitute teachers here.
right when he said that. When he said that, I was like, wait, he should clarify, because they haven't seen the video yet to know that John O'Keefe came out with a glass. Does anyone think that Alan Jackson should have clarified that? Because Hank was able to make it seem like Alan Jackson was saying that John O'Keefe didn't have a glass. Did I make any sense?
I don't remember that part.
So Hank, I mean, Alan Jackson was like, you guys, when the cops showed up and they didn't do any investigation, they found a fellow fallen officer on the ground. He's not dressed for the winter. He doesn't have on a shoe. He's holding a glass that, I don't know, could have come from a kitchen.
Right.
I thought he should have added there, because at that point, officers had not yet seen the video. They did not know the glass came from the bar.
Yeah. No, that would be a good.
Remember that.
Yeah, that would have been a nice. I mean, I think they understood it, but that's a nice detail to add.
Well, I wish you would have waited to ask that till Ed Wallace was back, because I love asking every cop that I can get my hands on whether or not they thought there was enough PC to go get a warrant. I mean, without question, you're going and asking about the search. But I like this concept that there wasn't enough probable cause to go get a warrant to get in that house has just been something that has bugged the shit out of me.
He's back. Here he is. He's back.
Good.
I heard you. First of all, they never were able to prove that glass was in his hand. Second of all, they don't know where the glass came from. It hasn't definitively been linked back to the bar. Yes, I would have wanted to go in to see if there was a similar glass inside the house, okay, whether they had a bar or was in the kitchen or whatever the case may be. None of that was done here. Yeah, I mean, I could have got into the house on an emergency exception to a search warrant for a wellness check, because I got a dead body in somebody's front lawn, and I know there's supposed to be 2 people in there because of the sister-in-law out here, okay? And hey, what's going on? I'm going in, okay?
Right.
If I have to kick the door down, I'm kicking the door down. I'm going in, and I'm searching for them, okay? Then we'd find out what happened to the dog, right? Because I should have been attacked as soon as I kicked the door in, but okay. And then that might be another crime scene, because probably would have shot the dog.
I mean, if I'm let's say I'm just standing there as a defense lawyer, and like somebody says, "Tag, you're a cop today," and I'm like, "Okay, I got to investigate this murder." I'd be first going up and asking, "Okay, can we do a consent search?" And we say, "Hey, listen, we know you're not involved." The usual trick police officers pull and say, "We're not worried about you. We just want to go in and, get some pictures to confirm, so that we can show that you're not involved." Because if you assume Karen Reed is guilty, wouldn't it be great for for everybody if they've got all the pictures showing everything, like party detritus? It's not super clean, but it's also no blood splat. Like, wouldn't that be great if those pictures could have existed? I don't think they could have, but then if they don't, then you at least put in for the warrant. Like, even if you don't want to go, even if you don't think you can go in for a wellness check subjectively, you're like, because wouldn't it be so much better for when they're sitting there on cross-examination to go, we applied for a warrant. We put everything we had into that warrant application. And the judge said no. So
well, that's a PC issue, but I had legal right to go in that house to search for victims and to make sure everybody that was in that house is okay. Now, once I'm in there, I'm there legally. Whatever I see, smell in front of me is all good. All right, it's plain view. But then if I smell cleaning fluids, I smell bleach, I smell ammonia, whatever the case may be, right? All right, my suspicion level comes up. So remember, I'm a crime scene guy. I'm a forensics. I'm a certified crime scene analyst. So I'd be the detectives from the squad would be out there, and they'd be interviewing the Alberts in their house, maybe, or pull them out and interview them. And then I'm going to tell them what I saw and what I smelt when I went in there and what they said to me. Okay. And then if they don't give us consent and we can establish PC, we'll go do a telephonic warrant or go to get a judge and get a warrant.
See, what bothers me about this, and I'm not so sure I agree with the exigency, but this isn't a legal battle, but I hear your point and raising.
I'm all with Ed kicking the door.
That's not the point. My point is this. They don't, in this case, have any intellectual curiosity, because how about knocking on the door and saying, there's a guy with one shoe on, a glass, no coat on, he's not dressed not dressed appropriately. I don't know what's going on. How about he's on your lawn? Did you see anything? Can you help?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, coming to your house.
What, does anyone know what happened and how this guy ended up on your freaking lawn?
You mean you might want to talk to the people in the house about what they potentially witnessed or heard relating to this body? Wow, what a concept.
Sorry to wake you up, but there's a dead guy.
There's a man pissed out in the snow.
Anybody know about
man
this?
pissed out in the snow. There's a guy unresponsive. It's a cop, for Christ's sake. How about Officer Down?
Yeah,
right.
Ed, you can speak to this maybe a little bit better.
So in my neighborhood at one point, 2 houses were broken into. Like 2 houses, somebody broke into them. And the police went door to door and they knocked on my door and they were like, hey, did you see anything? And being at this point in law school, I was like, I don't really have anything to say. And they're like, well, can we come in? And I'm like, no, you can stay on the porch. And they're like, we'd really like to come in. Why do we have to talk to you out here on the porch? It's really not a good place to talk. We want to come in. And that was for like a couple of people lost their Xbox or whatever, not dead police officers.
Right.
On your front lawn. I mean, like, how helpful would it have been if say, for instance, Ed goes in or, one of these guys goes in on an exigency, situation and, Chloe's snuggled up in her dog bed, going on a fight. I mean, how much would the Commonwealth have loved to have had that snapshot, or a cop having seen the dog, Chloe, just chilling? Oh, the dog was fine. I mean, in terms of them being able to prove their case and being able to say, hey, we went, like, their lives would have been so much easier had they gone in and done it. And the fact that they didn't do it and their connection with MSP and with Canton PD is just, that's what makes us all think that something nefarious went on in that house. It's by the mere fact that they did nothing is what brings my head there automatically to think, what are they hiding?
Yeah.
And
is it reasonable for the occupant, who is a police officer, with all the commotion that's going on in front of your house, not to get up and come out and see what the hell is going on in your front lawn?
I mean, come on, dude. I don't know how many dog owners we have out of the 8 of us on here. I mean,
why would a police officer be worried about the dead body in his front yard? That doesn't seem concerning.
Really? Yeah, that sounds like a you problem. So
again,
my dog would be going insane if I had that much commotion going outside. My dog goes insane if somebody's just walking their dog by our house on
or if an animal
walk.
we can't even see scurries past in the dark.
My dog, I have a red lab, and I call it a window tough guy because she'll, somebody comes by, she's up in the window barking, so she's my early warning system.
100%.
Yeah.
How many times have you heard my 2 dogs?
Yeah.
I mean, they're just insane. They bark at everything. And
speaking of dogs, did they ever test the bottom of John's socks to see if there was any dog hair?
Socks
don't get me going with the socks.
I mean,
where are the socks?
They never made it into evidence. They were on his feet at the hospital. I've been saying this since a long time. He had a shoeless house, John O'Keefe, right? So we know that they thought Karen Reed was guilty because she didn't take her shoes off when she went back in there because she killed him and knew he was never coming home. If he went when he went into the Albert house, the 34 Fairview house, he would have taken off his shoes as a courtesy. There would be dog hair all over those socks. The socks never made it into evidence.
And just beyond even courtesy, it had started to snow. Like you always take your shoes off when you got wet feet walking into somebody's house because that's civilized society.
That's why I think whatever happened to him happened immediately. Okay?
Right.
Because he had no hairs and fibers underneath his hands, his nails. He wasn't fighting with anybody. Okay. He maybe got one shoe off before, boom, he gets hit in the eye.
Yeah.
And then cracks his head open and the dog's all over him. Now I have a sweatshirt. I have a couple actually from when my dog would play roughhouse with me. I had the same holes, the same marks in the sweatshirt, the same tearing that occurs. You know, because they latch on and then what do? They pull down and away.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. There's no way we're getting to all these super chats, but here's a good question. TG wants to know, is it possible we should allow jurors to research throughout the process? We're in such a connected world, and wouldn't this lead to more informed jurors on every case? I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Absolutely not.
I mean, it's a good question, and we understand what you're thinking, but no, we don't want unfiltered nonsense because unfortunately, in such a connected world, that you're getting a lot of people just talking straight out of their ass, and that would be very dangerous.
And also, the instant jurors can research is the day that your civil rights evaporate, because the whole system of protecting your rights against searches and so forth is based on that this evidence doesn't go in. And so, you know, you might say police don't torture you for information because they're good people and so forth. It's actually because if they do, they can't use it in your case. That's the thing that prevents it, because otherwise you'll have jurors going, well, we heard that, you know, this witness or that the accused was beaten with a hose for 6 hours, but then he confessed to it. So that's good enough for me to convict.
I think my favorite. Go ahead.
When you do Google searches now, the first thing that pops up is an AI
of
your search. Okay. So, you know, another YouTube creator put in the photograph of the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, and AI immediately came back with dog bites and scratches.
Really?
You know why? Because it looks exactly like dog bites and scratches.
And if it looks like dog bites and it barks like dog bites and it leaves
I don't
hair
have to be a robot to know that, man.
Well, I did a little test here where I sent the picture because very few people in my circle are following this because it's Canada, and so not as many people interested. So I sent it off to a bunch of defense lawyers, the injury pictures, and the question I got asked over and over and over again was, which police dog did that? Because we need to know for when this police dog does it to our client, then we can say that there's a history. They're like, you know, they were very much like, which officer has a poorly trained dog that is ripping people to bits? And I'm like, what's
crazy? It's like the first. I mean, it's so crazy that something that looks like that has gotten us to where we are now without a bruise. It's just so nonsensical. I can't fucking wrap my brain around it.
Where's the bruises? I'm like,
where's the broken bones?
Somebody who gets hit,
where's the torn ligaments?
I don't care what part of your body, there's going to be massive bruising. It's like the whole lack of bruises to me, like, just ended the case. I'm like, the man definitely wasn't. I hit a deer, I think, going 6 miles an hour, and it was an old like Chrysler 300M. They had a real, like, the front end of that thing was real low. It crumpled 6 miles an hour. Like, I stopped for the first deer that came frolicking out of the woods. I'm watching it prancing around on the other side of the road. I'm slowly proceeding. I don't see its buddy coming right behind it, and I hit it going 6 miles. It crumpled the front of my car, and I killed the deer at 6 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I just, you know,
right. The damage has to be tantamount to the injury. That if it did that to the car, there are bruises. That's it. That was established by everyone, including their expert, who said, but I couldn't check the x-ray. So, you know, maybe there was a hairline fracture.
I tried to show my audience that I had a tail light and a hammer, and I'm whacking away at it. Now I'm just holding it, and I'm trying to say, look, this is Newton's third law. I'm talking about equal and opposite reactions, right? I'm slamming this thing with a hammer, and I'm still not generating enough energy to break this, okay? So it's going to require a lot more energy to break this. But if I'm able to break this, well, guess what's going to happen to me if I'm the one breaking it?
Right.
I'm going to have broken bones associated with that. It's like I told them, you ever watch those Hollywood shows? You watch a guy get shot with a gun and he goes flying across the room, right? Literally flying through the air after being shot. Well, physics says that can't happen because if he's flying across that room, then the shooter's flying in the opposite direction, right? If the gun had enough energy to do that, the shooter's going to have that same reaction in the opposite direction, equal but opposite, all right? And then, trying to explain physics, in the simplest of terms. So I said, yeah, so if an arm hit that to break it, it's going to be a lot of energy transference from the vehicle to the arm, and that arm is going to be shattered. Okay.
Right.
And you're going to have torn ligaments, and you're going to have torn cartilage. You're going to have dislocations at all the joints. You're going to have compound fractures and bone breakage, and be in trouble. He did it, okay, with a ballistic gelatin arm and a skeleton inside of it. He did it, and he had all of that.
Yep.
Okay.
This case should have
They were
taken
phenomenal.
3.5 weeks to try.
Speaking of energy, I asked ChatGPT at one point how much energy there would be at a car going 25 miles an hour in reverse, and how short I am for that car suddenly winding up in space. It said it was off by a factor of 15,000.
You got to understand, you're talking to an engineer.
It's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Anything's possible with an engineer.
Yeah, there's no exact science. I'm like, what about the bridge makers? Like, you're talking about like bridge guys, like guys that are building bridges. They don't believe that there's any exact science when it comes to engineering. That's terrifying. I'm no longer going to drive over bridges if that's the fact.
Some of you may have heard this before, or some of you may not. I have posited the existence of an unexpected dark matter black hole that appeared at the lawn at 34 Fairview, and that explains so many things. The unexpected dark matter black hole is the gravity that caused John O'Keefe to wind up on the lawn. It appeared exactly in between the lens of the camera and the taillight, causing the taillight lens color to appear to be different due to Doppler shift. It explains many things.
Allison, do not start Googling. You got her. She's already all in on it.
Oh, please.
That theory doesn't sound that crazy.
That doesn't sound that
the amount of gravity caused a warp in space-time, and that's why the time on the different things is different, because the clocks are literally ticking at different rates. It's relativity, people.
I'm getting ahead.
I think they're going to disregard all that garbage. I think they're going to disregard all the cell phone data, like all that stuff. I find to be too confusing, like for even me. Like, you think they're going to hang their hat on all of this cell phone data and the location data and the 3-point turn and all of that BS? It's like John wasn't hit by a car. His body, the injuries don't match a car strike. I think it's that simple.
No, I agree. I think there's a firewall of experts that are forensic pathologists and engineers that if Brennan can't knock them all out, they're screwed. And I think the rest of it is all interesting and potentially could it help or hurt? But how do you, even if you think, oh, Burgess proved that, that's the right key cycle and they're there. And then you say, yeah, but the pathologists all say, I'm paraphrasing, no car accident. The engineers say no car accident. I mean, everything goes back to that. And if you can't break through that wall, they lose. They have to.
This case should have taken 3.5 weeks to try. I think that the evidence of that, best evidence of that, is that the defense pared things down, and they did a lot better job, in my opinion, this time. I think that the bow tie juror who's going around saying the nightmarish stuff that he's saying believed that, and that's what they came down to because there was so much irrelevant stuff. I think that a lot of this stuff has to do with like the lawyerly part of things without thinking about who you're trying the case to.
Right.
You're not trying the case to 12 lawyers or scientists or I mean, there may
Engineers.
there might be a couple on there, but you're trying this case to regular people. And I agree with Melanie. It was just like that first, now that I've seen the first trial, it's like, wow, like the defense, in my opinion, completely shifted the burden onto themselves. The way that they were putting this unbelievable third-party, four-party culprit defense that was just like, I'm going, oh, like, no way, man. Like, no way.
Tom, where you been all my life, man? I was screaming it for you. I'm like, what are they doing? It was, and I
so
get
that,
it.
as you know, and I've learned from some really good lawyers, and as long as I can, my goal is to streamline as a defense attorney. I also do civil stuff, and that also I streamline and it's who my audience is, and how am I going to make them understand what I need them to understand without being egotistical and and I've had my criticisms of all the lawyers, and I'm sticking with Yannetti as the best one as far as cross-examination goes, because even using words even like gesticulation and stuff that Alan Jackson would use, I mean, come on, man. And
how about Heba Toba and Coop Counter Coop from Hank Brennan?
I mean,
my head was going to pop off.
Yeah. Wisniewski spots? I mean, come on. That's
well, my
favorite example is sort of a reverse, because it was criticism on me after the camp trial. And before I knew Melanie, she had one of my favorite quotes, because after it was over, I went back and I watched the court TV coverage, and they did not believe we were going to win. They just did, like, criticizing me and all that kind of stuff, whatever.
Any chance?
And when it came back not guilty, and Melanie started listening to the talking heads after it was a not guilty, and she was saying, I can't even listen to these people. They're talking about, well, if literally, watch it, if this was a jury of robots, this guy would have been convicted.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm like, what do you like? That is the example of, as far as I'm concerned, it's normal people on the jury that need to understand this stuff. And I think that the simpler it is, the more streamlined it is, without using such big lawyerly words and egotistical words and stuff, the better off you're going to be with the jury. And I think the worst that's going to happen in this case is an OUI conviction. That's the worst that's going to happen.
So.
I'm predicting a not guilty across the board, because not only is there not evidence, but they did a good job this time without. And I said I think the last time I was on with Melanie, I wouldn't call Proctor. And I think they did a great job. He is the boogeyman without giving him the opportunity to clean anything up.
Yeah, it's like Jaws, like in the first half of Spielberg's, original Jaws. Like, you don't see the shark, you don't need to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
Well, and the other thing is Brennan cross-examining Proctor. It would just be Brennan testifying.
Yes.
Brennan testifying, and then Proctor says yes.
Right.
Well, that would have been the most robust cross ever, I'm sure. That would have allowed a very robust cross.
Listen, he testified the whole trial.
Yeah. Do you remember when he said usurped for usurp?
Usurped. That's Tom's point. Don't use words like usurped.
Tom, that's not anything anyone says in Boston. That's not a Boston thing. Please tell me it's not a Boston thing.
That's not a Boston thing.
My theory is that Brennan does it on purpose. And my theory is that he does it on purpose to piss people off, to make them make a mistake.
How do you mess up Glasgow?
On purpose.
That's not even close.
It wasn't
even in the ballpark. Wasn't even on the planet. Like, that was moon to earth.
Tom, no offense though. If any state in the United States needed hooked on
offense
bonnets,
taken. Offense
yours.
taken already. Already taken. But I didn't even hear what you said, and I'm offended.
So I did some training in a town in Massachusetts. It's spelled Peabody.
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 Yeah. Everybody else, it's Peabody. Up there, it's Peabody.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry for everybody else. How's that?
Okay. The name of the freaking president of the United States, one of the founding fathers of our country. He's got a town named after him up there. But how do you say it?
Quincy.
Quincy.
Wow,
Yeah.
what do you say?
They've been teaching me.
Quincy.
No, it's Quincy.
Yeah.
Quincy. Yeah, I had family from there. Tom, I'm from Massachusetts too, so I'm going to back you on this. We don't
But
need
it's
to.
named after.
You know what? I
President
watch you, and I'm
Quincy.
like, I know, I like that guy.
I
Yeah,
never want to hear
Massachusetts.
shit about the South ever again when it comes to corruption or anything else, man. Massachusetts is making all the Southern boys feel pretty good right about now.
I do have a good piece of history from up your way. I have a crime scene sketch of the Boston Massacre prepared by Paul Revere.
Wow.
Okay. Wow.
Well, not the original, the copy. The original's in the museum up in Boston.
Still, that'd be interesting to look at, though.
Yeah, you should see he got the detail down to the buckles on the shoe.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, the more I like Tom, as I watched both trials, David was, and I loved when they brought Alessi on. I thought Bob was great for the technical side of it, the science, but I love Dave Yannetti, man. I missed him in this trial. He didn't have much of a role, but I just loved everything about him. I love his demeanor. I like the way that he just straight talks. He's got a very calming presence. There's something about his tone and his tenor that I just he has me listening intently whenever he's crossing or directing or making an argument, for that matter. Like I was happy to see him making the argument, the most recent motion to dismiss. I missed him because I think he's a hell of a lawyer, and
I think he's a hell of a lawyer and was tremendous. I cross-examined very similarly to him, and it's hard for me to Lally not as much, but sort of kind of the same thing, because my understanding is Yannetti has been her lawyer forever, right?
Yeah.
And so she goes to him, and then all of a sudden he's sort of relegated to wherever he's relegated to. And these two other guys are riding on his ticket, right?
Yep.
To be practicing in Massachusetts. And I just watching Lally sitting there while Brennan was doing this stuff.
Oh man.
And then when he was doing the back of the sweater thing, I'm just like, holy crap, what is the conversation going to be when the door closes when they're back at the office? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
Do you guys think
I don't
that
think
Brennan
they like each other.
Do you guys think that Brennan is going to face any ramifications for his behavior during this trial after this is all over?
No.
Yeah, a
Not
lot
a
of people
shot.
are asking that question.
Not a shot.
Well, what if someone sends what we would call here an ARDC complaint or a disciplinary complaint to the board or to whoever oversees lawyers there, Tom?
Board of Bar
Won't they-
Overseers.
What's that?
The Board of Bar Overseers, BBO.
Okay, won't they still call him in and have him answer questions no matter?
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't think so, only because there's no record. She let it go. You know what I mean? With all the issues that are raised, and he didn't call a rebuttal. And you know what? Yesterday when they were doing the charge conference, it was very interesting. They had Lally do the talking, and Lally was making the arguments about the issue with the hoodie. And one might say it's a smart move. Brennan, shut up. Say nothing. Don't create any further potential problems. But I mean, even if somebody complains. In my experience in New York, Melanie, anyway, what disciplinary committee is going to say, you don't like the way he tried a case, but there's no finding, there's no record, there's no evidence. There's just lawyers who say, I think he did something wrong. I don't know that would lead to anything, whether it should or shouldn't. I doubt it.
Well, because she never held an evidentiary hearing on any of the stuff that was alleged in the motion to dismiss, right? The evidence tampering, the jury tampering. There was never any evidentiary hearing held on any of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get dinged for anything. Whereas, the ironic part of this is that Jackson almost assuredly is going to have to answer to the disciplinary committee in California because he got a ding. Yeah. I mean, she said that his candor to the court was, not there.
Intentional. She said intentionally.
And Brennan's wasn't when he told the judge that he didn't the discovery of the materials that he was given by the FBI?
Right.
Oh yeah, and he was given to him by the defense. Yeah, he was moving the papers around.
That those lawyers did something wrong in the pretrial setting where she literally said, I believe you deliberately suppressed evidence, and I believe you then, on top of that, deliberately lied. She should have said, you're out of here, okay? And I thought it was disgraceful for her to smear them with that allegation and yet do nothing about it. If you sincerely believe that, they got to go. You can't come into my courtroom.
Grave concerns.
Yeah, you can't come into my courtroom if I don't believe a word you say and I think you're lying and suppressing evidence. You're not even admitted. And we all know, I know personally how seriously she takes pro hoc vice admissions. So, you know.
Well, yeah, he disparaged you in open court.
Oh, he lied. He didn't disparage me. He lied.
Yeah, well, he tried to disparage you. Okay, yeah, he lied about you. Right.
He accused me of taking information from client A and passing it to client B and being hired to be the vessel of communication between two people.
Jesus Christ.
100% full of shit lying. And I think I might have even said to you at the time, if he didn't say it in a courtroom, which he did, I would have sued him.
Yeah.
And what does he have? Like paid snitches in the car service industry that rats out witnesses on their way to court?
The
Uber guys. I got an Uber guy.
And he's got Tully driving people around.
Yeah.
Tom, there was that attorney who tried a case in front, Steve Gagney. Wait. It was an ADA from Norfolk County who tried a case. The defendant was Paul Fahey. The decedent was a guy named Keith Boudreau who was beat up and killed in a bar. And the ADA from Norfolk County was just recently publicly censured for calling the defendant a bully in his closing. I mean, I think
I heard you talking about that on
more
another show.
egregious things than that. But what do you guys think was the best evidence looking at the case from in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth? What do you think was the best evidence for the Commonwealth?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but the interview clips.
Yeah.
And that's not
100%.
That's what I think too.
It's
compelling to me, but that I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think the clips.
Well, now that's true. I mean, because if you pluck those clips out of their case in chief, what do they have?
Like a much shorter
perjuring witnesses.
I mean,
much shorter section.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, like Brennan didn't put on anybody that supported the proposition that John O'Keefe was hit by a motor vehicle. Like no one. Like they're literally. I just can't count the Blue Man Group thing. Like that thing just didn't do it for me. But in terms of actual scientific evidence, they produced zero evidence.
The debris field.
I'm like, you didn't secure the scene. There's no, I had no idea where they found any of the, like you showing me a close up of a piece of taillight gives me absolutely no idea where you found that in that yard. I don't know where the debris field was.
Exactly. None of the stand-ins were found.
Can you imagine being a prosecutor? And I don't know who was or who wasn't prosecutors, but handling a case like this in the investigative phase, and you're told that there are glass shards in the hoodie. And of course you're thinking, wow, and this Ed, this is going to come to you because this is going to be your field, but what powerful evidence. And you say, so tell me about it. What happened? And then you come to learn, well, the, obviously now terminated corrupt state trooper found it and a bunch of other evidence, and he threw it in a bag and he just kind of kept it in the back of his car for 3 months. Yeah. But nothing to see here. It's got to be legit. I mean,
all the while in possession of the vehicle, all that time and access to the taillight. He picked up the order. First of all, he had the crime scene, Mass State Police crime scene people at the hospital with him. So why didn't they, after they photographed the clothing, why didn't they package it correctly and bring it right to the lab? Why did he keep it? Other than, I mean, I know why he kept it, but he didn't follow the proper protocols, is what I'm saying.
I don't know how he did. He did mention this in his summation, and it kind of resonated with me, but I don't know if he said it loud enough for everyone in the back and the jury to hear it clearly. But that at the time Hartnett came to collect evidence, he had all this stuff, and he didn't give her that. And I'm thinking maybe we emphasize that a little more. That is huge. It's not just like all the evidence was there and, oh, I forgot. He's giving her evidence and he holds back the hoodie and shirt that later has the glass. And then you know that there was glass on the bumper that doesn't match. And you say, who's crediting this?
Mark, if that would have happened to me in New York, and it has happened to me, I'd get to a crime scene and then a police officer comes up to me and tries to hand me a handful of discharged cartridge cases. And I look at it and I said, oh, that's nice. That's yours now.
Yeah. Why touch that? Yeah.
I don't want nothing to do with that because you didn't follow the protocols and leave it where it was. Okay. Now I don't know where it come from. What do you expect me to try to go back and put it back? You took it. It's yours. You deal with it. And if he would have came to me as the young lady from the lab there, Harnett, oh, I don't want nothing to do with that. Okay. You package it up and ship it to the lab.
It's unbelievable. There are so many problems and so many coincidences. It's just fascinating to me that they even went forward on this. I mean, with an indictment. I'm not even talking about a trial.
Yeah. There are cases they handled. They did it by the book. So you can't say you didn't know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So why did you deviate so much unless it was something nefarious?
One thing that really struck me listening to the jury instructions specifically was the Bowden jury instruction and her not letting them call an expert. Because as I was listening to the Bowden, because I haven't had a Bowden in a minute, and it talks about, you can find, if you find that they did not conduct the investigation by proper standards, like they're not, you need somebody to be able to come in and talk about that.
Don't get me going on that.
They made a hell of an argument for the judge at the time said, well, you can cross-examine and people understand, but then you get these witnesses who they won't give you an inch and they're just going to say, they're going to argue with you. And they say, well, now we need to call an expert because they're giving the jury the impression that what they did is proper and normal. And she still says no.
Yeah, well, she thought maybe the jurors watching CSI episodes would understand the proper way to do things. I mean, the jury should know. Everybody knows these days. Really?
Yeah, and that's I remember that. And as I'm listening to the instruction, I'm like, holy crap, man, you need an expert.
Yep.
You need
They had
to call
one.
an expert. Yeah, I know. I talked to him when he got booted. I talked to him for one of my cases. He's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that was, and I thought beyond her original ruling, I thought that they absolutely opened the door. I mean, because you've got Gallagher on the stand acting as if he's going to try to go and get a patent on using a leaf blower as the new proper way to investigate.
It's got to be novel.
Shit in the snow.
It's got to be novel. I'm a patent attorney. I'll give it a go.
There you go.
No, you can't say the G word anymore. Okay, it's Lieutenant Leaf Blower.
Can I just also say just how surreal some of this was? Because I'm in Canada. We get snow, and then it stays snow for like 9 months, right? You can you can meet somebody in the snow and they could have a baby and it's still snow. Like, that's how things go here. So this notion of like you can't investigate a crime scene until the snow goes away, there would be literally no solved murders in Canada ever unless they happened indoors. Like it's just, this is bizarre. So every time they're like, what could we do? There's snow out. I'm just going, are you crazy? Like, this is bizarre to me. It's not that hard.
Ian, in the United States, there's a crime scene school to teach crime scene investigators how to process crime scenes in the snow and winter. Okay, and it's put on by the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, and they bounce it around the United States in all the colder environments during the winter.
Not fantastic, but okay.
There's no excuse for this. There are, and even if you don't, tangentially, there's the body farms that teach you how to do that too. It's the same processes, but without the snow.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like a Seattle cop saying, we can't process a scene in the rain. Huh? Rain
think about
80% of the time. What are you talking about?
What do you think about Yuri showing up at the courthouse today to stand outside the courthouse? And he was right like at the courtroom door when the jury was coming in.
I got a
They
real.
have to go to sidebar to say, get him away from the door. We don't want the jury to have to walk past him.
The guy was a witness. It's. I think it's worse than weird. It's inappropriate and outrageous. I mean, the guy's a witness for the prosecution in the case who basically said she's guilty, and he's lurking around the jury, hanging out. He has no reason to be there. It's another one of these examples of like, what do they do in that courthouse in that county? Why could, of all days, is he there? There's no reason.
Intimidation.
They don't know who
that's right.
Brian Albert is.
That's right. And that time he said he wanted a dictionary. Because English is not his first language.
Third language.
Yeah. Well, guess what? That same word is found in Ukrainian language and Russian language too, and it has the same definition in both of those languages.
That's true.
Can we give him a shout out though for really getting into reading those messages? I mean,
he really did a very good job reading. Like,
he really did.
He should get his SAD card.
He should.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this cop thing doesn't work out for him, he might have another calling, because he didn't want to do it at first, but then he got into it and he really read the text with feeling. He really did.
Yeah, it had the right information and everything. It was great. Like that was the best part of his entire testimony, was reading the text messages.
He was reading for a part in a cop movie.
That was one of my favorite parts of the trial. What do you think? I mean, what do you guys want to talk about? I'll toss it to you.
I want to talk about some of the stuff that in the instructions. I was a little bit confused because if I understood correctly from the instruction conference, the prosecution didn't want to have any lesser includeds for manslaughter. If I understood correctly what they were saying, that's what it sounded like. So it sounded like the defense was the one asking for all the lesser includeds for manslaughter, which I didn't really understand. I mean, the naked DUI charge, I guess, kind of, but I don't really understand why you would give them the other options for manslaughter. That doesn't really make sense. And I was also confused by their withdrawal of their motion for giving the missing witness instruction. I didn't really understand either of those. So if anyone has thoughts on those two issues, I'd like some, second opinions.
Yeah, I thought asking for the standalone OUI charge was a mistake, because in my opinion, it's going to cause them to deliberate longer, because if they go in and do a straw poll, the only question they need to ask is, do you believe that John O'Keefe was hit by a car? Yes or no. If the answer is no, we all go home. But now the answer is not. If the answer is no, we don't all go home, because now we got to decide if we think she's guilty of drunk driving by itself. So I'm not happy about that. And it carries up to 2.5 years in jail, by the way, in Massachusetts for first time. A lot of people say she would never see the inside of a jail cell. I say Kim Jong-Kanone wants to put her away for something to make people.
Tom had a pretty solid thought with respect to the why they may have asked for the standalone OUI, which, Tom, why don't you spit it at him again? Because to me, that makes probably the most sense.
I just think that I think that Karen was spooked by the rumors of the 9-3 or 8-4 hung part of one of the more serious charges last time, and the former juror going around and explaining why that was, basically because she was there, he was there, and he's dead. That's why we were about to convict her of that. And the fact that a former juror who wound up being an alternate but was a juror all the same, nonetheless, was part of the defense team as a lawyer. I think that based on what they were hearing from both former jurors, Karen probably asked the question, or they asked her the question, because they probably told them what was being talked about back there. And I think that she probably said, why don't we ask for that? Because if they want to convict me of something, give them that instead of what they were looking at last time.
Why so many? Why 7 options? I didn't know they were all the defense options. That seems...
Well, the rest of them and the manslaughter, I believe, or no, the manslaughter. There's lesser included charges that are automatically included inside of one of the charges.
Well, not automatically. That's what I'm saying. I don't think, if I understood the prosecution, I don't think they wanted any of the lesser included, and that's the way I heard it, at least.
In his closing, that's what he made it sound like.
And at the jury instruction conference, I thought the prosecution did say we're not asking for any lessers.
Yeah, so it doesn't really make sense to me. I certainly can understand in some circumstances, but not in this fact pattern. I don't know why you want to give them more outs to come to a compromise verdict. It's like, well, we have to convict her or something, and give them more ways to like get there, as opposed to like forcing their hand by, make them actually confront the issue. Because the jurors don't, of course, understand what those charges mean in terms of penalty. So they might think that because they, went down lesser, that necessarily means a lesser sentence. So like, well, no, it doesn't. Manslaughter is manslaughter. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Just different theories of the crime.
But the OUI has nothing to do with anybody dying. So that's odd.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And the thing is that it might be the thing that ends up breaking a juror deadlock, in the sense that if you've got somebody who's like, she's got to walk out of here with something, or else I'm going to hang this jury. That person might be willing to be like, okay, well, we can't agree on the, on an impact, on a collision, but we can agree she maybe had a few drinks and was in a car. So we'll, and the thing is she might prefer to do 2.5 years than another trial.
Right. And we're all saying that. The question that stands from uncivil laws question. I'm sorry, I forget your first name.
Kurt.
Is that I apologize. Hi, I'm Allison.
Formal introductions.
I'm the only one that doesn't have my name on the screen now. I realize. I guess I could fix that.
I'm getting some peeking in stink eye because we're going out to dinner, so I need to.
There you go.
Thanks for coming, Mark. Thanks for joining the party.
You guys I didn't meet, and good talking again. All right, take care.
Thanks, Mark.
See you, Mark.
Bye. Tell your wife I'm sorry.
Is why 7? Why all the other lessers that all deal with an accident? And I mean, I just don't know if when they said we're not asking for any lessers, if they said any lessers, if they said like that lesser, I'm just not sure, because it does seem strange that the defense would put in 5 other options that deal with hitting.
Yeah. Well, from a non-lawyer perspective, okay, it's going to give that irrational juror an out, right? All of those other ones, you have to have the accident. Well, they already proved there was no accident. So all of those lessers are negated. The only out you have is the OUI. We had a case here in New York City in Queens where a retired sergeant was taking a shower and his wife murdered him with 2 of his guns. She killed him in the shower, shot him with both guns. Okay. Wow. She goes to trial. She does a burning bed defense type thing. The jury convicted her of criminal possession of a firearm without a license. Okay.
Wow.
She got away with the murder, and then when they were polled later, it was just as you said. One of them was hanging them, and that's what they did. That's what they came up with. So you never can tell. The thought process to me is not rational, but that's what they did to get out of that jury room.
Karen Reed does not. You're right. Karen Reed would rather do 2.5 on an OUI than have another trial.
Yeah.
And the thing is another trial. Brennan's going to bring, or whoever it is, it might not be Brennan, is going to bring better experts. And the defense is going to be.
I thought they were being better experts this time. That's like they had their choice, man.
No, I think that wall is impenetrable now that there was no accident. Between the medical evidence and the engineering, and by the way, there's no such thing as an engineering to a degree of engineering certainty.
Thank you.
I've never heard of that before.
It's scientific certainty for
a new one.
Yeah,
that made me crazy too.
So
some other crazy certainty.
I think that wall is up, and I don't think that wall can come down now.
Unless the defense runs out of money and can't actually bring experts the next time, and all of this is.
I mean, in Illinois, you can, if you're now indigent, and that would include you not having to borrow from friends and family.
Sure.
But if she's got no money left, even if she's got paid, private lawyers, you can petition the county to pay the fees. Is that the same there, Tom?
Yes. Yeah. But the more frequent thing that happens here is which is why I have a specifically designed business model that does not include a lot of Superior Court big cases, because nobody can really afford. I don't know that I've ever made a profit on the business end. I don't know that I've ever made a profit on a Superior Court serious, like a life felony trial, because people who are being charged with that do not have the money that it actually costs to pay for the lawyer, for the investigators, for the Cellbrite people, for the doctors. I mean, it is so expensive. But the more frequent thing that happens is that people will retain a private attorney, pay that fee or those fees, pay some fees, and then as the expenses go up, as long as you can show that the person is now indigent, you can now petition the court for money for attorney's fees and for, more importantly, the investigators and the expert witnesses and things. Yes.
But there's a cap on
Wouldn't Canone also have some review over that? Like, hey, we're not funding this expert. Or she'd be like, yeah,
that's not relevant.
Yeah, you don't need a crash. You don't need a collision investigator. You're guilty. So let's just get to get that over and done.
I mean, that's definitely an issue that the judge needs to find, that there's a good basis for this expert that you're asking for, that you're not just fishing, And I run into problems in state court in Illinois, although never in federal court, with trying to do those ex parte, where I'm saying I don't have to spell everything out. I understand Your Honor needs to know why I need this witness and this expert and what supports it, but you can't make me have to tell them. And every single time in state court, they make me do it. They make me do it not ex parte, and then I still try to file an ex parte portion of it and just whatever. But in federal court, it's specifically specified that is an ex parte proceeding when an indigent defendant is looking for funds for an expert, and they've got to give the details as to what they expect this expert to find and why they think the expert is important.
All right, guys. It was a pleasure meeting you all. I'm going to have to run. Melanie, thank you for inviting me.
Thanks, Ed, for coming.
Me too. I got 3 cats that are staring at me because they're hungry right now.
All right. Well, we can wrap
up.
up.
Tom, and I'm not even going to respond to that at all.
Wait. But Tom, you got to know there was a study done by the University of Glasgow.
Here we go. Are you a Yankees fan by chance?
Actually, Cincinnati Reds.
Oh, okay.
Okay. In the 70s, it was really tough in New York to be a Cincinnati Red fan. That's because my father came from there. But anyhow, I was getting into fights with Yankees fans all the time. But you know the study I'm going to quote?
No, I do not.
There was a study.
I'm sure it's going to be kind to Massachusetts, though. Go ahead.
No, okay. There's a study from the University of Glasgow said that your domestic cat, if it was big enough, it would kill you.
Of course it would.
That's right. They have all the same.
And if I die and it's unattended and I'm in the middle of nowhere right now, they will eat me. There's no question.
I've had that happen at crime scenes, and I got attacked by one of those cats.
And you know what? I could not think of a better way for me to go.
Just put in your will, like, please.
I welcome it. I hope, you know what? That might be it. A little, yeah.
I'm sorry, but that cat that attacked me had to be put down, and I had to go get tetanus shots.
Rabies seems more appropriate than tetanus.
Well, it was tetanus because it was eating its owner. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Thanks, Ed Wallace. Thanks, Tom, for coming.
Good to see you. Nice to meet you all.
You're going to hang out a little more. You have an open invitation. You can come on any day. You're not actually, practicing law, and you want to come do some trial. I don't know how much longer.
Are you going to be doing jury watch on Monday?
Yeah, I mean, we're here all day.
I'll hang with you.
I'm here all week, so
we're planning on having you on Runkle too. People need more Runkle, so I told them we're going to have you on our channel as well.
Sounds good.
On a smaller,
I'll be done in court probably by 11. So
pop on. Just text me. I'll send you the link.
Okie doke.
How long do you think this is going to go, you guys? What do you?
Tuesday.
That's long.
All of you. How long do you think how long do you think this is going to take? And what do you think the final outcome is going to be?
Tuesday morning, not guilty across the board.
There you go.
I think that's a solid bet, but it's either that or like Friday and we get
Tuesday just after lunch. They're going to get their free lunch, I guarantee you. Tuesday just after lunch.
Yeah, they usually want that. They want that.
Get my sandwich first.
Yeah, if it goes beyond Tuesday, I agree with Runkle that we're
in for a fight.
Could be a hung jury.
All it takes is one. All it takes is one.
It better not be. I do not think I have it in me to do this a third time, guys. I've watched this entire trial back to back twice.
You're talking about black holes and stuff. You're talking about black holes and stuff at this point, right?
Vortexes.
Clearly, you need a break. You need a break.
I'm going Monday afternoon. That's when I think it's
Tom
after post lunch.
They do try people 3 and 4 times in Massachusetts after hung juries. Yes.
Oh yes,
at $1 million a ticket. Do you think they're going to? They would do it again?
Speaking of Gagne was the prosecutor on the I can't even remember the name of the case, but it has to do with expert witnesses 4 times, I think, and on the 4th time it was a manslaughter instead of a first-degree murder.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Crazy.
They do it. It's the land of the lost. That's why we have Chaka as our mascot.
It's because the district attorney is elected.
I don't know if this is a safe question to ask.
Chaka from Land of the Lost. Are you too young to remember Land of the Lost from 1974?
I am definitely out of here now that we're at Land of the Lost. Sleestack is what should be up there.
She had that picture above my shoulder. I'm like, I think I look too much like that little guy. He can't be there.
Sometimes we have Michael Proctor overlooking us because he is the villain here, the boogeyman. And sometimes we have Dexter.
I've got my board behind me. He pops up every once in a while.
Dexter for obvious reasons because some people need killing.
That's a Texas defense. First murder.
Final thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before you wrap this. I've been on here for like 9 hours and 58 minutes. And
you've been going, girl. Yeah, it's been a long.
It's been like, oh, okay. Andrea's like, hey, we just ended. If you're still going, let me grab a sandwich and I'll head over. It's like
no sandwich. No sandwich. You gotta come over. Is it a ham sandwich?
Of course.
Andrea and I, we're supposed to do something with Andrea on Monday as well. Maybe we could figure out something there too. But I've got no final thoughts. Ham. I've said it. I've said a lot.
You've said it all.
Yeah, my final thought is not guilty. End of day Friday. Not guilty on all counts. And
and
you're going end of day Friday for that?
Oh no, Monday. I'm sorry.
Monday.
Oh,
yeah. No,
we just said that went into hung jury territory.
Common sense has to win the day here, and
it could be an OUI charge.
I think there's a real chance on the OUI.
Yeah. Now's a good time to get into those betting markets, right? I don't know what poly market is at now, but the way the bet is written, right? It's like if count 1 or count 2, and since the DUI is included within count 2, man, it's like I've sent out a tweet. It's like, oh yeah, my odds of a conviction on count 1 or count 2 is now 90%.
Wait,
because it's like we're including the naked DUI charge.
Is there really a way to bet on this?
Oh, 100%. Poly market has betting pools going on this. 100% they do.
Can you look up the odds right now while we're here? Because I'm really curious to see what they are.
Mean? I can't even play poker from Illinois. Not on my digital device. I have to go to the casino. But
Allie and Bob, did you go over the verdict slip? Because I haven't seen it yet. I haven't even looked.
We looked at it briefly right before we came over to you.
Is there a not guilty box? Because here's what the argument was this morning from Yannetti is that there for the 7 lesser includeds, there was only 7 guilty boxes and 1 not guilty box. And he said, I want a not guilty box on every one. And she said, well, you have no case law? No, I'm not doing it.
No,
so let's see if I can buy in as a Canadian because they've got acquitted on all charges at 83% chance. Guilty at 20% chance.
Wow.
I'm like, share my screen, Melanie.
And these are the bookmakers, and
so the bets go up. You're making more money if you say she gets found guilty on something.
Yeah.
Because it's all about what people.
How do I share your screen, Kurt?
There's an option there somewhere to like present it or something. It's within that. You can figure it out.
Yeah, I see the present. But like, can you present? Can I let you present? Do I give you permissions to present?
I see present on as an option on my screen. Maybe.
Yeah, Kurt, do you not have that option there at the bottom?
I don't have. Yeah, give me management rights over your stream. That's gonna end real well for everyone, I'm sure.
Dude, I don't know how to. Dude, you're like I'm on my last like breath right now. My voice is fried.
Let me answer
that question. Does it not pop like in the bottom or on the side or something where you can add it to the stream or something like that? Or
not your screen.
All right, fine. I'll just read it so we can do it this week. But anyways, it's polymarket.com where you can bet on all kinds of things. Right now, they have Karen Reed guilty on count 1 or count 2 at 20%. And that's been falling actually all day. And I think they've got that underpriced because of the things we just mentioned. And
we'll tell them.
Yeah, I did. And they have acquitted on all charges at 83%. Now, though, it should be mentioned that this is just based on what people are actually betting. So these numbers are just coming from people just buying it as a prop bet. So, and in terms of the market for the conviction, it's $147,000 currently being bet on this market.
So
and
what,
for the
what,
acquittal,
what do
Wait,
I
how
do?
much money is being-
$140.
How much money is out there?
well, between the two, it's just over $200,000 between the two markets.
So what do I get paid out if I
That's
bet
like
on the
Larry
fraud?
DUI guy. That's one bet for him. That's like he's the only guy betting on this.
If you put $100 down on no, and you win, you get $224.88.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Ian.
Thanks,
Well,
Ian.
On
bookmakers
no,
and-
meaning not guilty.
No, meaning that she's convicted on at least one count. If you put $100 on yes, then you win $100.
Straight odds. Yeah.
I'm about to
All
go
right.
bet if I can. I don't know. But Mel, to answer your question about the jury verdict slip, so we looked at it. The first line is not guilty on the original charge or any lessers.
Yeah, they picked
And
that up for the
then-
last verdict form. Yeah.
And then under that says guilty on this, guilty on that, guilty on this, guilty on that. So there is the first option does say, instead of just not guilty, it says not guilty on the charged offense or any of the lessers. But I still wish she would have explained, if you decide she's not guilty on that or any of the lessers, you just sign the not guilty and ignore all the guilty. If you think she's guilty, you click below which one you think she's guilty of. But what doesn't, I guess the first one is probably the as charged one. But yeah, it's a lot.
It's confusing.
It's a lot.
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like there could be one holdout. Some people would say a plant. I'm not going to say a plant, but there could be one holdout, and we could be looking at another mistrial. And I think it's very possible. And I think people should be prepared for it. And we can all see through the bullshit, but I think you never know.
You never know. You never know. I mean, people definitely have to be prepared for that, because there could be a few holdouts. I mean, you don't know. I mean, Hank may have resonated with this bullshit with somebody or a few people. You know?
I do want to thank all our mods and all the people watching from our channel. We are going to tomorrow. We're gonna, if we don't come back later tonight to do the jury watch with you guys coming on. I know. I don't think
that's not happening. Like,
okay.
I've got a softball game.
We'll do that, right? We'll do it tomorrow. And we'll also go through some of the supers, because we've got a separate way to track them and go over some of the questions that we didn't get a chance to get.
Yeah, I'm
today.
sorry.
We tried to incorporate in without putting them all up, but you know.
I did try and put them up as I could, but it's just, it's overwhelming. You guys are overwhelmingly generous, and we are so grateful, and we love each and every one of you. Kurt, are you streaming on your channels as well, Kurt? And
100%.
Ian?
Of course I am.
Okay, Ian, are you?
Yeah, in an hour, I'm going to be going over the closings. So
nice.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, why don't I redirect then to you? Do you have your redirect set up so I can do that?
I think so, but I don't know, because I'm bad at this.
All right, let me just see if I can, because if I can, I will. And I'll send everyone over to you, and you can take an hour break and all that good stuff. I'm done for the day. I'm stick a fork in me.
Hey, start your weekend. Start your weekend. You've earned it. It's been a long.
Hey, are we
Everyone
doing
get some pizza
on tomorrow? Are we
earned
doing our members only live?
I'll have to figure it. It's a four-day tournament, babe. Like, our daughter's playing softball. I got to look at it, and I don't know when the games are, because it's all dependent on what happens tonight. So,
okay.
I mean, if we can get it in, we'll get it in for sure. You know.
All right, so I've redirected to Runkle for 7:30,
Yes.
so it will teleport you over there automatically from my stream. I don't know if you guys have to do that separately.
Oh, yeah, Bob, you gotta do it
listen.
What?
I'm
Send it over to Ian. All right.
Yeah.
I'm teleporting my people to Ian, so I don't know.
Okay,
We still have like
we're gonna
20,000
portal.
people on mine, and so between all of us, we probably have like, I don't know, 30 plus thousand people for all of the diehards.
Oh.
You can take a 45-minute dinner break and head on over to Runkle's for some more fun this evening.
For sure. All right, hold on. Don't kill it. I'm going in there.
Set it up
now.
too. So I'll set up mine to redirect to Runkle too. He can take my 2,000.
All right. Runkle, we got about 6,000 in ours. I'm going to send them all to Uncle Runkle.
The OUI charge would have to be unanimous as well. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was really great. I've been trying to get together like a LawTube is outraged stream, and I kept having this idea in my head for a long time to do it like on a Sunday or something. And I'm just so happy that it just worked out, that everybody was ready and available today, and we all just jumped on, and it was totally last minute. And spontaneous plans are sometimes often the best plans. So thank you, all of you guys, for coming on, and and for all of your viewers for watching on your channels. And I mean, thank God that there's worldwide interest in this case, because this should not be happening in 2025 in the U.S. of such United States of America.
Scary.
Not
Scary.
when we all have eyes and we can see the arm and
Yeah.
the lack of any bruises or damage, and that should have been the end right there.
Yeah, the python is the state. That's
Oy.
what
Oy.
Angela always likes to say. The python is the state. All right. Yeah, we love all our people out there. Ian, I sent everybody over to you. Have fun tonight. Don't work too hard. Kurt, have an amazing weekend, brother. It was a good hanging. Mel, thanks for having us. We love hanging with you. Yeah. Thanks.
Peace out, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see y'all real soon. Say goodnight, Gracies.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.